Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. And we've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. And as always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Never to be seen again. Well, beautiful to see you, Space Fams, here on this Monday fun day. That's right, Memorial Day is going to take over for yesterday's missed Sunday fun day. First classes at. There we go. Thank you for the applause. Yes, indeed. It is Monday, Memorial Day. Got a lot to talk about here, but first, some shout-outs. Almost said Nadia. Amanda. Amanda Schmegley. 123 in the YouTube chat. Chuck L. Close fourth. My brain just broke. Formed a ceiling to the ballroom. I'm fairly certain I'm saying that wrong somehow. Columbia Rican, you're costly. Chapman. Sarah Layla, Glitchmaster, lowercase. And and Joe47771 over on the Twitch. Beautiful to see all of you here on this Monday evening. Got a lot to talk about. Hopefully, you're not having a case of the Mondays. Just gotta buckle in here, pal. Space fam. My human. Yes, indeed. So many things to talk about. Where do we start? I say, the United States. America. Where unfortunately the media apparatus is under great peril at this time. Massive consolidation. Everything owned by corporate structures, billionaires, especially places like CBS, where things are not going great, and a near century-old tradition is ending, or ended, this week. CBS News Radio signed off for a final time. Here's CBS New York for that story.
This week marks the end of an American broadcast institution. CBS News Radio will sign off for the final time on Friday.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan with the CBS World News Roundup.
Since it began back in 1927, CBS News Radio has been a familiar voice for millions of listeners. Its World News Roundup is the longest-running network newscast in radio history. During World War II, CBS News Radio, led by Edward R. Murrow, played a vital role for the nation. As it prepares to sign off the air on Friday, CBS News Radio, carried by around 700 radio stations around the United States, reaching more than 20 million people a week, and it will be met.
A real loss to society. A completely free form of news and information. Journalism taken away from Americans, perhaps for good. Perhaps forever. Now, of course, the woman in charge of CBS is none other than Bari Weiss. A woman who has failed up for her entire adult life. From starting her own independent journalistic outlet to having that outlet bought for 1,000 times its worth. And then being made the editor-in-chief of CBS News. Just want to go back in time real quick to last year. Democracy Now!
We're talking about an unprecedented level of media consolidation by an unprecedented level of wealth. Larry Ellison is a known Trump supporter. David Ellison is at least suspected to be, and both are known to be extremely fervent supporters of Israel. And David Ellison has gotten very close with Bari Weiss. Bari has presented herself as a champion of free speech, but in reality, she has a 20-year history of suppressing speech that she finds objectionable, especially when it's speech championing the rights of Palestinians and criticizing the state of Israel. With her becoming Ellison's kind of personal enforcer outside the normal chain of command within the organization, many people, including me, are concerned that she will enforce a right-leaning ideology on the whole network, and probably particularly on Israel coverage, where CBS has sometimes gone outside the bounds of what someone like Weiss would approve of. This is an ideological power play by them. It's about elevating her political ideology over one of the most important and storied news brands in the United States.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that the impetus, I would just like to point this out, and it's been a while since we actually talked about this particular aspect of CBS's coverage, because, I mean, at this point, we've basically written them off entirely. But before Bari Weiss took over, CBS was one of the most pro-Israeli Western media outlets, right? Like, we talked about this, like, because I've been doing the stream for like 2.5 years. Like, back in like 24, 25, like, I was like, who remembers me being like, dude, we can't watch CBS's coverage on like Israel and Gaza anymore because it's so bad, right? Because it was so blatantly like propagandistic. We had to stop watching them. Like we had to, we literally had to stop watching them on this channel because I thought that their coverage was so bad, and yet the objection to CBS, the supposed impetus, the supposed reason for why it was bought out was because it wasn't pro-Israeli enough. It's just a strange dichotomy, you know? Yeah. Speaking of strange, didn't expect this one. But, filtering through the grapevine is the potential of Barry Weiss's firing at CBS. I know it's shocking. You can't possibly imagine what could lead to such a thing. I mean, what has she done? What has she not done over there? She's fired everybody with an opinion. She just got done shutting down the free news radio program for all the poors. You know, like, I'm trying to think, what hasn't Barry done? She made Tony Two Cuts like the top guy over there. I mean, please, somebody tell me what I need to know. Oh, perfect. Jennifer Welch. I've had it, Jennifer. Explain to us what the fuck is going on. God.
What the fuck is going on?
All right. Have you noticed that not only does Benjamin Netanyahu dog walk Donald Trump, it appears he also dog walks Barry Weiss of CBS News. She allowed Benjamin Netanyahu to pick his own person to interview him. Pop this up. Dylan Byers has scooped. Paramount leadership has had informal discussions about changing Barry Weiss's mandate at CBS News and eventually CNN in ways that would give her less control over TV. And joining me to discuss this is Adam Johnson. He is the co-host of the Citations Needed podcast and author of How to Sell a Genocide, the Media's Complicity in the Destruction of Gaza. Adam, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Yes. What is your response to this Barry Weiss news?
I'm a little skeptical of it. Barry Weiss was brought in for the explicit purposes of being an ideological enforcer for the Ellison family. So the idea that they would withdraw her power, it could be because of pushback from internally from reporters. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of the people there. They just lost Anderson Cooper over this. View it as illegitimate, that they've completely destroyed the firewall between ownership and editorial independence, such as that it existed under Sherry Redstone, who herself intervened 3 separate times because they thought 60 Minutes' coverage was too critical of Israel. And then she sold it to the Ellison family, who, of course, is the largest private donor to the IDF. And they bring in Barry Weiss, who obviously has a history of being staunchly pro-Israel. But there was a lot of pushback internally, I know, from several reports that she had kind of gone too far or kind of flew too close to the sun in terms of editorial intervention. And of course, they're using 60 Minutes effectively to suck up to Trump. So they'll approve the much more important prize, which is Paramount, or rather, which is CNN.
Okay, hold on. Before we move on, I just wanted to bring this up. Where is it? This allow me to look at this. I'm gonna get paywall. Hopefully I don't get paywall. All right, here's USA Today. So if you didn't hear, Anderson Cooper left CBS. Like he was like, I don't know how long he was at 60 Minutes for, but he is out already. Hold on, I gotta fucking hell. What are you doing? This thing's being real stupid. Oh, it's because it's trying to paywall me right now. Here, just do it this way. Anderson Cooper emotionally signs off 60 Minutes after 2 decades. Has it really been 2 decades? That's shocking. 20 years after he joined CBS News' 60 Minutes, Anderson Cooper bid farewell to the program, explaining that balancing the show with CNN, anchoring and raising his sons was quote-unquote challenging. Hold on.
Emotional during his final I'm Anderson Cooper sign-off, holding back tears. In the
never mind. The CNN anchor 58 bid farewell to 60 Minutes on the news magazine show's May 17th episode, his last as a correspondent. After the season finale, which featured a report by Cooper about London's cab industry in the age of autonomous vehicles, CBS News released an extended farewell interview with the journalist. Cooper grew emotional as he delivered his final I'm Anderson Cooper. After choking up for several seconds and looking down as he held back tears, he looked straight into the camera and said the line 3 times, a standard for the show. In the overtime segment, Cooper went down memory lane, recalling the dangerous and dumb things he's done for the show, such as diving with Nile crocodiles and being, quote-unquote, temporarily blinded after riding a jet ski over massive waves in Portugal. Though a montage of recognizable faces showed Cooper's interviews with Prince Harry, Lady Gaga, and the late Donald Sutherland, Cooper seemed to fondly look back on impactful sit-down interviews with compelling characters who are not household names, such as a Holocaust survivor and people combating child malnutrition in Niger. Quote, the thing is, it's never felt like work. It's felt like you're stepping into people's lives and you're invited into people's homes, unquote, Cooper explained. Another quote, you're invited into their struggles, you're invited into whatever it is that has brought them to be on 60 Minutes, unquote. At the top of the segment, Cooper opened up about how he grew up watching 60 Minutes and knew all the old-time CBS correspondents by name. Quote, I was a weird little kid. I liked watching the news. After my dad died, there was a lot of silence in my house, and we'd watch the news over dinner, unquote. That's why he was hired in 2006. Cooper, quote, could not believe that I was on 60 Minutes, unquote. But anchoring Anderson Cooper 360 while also filming 60 Minutes reports, which sometimes took him across the globe, took a toll on the journalist. The whole time I've done pieces for 60 Minutes, my full-time job has been over at CNN, and still is. And it's been really challenging to do the kind of work you need to do to have a great 60 Minutes piece, Cooper said. He continued, CNN doesn't like it if I take a lot of time off to work on a 60 Minutes piece, so I've worked mostly for 60 Minutes on weekends. My vacation time at CNN has been working on 60 Minutes pieces, and I've loved it. But it's been tough. Cooper said he realized it was time to step away from CBS News gig to watch his sons, Wyatt and Sebastian, grow up. Now, what's interesting is that he goes on about all this, family stuff. He's not quitting his job at CNN. And he doesn't actually say, anything specifically about Barry Weiss or CBS. But everybody is, in fact, it's not just this guy. It's not just Adam. Like, a lot of people. And I actually do think that it's possible that because here's the thing. Anderson is a very political person. And I don't mean, like, ideologically, right? I mean, like, professionally. That he knows where his bread is buttered. And he makes sure to keep the bread on the right side up at all times, right? He's not the sort of guy who's going to go off teleprompter to tell people some shit, that's going to get him in trouble, right? He's a by-the-book sort of guy. But I don't think that it would be above Anderson to be behind the scenes being like, I'm sick of this. If in fact he was sick of it. I don't know. I can't say for sure whether he would be. But he's not, like, he wouldn't. I don't see him as, like, the guy to take the opportunity during the CBS, the sign off to be like, oh, and CBS is a fucking hellscape. That's never going to be Anderson. But I could see him potentially saying some shit in the background. And people in this space, in the journalists, especially, in the professional media class space take Anderson real seriously. So, if in fact he is like saying shit behind the scenes, that could be very well the reason. Like, I mean, people know him like 1,000 times more than they know Tony Two Cuts, right? Tony Tokapel, like, the only reason we know his name is because Barry put him at the lead at CBS, right? But he's like, I mean, if you think Anderson has no personality, watch a fucking Tony Tokapel fucking segment. It's horrible. I'm just saying, like, I could see that being a problem for some people over at CBS, even in like the higher ups who are like, you know, basically fine with everything that's happening, it would seem. But here's the other thing that I guess sort of like in my head, like, I feel like sort of muddies this point, and that's that CNN is like, sure, it hasn't been approved by the FTC yet. And I don't know why. That's another thing that's been confusing to me. But like the fact is, and we've been operating under the assumption that the FTC will, in fact, approve that merger. So CNN is CBS. CBS is CNN. Effectively, I mean, not yet, but I mean, like the stockholders approved the deal, right? They're just waiting for FTC approval right now. They're I mean, there's only one thing preventing it, and that's the Trump regime saying yes, Larry Ellison can continue to consolidate the media, right? And why would they stop that? like, you know, so I don't know, it's just confusing. It's like, why quit your CBS job when it's about to be the same fucking company as CNN, Anderson?
And Time Warner and that whole empire, which is far more valuable than Paramount, which is only $8 billion. So I think I'll believe it when I see it, because I think the reason why she was brought in was pretty explicitly to weed out what was perceived as anti-Israel bias or woke or anything considered too liberal. Or that, you know, it was kind of a combination of right-wing grievances that she was there to enforce. So my sense is that they may be trial ballooning this to see if this eases off some of the tensions from their more established reporters.
I agree with you. I'm not buying it. You wrote this piece for The Intercept. Pop this up. You analyzed more than 12,000 articles from mainstream outlets.
Okay, yeah, I think that's all we're going to grab from here from iHip. But yeah, suffice to say that there was rumorings about Barry Weiss either being sidelined at CBS or losing her job. Certainly a fascinating story, but I just don't know where it goes. We're going to have to wait to see something happen. Because right now it's just rumorings. Okay. But while we're talking about the media, suppose we ought to talk about this. Donald Trump's media apparatus. His tweets, his truths. And thankfully, this is me being thankful. Someone other than myself decided to compile and analyze thousands of Trump posts. BBC. From Saturday.
In 2026, Trump's use of social media has escalated. As this is the US president, surely never has one social media account been so important to the world we live in. Which is why we've been looking closely at Trump's feed, sifting through thousands of posts on his platform Truth Social in search of the busiest day, the busiest hour, to see what patterns emerge. How often do you think Donald Trump posts on social media? How often a month or each day? What times does he post and what's he posting about? Yes, there's a lot on Venezuela and Iran, but there's much more than that too. We've had a post appearing to depict Trump as Jesus, memes about seizing Greenland, attacks on Bruce Springsteen and Robert De Niro. From January to April, by our count, he posted or reposted 2,457 times on Truth Social. That's an average of around 20 posts a day.
It's insane.
And there's a range of content.
That is ludicrous. He posts every hour of every fucking day. The President of the United States is posting on Truth Social every single hour of every single day. It's basically, rounded up, that's basically what we're talking about here. Doesn't have anything better to do. It's out of control. It's fucking out of control. That shit is nuts. This guy is in charge of the whole country, but he, it's busy. He's just fingers of fire.
Around 20 posts a day. And there's a range of content.
He uses the site for fleeting thoughts, the major policy announcements. He shares his fair allowance of AI slop and internet.
Oh god. The phrase range of content is absolutely accurate. Oh boy. As somebody who's spent more time than I would like to, almost involuntarily, honestly, like on True Social, I can absolutely attest to that. There is a real range of content on there. Some of it are just seemingly long-winded thoughts thrown out onto the page. Others are just retweets of other accounts. Like you said, AI slop, memes. It's real cornucopia.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
And he also uses it to threaten allies or cajole adversaries.
As I was saying, the content is nothing if not varied. And we went looking for the busiest day and the busiest hour on Trump's feed. Take a look at January the 5th. While most Americans slept, their president was on a streak on social media.
Jesus
Between
Christ.
1 and 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Trump reposted 64 times.
Jesus fucking
2 days earlier,
Christ,
the US had launched
dude.
its raid on Venezuela. It's
Between 1 and 3 a.m. 64 reposts. He's a deranged lunatic. What in the shit? In 3 hours, that's like a post every 3 minutes. Or 2 hours. Sorry, wait, 1 to 3. It's 2 hours. That's one every one every 2 minutes.
64 times. 2 days earlier, the US had launched its raid on Venezuela. It seized President Maduro, took him to New York. And now, in the middle of the night, the president was reposting celebrations of Maduro's capture, criticism of Joe Biden's approach to Maduro, and praise for his own actions. And it wasn't just Venezuela on the president's mind. In this same single hour, there was a video of him calling for US control of Greenland, a clip of a congressman calling for a halt to all legal immigration, and unsubstantiated claims about voter fraud in the 2020 presidential election. Bear in mind, this was the eve of the 5th anniversary of the January the 6th riot, carried out by Trump supporters convinced that the election had been stolen, which it hadn't been. So the busiest hour was on January the 5th. The busiest day, well, that's January the 23rd. There were 120 posts and reposts, including endorsements of candidates for Congress, a statement after attending the World Economic Forum, and with a cold snap forecast in the US, the president asked, could the environmental insurrectionists please explain whatever happened to global warming? That was the busiest day. Before that,
climate and everything
hour.
are the same
here's
word.
The thing. Trump is active on social media almost all the time.
Exactly. I think it's good there. I think we all kind of get it. It's a shit show over there, constantly. Whether it's on True Social or Twitter. Yeah, TikTok. Trump's accounts are posting constantly. And we know it's a combined effort, right? Like some of them are Trump and some of them are his team, right? Like he has access to all of his accounts. He can post whenever he wants, but since he is the president, he technically does have other things going on. And so sometimes other people are posting to his account, and he has to approve them first before they come. There was a photo taken earlier last year, I think, or it might have been this year. I can't remember now. But there was a photo taken of, was it Little Marco?
Don't worry about it, Little Marco. Gentlemen.
Might have been Stephen Miller, I think. I can't remember which one of them. It was one of the two. Who brought a piece of paper over to Donald during a White House dinner. And photographers snapped photos of it, and it was basically it was a note saying that he had a dozen posts or something like that, or a half a dozen posts that were waiting for approval, right? Which would, essentially suggest that, yes, there is a team of social media people who are also working on his account, but we cannot forget that he also is posting to this account without anybody looking at it when he's on the toilet, when he's on Air Force One, whatever it is, right? When he's up, when he can't sleep in bed. Okay. Well, so you do this story today. I don't know, I'm feeling weird. And plus, the next story, the next story is going to take up a lot of time. Oh, it's going to take up a lot of time. It was Little Marco? See, I genuinely couldn't say for sure. I knew it was one of the two of them. We'll cover this again really quickly. In case you somehow missed it. Here's a big story in the media. White House reporters. Suddenly, the witness to another shocking event this weekend. A shooting happening outside of the White House. White House reporters went scrambling. Here's CNN from yesterday with the breakdown.
We begin this morning with the man who was killed after shooting near the White House. The bystander was also shot and is in critical condition. An eyewitness captured the sounds of the rapid-fired gunshots there. The Secret Service says it happened near a security checkpoint. The president was at the residence. The White House was immediately placed on lockdown and officers were mobilized. The tense moment of journalists on White House grounds reacting to the threat was also caught on camera.
That President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
That was ABC's Selena Wang. Now, the correspondent was recording a social media video when she heard those shots. She ducked for cover, as you saw.
Julia Benbrook is standing by. Julia, you were there. You had just finished doing a live shot for us when all of this happened. Walk everyone through what you heard, what you saw, and what we're hearing about President Trump, who is there at the White House tonight.
That's right. President Donald Trump was here at the White House as this happened. Secret Service has confirmed he was not impacted by this incident in any way. But as we were standing here, I was speaking with you, Jessica, and had just walked toward the press briefing room, just had opened the door when I heard what appeared to be gunshots, dozens of gunshots. It was this repeated noise, so much so that we thought it might be fireworks at first. And
the White House reporters were terrified. Not shockingly. But we live in a very violent society filled with guns. And apparently the individual, there's been more information that's come out about him. I believe his name was Nasir Best. And apparently he's had like multiple interactions with Secret Service over the last year. But this was the first incident involving actual physical violence. And he was shot dead at the scene. It's not clear what exactly his political ideology was. He honestly just seems a bit disturbed. All right. Now, let's go to a man who is under attack from the White House. A media man. A reporter, if you will. I mean, you could call him that. But everyone knows him as
Hasan Parker.
Hasan Parker. I'm sorry. Hasanabi. And the Trump administration is after him. That's right. Why is the Trump administration after Mr. Piker? Well, it's for a very silly and stupid reason.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Damn stupid sexy Hasan.
Stupid sexy Hasan. Thank you, Omega. I love that the robot says Hasan like a British person. Hasan Piker.
A communist.
All right. We are gonna do it this way. We're gonna do the reactions from the independent media space first. Then we will go to Hasan himself. Okay, this is the format I have prepared for this evening. And of course, we still have a hell of a lot of other stuff to get through here tonight. So, don't think that this is it, okay? Just need everybody to understand. Whoopsies, didn't mean to knock that over. Whoa, that's not how you... No, 39,000 bits is way too many bits. Sorry, I'm starting the goal over on Twitch, so I don't forget to do it right now. Let's just assume the Galactic content goal has started officially. A lot of great ways out there for you to all show your support. Aside from, you know, following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube, hitting that like button, all those things are helpful and very supportive, and I appreciate you doing them. But we do have to keep the Galactic News Network alive, financially speaking. Being independent news media ourselves, we got a lot of expenses and limited income. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne, and of course Patreon. But I have to I have to do stuff. I actually took everything off of the Throne because I got to reload it. Something is being weird. Like, it's like, whatever. Throne, Patreon, Cash App, PayPal, Twitch. These are the ways available to you. All right, Hasan Piker. Why is the government going after this man?
Why do you think he fucking hates his sons? I think it's literally because they're ugly as shit. They're losers, but also they're ugly as shit, and I think Trump hates that.
The Trump White House is going after left-wing political influencer and Twitch streamer Hasan.
How dare Hasan say that the Trump sons are losers? That's very rude. Oh, God. Oh, so incredibly rude.
How rude.
It's not like they've ever made like an ass of themselves publicly in any way, shape, or form. Like God damn it. Why can't I find this? I'm killing myself right now. Where's this fucking sound shot? I have too many sound shots. It's not like, I don't know. Eric went on TV and said this.
But I'm glad he acknowledges that I'm a good boy. I am a good boy.
Right. Eric never went on TV and said anything like that.
But I'm glad he acknowledges that I'm a good boy. I am a good boy.
Eric Trump never went on to CNN and told Kathleen Collins that he was glad that his father had called him a good boy publicly. Because he is a good boy. Like a child. You know, like a child would. Like a small... like a small child would. Like a boy with serious daddy issues would. He wouldn't do that. Like a loser.
Trump hates that.
The Trump White House is going after left-wing political influencer and Twitch streamer Hasan Piker, and it is absolutely ridiculous. So in this video, I'm going to break down what happened, speculate maybe why it happened now, discuss the right-wing influencer that actually broke the law regarding this topic, and I'm also going to get to reactions from Hasan and others as well. So first, this broke late last night. TMZ with their headline here. Twitch streamer Hasan Piker served federal subpoena over Cuba trip. Now, Fox News initially broke the story. With this, federal officials have served subpoenas to Marxist political influencer Hasan Piker and Code Pink co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin as part of a wider investigation into whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions in supporting Cuba's communist regime, Fox News Digital has learned. So I'm going to get to some details in a second here, but I want to just first point out the picture they used. They were apparently stalking him, I guess, when he was walking his dog. In this image, he's wearing a Democracy Now! Cap. Yeah! I just find the irony incredible. Like, here you have the U.S. government going after an individual over their speech while he's wearing a Democracy Now! Cap. But here is a clip back in March. This is when the...
I mean, I don't know if it's ironic so much as it is apropos. Fitting, really. I mean, if Democracy Now! Wouldn't need to exist if we didn't have media that was semi-captured by the government, right?
Trip happened. Here's Hasan explaining why he's there.
What's up, guys? I'm Hasan Piker. I'm here in Havana, Cuba right now on a humanitarian aid mission alongside numerous other organizations, including but not limited to the DSA. And my goal here today is to bring awareness to what my government, the United States of America, has done to the Cuban population. One of the most ridiculous embargoes of all time that has only gotten more deadly as time has gone on. We have tremendous sanctions on oil transfers in this country. We're not allowing other countries to send in oil as well. It's a necessary resource. The hospitals are in a state of dire disrepair already due to the different components of sanctions. The hospital machines are broken and they can't be repaired because Cuba is considered a state sponsor of terrorism. And I wanted to basically showcase the personal lives of everyday Cubans and how this system, this rigorous sanctions system, dominates their lives in very meaningful ways, and yet we don't even know about it. Most Americans don't even know about it. And I would go so far as to say even a lot of Cubans don't know about it either. So my goal, hopefully, is to bring awareness to the inhumanity, because collective punishment is a war crime after all.
All right, so Hasan and other activists, as well as the media, were there in Cuba to spotlight what the U.S. embargo was doing to the country, as well as to deliver medical supplies and humanitarian aid to the people there. And that apparently was worthy of a U.S. investigation.
Right.
Right to jail, right away.
Yeah. Is that freedom? Is that what freedom looks like?
Freedom!
You leave the United States and the government says, oh, you can't do that. Oh, no, sorry. Long arm of the federal government reaches into your life. Even when you're not in the United States. It's like, hey, you can't go to Cuba. You can't stay in that hotel. You can't talk to that guy. Is that freedom?
I thought this was America, huh?
Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
So here are some more details. This is from TMZ, as they write, both Hasan Piker and Medea Benjamin were served with requests for information by the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control tied to the...
God damn it, Cap. God damn it, Cap. Well, you know the rules. I established this a while back. But if you're gonna come in here and just spit propaganda, you know, I will let you do that with utter disregard over on vertical, so long as you don't cross any, you know, YouTube guidelines type of stuff, right? But you go to the horizontal chat, you're gonna get timed out, pal. I'm gonna do a short one just because you're clearly, you forgot. I can tell that you just forgot, so you're gonna get a quick one. But you know, if you want to be an idiot, go to vertical chat. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. That was silly. You're being silly. You're coming in here talking about Hasan shocking his dog, something that has literally never been substantiated. Like, and like, oh, it's not a humanitarian. It's not a humanitarian mission. Right. It's a photo op, like you said, right?
Trip to Cuba, organized through the Nuestra America convoy. Investigators are reportedly examining whether activists illegally financed travel, coordinated logistics, or conducted prohibited transactions involving Cuba, including possible stays at hotels on the U.S. State Department's restricted list. This is where we get to an interesting wrinkle in this story. Because at the time, I covered this in my video covering that trip at the time. This didn't happen. They stayed at a hotel that they're allowed to stay at, which, first of all, like, the whole discussion is so ridiculous. The U.S. government can tell you where you can't and can't stay. It's absolutely absurd. But even within that, they kept to the list of the hotels they were allowed to stay in. So Hasan explains why he stayed in a 5-star hotel in Cuba, because at the time that people were like, oh, again, the ridiculous critics of Hasan that come out of the woodwork when things like this happen. I can't believe Hasan's staying at a 5-star hotel. They legally have to stay at certain hotels. There's a very short list of hotels they can stay at. So as he said at the time, the American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba. And
yeah, it's fascinating. These supposed lovers of freedom want people to have their rights usurped by the U.S. government if they go to the wrong country. It's fascinating. It's like freedom has its limits, doesn't it? It's weird.
It's weird.
This tweet went viral. And Hasan, as I'll get to his reaction here, suspects that this may be part of the reason why they're doing this investigation is because of a tweet that is just lying. But this tweet at the time, again, this is back in March 22nd, said, by the way, Hasan just broke U.S. law. Oh, and he could face a $250,000 fine and up to 10 years in prison once he gets back to the States. Hey, FBI, get on it. Again.
You see what I mean? These people are freedom haters, okay? They're like, hey, federal government, come arrest this guy for staying at the wrong hotel and find him $250,000 and put him in prison for a decade. Like, they're gleefully asking for the federal government to go. It's like, I love it, though. To some degree, I do love it because it means, I mean, the conservative movement has completely fractured and has become completely meaningless. Like, we've watched, you know, Alex Jones go from like fear mongering about FEMA to being like, actually, we have a perfect National Guard going through our streets doing martial law. Martial law is good so long as you have the right guy doing it. Like that's basically where we're at. They have proven that they have absolutely no scruples, no ideology, no fucking backbone to speak of, and they've always just, you know, wanted a authoritarian daddy king to you know,
daddy can do no wrong.
Dad,
do their worst to particular portions of America, and that it's always just been a racist movement, an ideology, a racist and classist movement. Like the conservative project has always been that. And they've just made it abundantly clear by supporting all of the stuff that for decades they've claimed are bad, right? Like the free market lovers are like, oh, actually the tariffs are great. The president should be able to do them as much as he wants. It's like, oh, great, okay, tariffs are good. President can levy them at will. Okay.
He's delivering humanitarian aid, food, medical supplies to Cuba. You have people, anonymous losers online, trying to target him, making up things he didn't even do to try and target him while he is delivering humanitarian aid. You guys are absolutely fucking losers. But anyways, Hasan replied to that saying, yeah, the U.S. law is effing stupid. I didn't break it, but this post is the only one that ironically acknowledges the comical U.S. restrictions on what U.S. citizens are allowed to do in Cuba. The quote-unquote five-star hotel is one of the few hotels the U.S. government allows Americans to legally stay in. And he, in response to the subpoena, he replied to another account mentioning the hotel stuff, saying, we stayed at the right hotel, by the way. The government got duped by a effing viral Twitter post. I'm losing my mind.
Yep. Well, I mean, wouldn't be the first time the U.S. government was duped by a viral meme. I mean, they're literally constantly shitposting. Right? They are constantly shitposting. I'm sorry, actually, I'm not done with this. Hold on, we gotta finish this. But like, they're constantly shitposting stuff just ad nauseum. We just got done with talking about how the Trump, Donald Trump, like social accounts are just endlessly posting. Right? They're not verifying shit. And the government is behaving in the exact same way, right? Like we've seen it with all sorts of examples, right? Like Letitia James, Jerome Powell, like James Comey, like all of these like political prosecutions all fall apart. They're just doing it by barrage. Right, in an attempt to silence people, but none of these things ever fucking stick because they don't have anything. It's incredible. Like they get the most incompetent prosecutors to go after people for like non-existent charges on zero evidence, and or just the most like not like 8647 was basically their evidence for James Comey. It was four numbers and a fucking photo. There's a bunch of shells on the beach. They tried to indict a guy, the former director of the FBI, for a photo of a beach, right? Like, I mean, it's nonsense. Oh wait, I keep doing this. We gotta look. God damn it!
Losing my mind. So this gets us to this very interesting wrinkle in this whole story. This right-wing loser, Nick Shirley, went to Cuba as well. And he stayed at a hotel that he was not supposed to stay in. Now, is he being subpoenaed? Not as far as I know. But as Blake Burge writes, Nick Shirley is violating the Office of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Asset Control regulations in this video by staying in the Hotel Nacional de Cuba, which is on the U.S. State Department's Cuba Prohibited Accommodations list. Nick Shirley admitted this to himself to news outlets, saying he was unaware that he and his team were staying at a hotel operated by the Cuban government, the type of accommodation the U.S. citizens are generally prohibited from using under federal restrictions. Going on to say a member of his team arranged the booking and that the website they used was the only option they found. This absolute loser, in a bid to try and get attention on himself. Again, this guy's not delivering humanitarian aid to Cuba. He's there to try and discuss how scary Cuba is. Nick Shirley describes almost being held hostage in Cuba. Dangerous situation. Absolute fucking loser. Stayed at a hotel that he is legally not allowed to stay in. He should be subpoenaed. Here is the Cuba Prohibited Accommodations list. They stayed at this hotel that is on the prohibited list.
Hotel Nacional de Cuba.
He's not being targeted because he's a right-wing clown. So this gets us to maybe why Hasan's being targeted now, though it would be a quick turnaround, I suppose. But he had on Ashley St. Clair.
Do you really think this is about the hotel that he stayed in? I think it's part of it. I don't think it's not the whole claim coming from the U.S. government. We're going to get into the whole claim from the U.S. government in a second, so hold your britches there, Glass.
Who had, that was once a right-wing influencer, had Elon Musk's baby and has since done a full reversal, is now calling out the right wing and discussing a lot of the secrets and how they operate. But during that stream, this is one of the clips that came out of it.
Right? Like Trump cares about the physical appearance.
I don't know. Have you seen Mar-a-Lago?
No,
It's
but,
like a very
but in
specific
Trump's
brand.
inner circle, like if you look at some of the people that he hires, like he either hires for loyalty or he does care about like the way that people around him are perceived, like their physical appearances.
Yes, that would be accurate.
And Laura Loomer is hard to look at. Why do you think he fucking hates his sons? I think it's literally because they're ugly as shit. They're losers, but also they're ugly as shit. And I think
I mean, this would be the pettiest reason for them to go after him, I think. But it's pretty clear they just want a reason. Like, right? Like, the media has been trying to vilify Hasan for quite some time. Yeah. Like, we all agree. Like, how many hit pieces on Hasan has the mainstream media done? On a Twitch streamer, right? Like, where are the hit pieces on, I don't know, Trainwrecks and XQC and fucking Asmongold, right? Why just Hasan? You know, like where it's an inch, but we've seen them, right? Whether it's CNN or Fox News, there's been like half a dozen of them in the last month or a couple months. All right, hold on. I just want to go to the end of this clip to some of the tweets from Hasan and Medea Benjamin.
It's just insane. Medea Benjamin here with her reaction as well, saying taking medical supplies to pediatric hospitals in Cuba is now a crime. Saving the lives of babies is a crime. This administration is beyond grotesque. It really does speak for itself. Like, it's why.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to go back to the Hasan tweet. The American government would rather try to criminalize delivering aid to a country we've starved than punish the Epstein class.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yep. Hasan's 100% right about that one. Much more. It's much easier to go after Hasan Piker, a Twitch streamer, than the billionaire Epstein class. But you know who was thrilled by all of this? By this revelation? Oh, I'll tell you who was thrilled. Actually, maybe we should do one. We'll do one more, and then we'll go to these fucking morons. Okay, yeah, actually, yeah. You know what? Screw it. Yeah. Let's go here first. Let's go to Kyle Kalinske.
So the fascist, terrorist, imperialist, bloodthirsty death cult of MAGA and the Trump regime, they are now openly targeting political opponents in the most disgusting way imaginable. So look at this. Federal officials have allegedly subpoenaed Hasan Piker and Code Pink's Medea Benjamin over aid mission to Cuba. The Treasury Department has targeted the pair as part of an investigation into whether activists violated U.S. sanctions in delivering medicine and medical equipment to Cuba. So here's one of the problems with this. They didn't actually violate sanctions. In fact, they go out of their way and they bend over backwards to make sure they're abiding by all of the rules, all the laws, all the regulations. In fact, as Hasan himself pointed out, this appears to be the case that Fox News or the Trump regime, or both, fell for a viral post that claimed that Hasan was staying at a hotel which is not on the U.S. government approved list, which means he's, economically benefiting the regime in Cuba, and therefore it's a crime, and therefore he can be charged. There was some viral right-wing slop post that claimed that. Meanwhile, it's totally untrue, completely and utterly made up. They followed the rules, followed the regulations, went to the approved list of hotels, went, down the path that they're supposed to go down. Meanwhile, there is somebody who actually did violate U.S. law in going to.
Yeah, we already talked about Nick Shirley And actually, Hasan got like he like doubled down. Like he got like a journalistic, like a press pass from the Cuban government. So he was there as a journalist.
charges against you. And of course, the fucking irony of all of this is Trump never shut the fuck up about the political persecution of Biden and the Democrats going after me and all the January 6ers and shit. And it's like, no, you idiot. They went after you because you're actually a criminal. You're charged with 91 crimes. You're a 34-time convicted felon. You actually committed multiple crimes. You found liable in a civil court for tax fraud and insurance fraud and business fraud. You are a career criminal. There's no doubt about it. The January 6ers, how many of them are fucking pedophiles? How many of them are rapists? How many of them are murderers? How many of them assaulted cops? Like, no, it's actually upholding the law to go after you idiots. And if Biden's Justice Department, if it was so fucking biased and they were politically persecuting everybody, why is it they went after fucking Bob Menendez? Why is it they let charges go against Hunter Biden? Why is it they went after multiple Democrats? It turns out there was no political persecution, except you guys. You're the ones doing the political persecution. I wouldn't want to be Letitia James. I wouldn't want to be James Comey. I wouldn't want to be Fonnie Willis. I wouldn't want to be any of these people who actually did their fucking job, Jack Smith, and like, we're trying to hold Trump accountable, and now he's like, well, I'm going to make your life a living hell in a fucking mafia boss kind of way just because you inconvenienced me. Like, get the fuck out of here. So understand something. Why would they target Hasan Piker? Because Hasan Piker is everything they hate and everything they can't control and everything they're scared of. Hasan Piker, he's out there fighting for Medicare for all. He's out there fighting for free college. He's out there fighting for a living wage. He's out there fighting against Israel. Okay? He's out there fighting against the Epstein class who controls the Trump regime.
And
they can't have that. Especially since now he's gaining national prominence, especially since now he's endorsing Democratic candidates, and when he does that, those Democratic candidates are going up 10 points, like Abdul El-Sayed, right? So if anything, this is going to backfire. This is going to make Hasan a bigger figure. He becomes a national figure. He becomes more known. He becomes more loved by the Democratic voting base. Because the Democratic voters already love Hasan for what he stands for if they know him, right? They know him as the tax the rich guy. They know him as the universal health care guy. They know him as the anti-genocide guy. Now, he's also being persecuted by the fat, pedophile, imperialist, rapist, con man president. War criminal, like fucking asshole. Now, all of them are going to go, oh, well, I'm definitely on this guy's side. Again, Medea Benjamin, same thing. We love Medea Benjamin. We love Code Pink. Exact same fucking thing. This just makes them more prominent, more well-known. If you wanted to find a way to get normie Democrats to support Hasan, you couldn't have come up with a better plan.
Yeah, that's the thing I was thinking myself, right? Is that you subpoena Hasan Piker and you put him once again like in the news now as a target by Donald Trump himself, forcing people to take a side, essentially, because there's been this like internal war, like, you know, between sort of neolibs and leftists in amongst, you know, the Democrat space, if you will. And now it's like, oh, wait, well, so who do you support? The guy who's getting attacked by the Trump administration or Donald Trump? Because they've been trying to get people to take a side, right? Like Jake Tapper did a story, did like a hit piece. Who else did one? There was like Dana Bash, I think. Like multiple CNN journalists did like, let's talk about how bad Hasan Piker is for America segments. And it's just been over and over and over again with this. And you know, it wasn't working that well to begin with. Then you add this in, you know, it's like, oh, okay. It really, I think it does force people to draw the line. But like, I don't know if it's going to rise to this. But if you subpoena Hasan to come to fucking Congress right now, to like speak, you're gonna give him a platform, like a national platform, essentially, right? Like if you subpoena, if you get Hasan to testify in Congress, you're giving him a national platform, which I totally support. Do it, go for it. It'll be like you know. It'll be like a Hasan. It'd be like a live IRL Hasan stream, right?
Normie Democratic.
Although I hate to say, I don't know if they'll let him bring chat in with him. That'll be sad for everyone. That'll be real sad. You know, like I don't think they'll let him like set up his phone. Maybe they will. I don't know.
Now will love this man. Now this man could fucking run for a high office and win. That's what you need to understand. So massive, massive miscalculation. Like I said, it is possible that Fox News fell into fell for a viral tweet that's a lie and ran with this, and there wasn't plans to go after Hasan. But my guess is that now the fact that they actually did that, you will see the Trump regime try to scramble to catch up to do something like this. But of course, there's zero.
It's like, here's the thing. People like Hasan, they've been watching what the Trump administration's been doing with testimony, right? Like Pam Bondi comes in and just refuses to answer questions and yells around, just yelling about the fucking Dow. And it's like, so you have people who actually know how to message, the ability to just like grandstand. Like they're probably going to do it.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
I would love to see it. I gotta say, get Hasan in there. I think it's ridiculous. I mean, the reason why they want him there is ridiculous. The premise of it itself is absurd. But I just think it would be quite an opportunity. They've already gone this far. Might as well just, right? Like, you're gonna subpoena them for information. Might as well just bring them in. Just bring them into Congress. Let them explain why they were in Cuba. You know? But some people, they are thrilled. It's not just the Twitter stance. It's not just the X-Files. It's also, well, I guess these guys are heavily on Twitter, but I'm of course talking about Patrick Bet Davidson.
You're about to be value-tamed.
Are you not entertained?
Out of nowhere, we get a story. Streamer, young streamer, very talented, very capable, good communicator, knows how to rally the youth, but not necessarily towards the positive. Eventually,
it's not towards the positive.
This is what happened.
Oh no, Hasan, he's rallying the youth, and it's not towards necessarily the positive. Oh no. Oh God.
You're hurting the kids.
That's a disaster.
Streamer, let me just read the story. Vinny, I'm going to come to you. What page is this one on, Rob? With Hasan Piker?
Rob, what page?
That's
hey, Rob.
page 13.
Rob, hey, Rob, what page is that? I love how people, he's like, this is a serious story, everybody. Serious news story. Please, I need your undivided attention. Hey, Rob, what page is it on again? 13? Okay, Rob, thank you. Thanks, Rob. Great job, Rob.
Let me go to page
13. Let me go to page 13. Come on, hold on 1 second. Let me find page 13.
He's not getting indicted.
Let me see.
The FBI came knocking,
page
right?
4.
Is that what happened here?
Is 13?
Yeah, federal subpoena Hasan Piker, Media Benjamin over Cuba trips. Subpoena political streamer Hasan Piker and Code Pink co-founder Media Benjamin as part of the broader investigation into whether American activists violated U.S. sanctions law while supporting Cuban Communist government. The Treasury Department Office of Foreign Assets Control requested.
Yes. Here, I'm going to read, before we get to this, because he's just reading, I'm going to skip ahead on this. We don't actually need this part. I'll read it for you, so you don't have to listen to PBD quite as much. I'll spare you that. So here's yahoo.com. Why the U.S. Treasury OFAC is investigating. The Office of Foreign Assets Control administers and enforces U.S. economic sanctions programs, including the long-standing Cuba embargo. The investigation centers on whether the convoy participants violated sanctions law through the financing of travel coordination of logistics or delivery of goods to Cuba, including any contact with Cuban government entities or personnel. A subpoena from OFAC is an administrative action, not a criminal indictment, but it compels the recipient to provide records and information to investigators. So it's not they haven't been charged with a crime. Okay, they are just being subpoenaed for information. The government just wants to know more. Look at Vinny. Look how excited Vinny is. Oh my God. Angry Patriot hat, valuetainment shirt, 7 different PBD themed stickers on his laptop. He is pumped. He is pumped. Look at this guy.
This revolutionary, and Hasan Piker, your Che Guevara, who's constantly bashing America, constantly crapping on capitalism, talking about imperialism, privilege, oppression, all that, how horrible this country is. Meanwhile, he's a multi-millionaire celebrity inside the very system that he claims to hate. And
Hasan Piker has
the federal government.
Hasan Piker has multiple millions of dollars, which makes him, what, a hypocrite? I love how they want to play the hypocrisy games, right? Like, it's wild. Like, it is fucking wild they want to play the hypocrisy games during the Trump administration. That is such a fraught, minefield for right-wingers to engage in. Like, where do we want to start? Operation Epstein Fury? Like, we can start from the most recent news, like Operation Epstein Fury. Want to talk about hypocrisy? What was he again? Trump, the anti-war president? He's like, oh, Hasan Piker has literal multi-millions of dollars. It's like, yeah, he's the most popular streamer on the internet. How much money are you guys making? What are you talking about? He's not, you're not allowed to make money inside of a capitalist system. That's what it is. It's like, if you critique the system, you're not allowed to benefit from it whatsoever. I see. Right. That's weird because, of course, Republicans are constantly critiquing the federal government about all sorts of stuff, and yet they're directly benefiting as a result of having a conservative president in office who's hosting, like, random soirees and things, giving his own friends multi-millions of dollars. Like the pool guy, right? The Mar-a-Lago pool guy getting a $17 million deal to do the Lincoln reflecting pool, right? Like, do we really want to play this game, Vinny? You want to talk about fucking hypocrisy and having money in a system? Like, what kind of self-enrichment is okay, right? And what kind is wrong? That's what I would love to be able to discuss with Vinny. That'd be great.
Applies a little bit of pressure. He shows his true colors, and you know what it is? He ain't about that life. All right, Rob, if you want to play that part of him, he's like look how shook he is. Go ahead.
Oh
I'm
no!
not gonna lie to you guys.
Oh God, Hasan is shook. Brace yourselves, everybody. Oh God, prepare yourself.
It's not great.
Oh no.
The news is not great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's bullshit.
Oh, of course.
But still
Shook.
not great.
Shook.
That
I love how he just says shook. I would love to see Hasan and Vinny fight. Like Hasan, let's be real, right? Those are fighting words, right? Like, if you said that to somebody's face, you're like, shook, you shook. Like, that's you trying to start a fight. I would love to see Vinny do that. He's like a foot shorter than Hasan. He's like 5'4", Hasan's 6'4". Like, I would just love to see that. Like, his little tomato head would pop. Like, Hasan, like lifts Vinny with one arm. You shook, Hasan. You shook. Oh, come on, Hasan. Oh, come on, Hasan. Oh, you shook. You talking about this thing. Oh, you shook, Hasan.
They're after your boy. They're up my ass.
Yeah. That's like a
And
revolutionary.
I'll obviously get into it right now.
Watch. See.
I'll tell you all about it, but let me blast off real quick.
Watch this. Does he say free me here? Free me.
We will free you, brother. Yeah, free me. Free me.
Okay.
Vinny has Wolverine vibes. That's fair, but I don't think he has a skeleton made of vanadium or whatever it is, right? Like, I think he has like a normal human skeleton. And I'm not aware of him being like a prize fighter or like a, you know, some sort of like world-class athlete. Maybe he is. And I'm unaware of that. I mean, Hasan's in pretty good shape. He's not just large. He's in good shape, right? And they do have weight classes in MMA for a reason, right? Like, size does play a factor somewhat in a fight, right? Like, anyone who is a fighter will agree that that's, in fact, a factor. And since Vinny isn't actually the Wolverine from X-Men, and he's just a human man, I do think that Hasan could probably whoop his ass. Like, it's more likely Hasan would win in a fight than Vinny would, probably, in that scenario. I'm just saying. I'd be interested. I mean, he's over here talking about how shook Hasan is. I'm just wondering how shook he would be if he had to stand, you know, toe-to-toe with Hasan in the ring. It would be interesting. Because he's like, these guys, these PvD guys, they try to play like they're tough guys. You know, oh, we're tough. We're tough over here. We talk around this table in the bank or wherever this is. Now, what happened to the bank? Did they get kicked out of the bank? Have you noticed that? Where's the... Are they on the other side? Where's the... Like, what are these guys? What's the fucking deal? Why do they need a wall full of hats? You know? Oh, we're real tough guys. We got a wall full of hats. You shook, Hasan. You shook.
So, by the way, Rob, no revolutionary speech, Pat. No rally cry. No stand firm on principle. Just free me, free me. I can't believe I'm saying that. That's because... he's not a revolutionary, okay? He's a champagne socialist.
You don't know what I'm talking about, Asaxia? The bank. They used to do the podcast from inside of a bank vault. You know, because PBD, like, loves being surrounded by money or whatever it is. They literally, the old show was like, what happened to the bank vault? What is this? We get kicked out of the bank.
Who loves, like, the aesthetic of a revolution. Like, it sounds good, it's alluring, it's hot, it's sexy, right? But he likes that way more than the actual revolution itself, okay? Che Guevara is probably rolling in his grave right now. Pat, mind you guys, let me remind you guys who Hasan Piker is. This guy said America deserved 9/11. He's doubled down, he's tripled down on it. He's talking about all the wars we do, we deserve.
Oh my God, dude. People will not give up on this one. Hasan says 9/11 was good. He did not say that 9/11 was good, okay? It's fucking wild that anybody is still sticking with this. But you know, if you don't know anything about the
WSNT_me gifted 2 subscriptions to the community.
Wasn't me. Thank you for the gifted subs. Much appreciated. I think it was you. Lady B Miniatures and Pimplin Fresh, the recipients of that generosity. But like, this is such a played out fucking claim, and Hasan was just saying in that clip that's just been like filtered through all of the right-wing media sphere. It's basically just Hasan saying, look, the United States has done a lot of fucked up shit over there in the Middle East and in this particular like situation, there's not enough insight on what might have led to the situation. Not that anyone literally deserved to die, right? Like, Hasan's not saying, oh, all those Americans who died in 9/11, they deserved it. No. He's talking about the actions of the U.S. government, right? And there being some sort of consequences for the actions of the U.S. government. Which I think, if you're just a fucking realist, you have to accept the fact that there are consequences for actions, right? Doesn't mean that that was a good thing. It just is just Hasan attempting to provide, like, and people have just taken that clip out of context like 1,000 times, and it's wild to me. It is fucking wild. Goddamn, Hype Train just got started on Twitch. Okay. That was the delayed Hype Train. Did somebody just do like a secret dono that I didn't see or something? It's very confusing. I'll take it anyway. Hype Train. Let's do it. All right, we're gonna move on. They're having an emotional breakdown over here on PBD. Vinny's very worked up about 9/11 for a while here. Tom says this was a long time coming. Then they go to Adam. Let's see what Adam's got to say.
He's a bigot. He is racist. You can say all of that you want. But when you threaten someone's life, that's a whole different story. And he's done that. He's done that. He made it clear what he's saying. And we say, hey, 9
subscriptions to the community.
Goddamn, Omega Star. 5 gifted subs. That's a lot of subs. That's a lot of subs. Basement Jeff. Living Dead. It's Mouse Rat. Asaxia. And Patient Static. All receiving sweet, sweet gifted subs from Omega Star. Incredible generosity. We just hit level 3 Hype Train, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
What did he say? America
He said we deserve 9/11. That means all the Americans that died, we deserve.
But
everyone.
by the way, even that, you're freed under freedom of speech.
Oh, he can
you're
say it all
protected
day.
by
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
It's when you go for someone's life. Now, if they pull up the text messages and he got paid from that communist or he got paid from Cuba or somebody funneled money to him, it's a wrap for this guy.
Good.
Something's going to go down with this guy. Adam, your thoughts?
Well, show me your friends and show me your future. Look who he is. Look who he associates with. To me, I've never watched 1 second of Hasan Piker. I think one time
By the way, do you notice his chair is shaking violently as he speaks? What's up with that?
It's with. To me, I've
Look at
never
it.
watched 1 second
Look
of
at that
Hasan
thing
Piker.
go.
I think one time you debated him on Pierce.
Yeah, we were on Pierce,
Okay,
and I went in on.
Not a fan. I'm just gonna say that. But there's a lot of people that are, and you've said this before, Pat. You go down this path of this progressive Islamist, Marxist, communist, flirting with this, you'll lose 10, 20, 50 years of your life being.
What was that again? Progressive, Islamist, Marxist, communist, something with this? I don't know. What the fuck was that? Islamist. Wow, dude. That's just wildly fucking racist, Adam. It's just wildly racist, buddy. When has Hasan ever...
WSNT_me just cheered 1,000 bits.
Wasn't me. 1,000 bits donated by definitely you. Incredibly generous. We're almost to a level 4 hype train. It's getting serious over here. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. No, this is wildly fucking racist to claim that Hasan is Islamist. He is a Muslim. He's never advocated for a single,
From the6 gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Goddamn, I can barely get the sentence out because people are being so goddamn generous. CJ from the 6 with 5 gifted subs to the community. Vintage checkbook. Sauce of the Sears. Oh, the sauce tossers. Sauce tossers. Clo. And boom. Pun. So incredibly generous, all of you. We just hit level 4 hype train. We're making...
WSNT_me gifted 2 subscriptions to the community.
Wow. What? This is ridiculous. We just completed the galactic content goal. That's what that is. We just completed it. Hour and a half into the stream. That's wild.
This is ridiculous.
But somehow not as wild as the wildly racist comments of Adam Sosnick, or whatever his fucking name is, over here on the PBD pod. I mean, Hasan has never one time, not a single time, has he ever advocated for, like, Islamic rule in the United States, like Sharia law, right? Like, he does not, you know, like, he's not, like, he barely talks about his Muslim identity. He only brings it up because people are annoying as shit about it.
Columbiarican _9505 just cheered 200 bits. For the hype train. Choo choo.
Choo choo. Thank you, Columbia Rican. That hype train is flying. Level 5 right now. We haven't seen a level 5 in quite some time. It's quite impressive. Anyway, my point is that, you know, for Adam to come out here and claim that Hasan is Islamist, right, is just wild. Like, it's just wildly racist. I'm still like this right here, this kind of thing is allowed on YouTube. Not only is it allowed, it remains monetized while we remain demonetized. Right? This is high effort content, apparently, according to YouTube. Claiming someone is an Islamist, it's more high effort than what I fucking do. Okay. Okay, if you say so, YouTube. I guess that makes sense. Just referring to Muslims as Islamists, I guess that's fine. Okay. Thanks, PBD, for the valuetainment.
Are you not entertained?
Paul Bet Davidson.
All right, to a more sensible place. Talk about this a little bit more. I guess we know what to expect from the right. Islamist Hasan deserves this for being a communist supporter of Sharia law, apparently.
A communist.
They're not coming after me. They're coming after you. I'm just standing in the way.
Well, it's official. The Trump regime is coming after Hasan Piker. And I've said before that Hasan is basically the canary in the coal mine because when they come for him, it's a sign that they're going to come for the rest of us next. And here we are.
Wait.
Now, on a completely unrelated note, I just want to say, Mr. President.
We can't do that. Sorry, Mike. Please hold. We can't do this without the little celebration. We did it, Space Fams. We completed the galactic content goal, which means that we are going to get the whole stream that I have planned for you this evening. So buckle up. Bask in the glory for one more moment. We're going to get right back to the content. All right, Mike Figueredo, take 2. The Humanist Report.
They're not coming after me. They're coming after you. I'm just standing in the way.
Well, it's official. The Trump regime is coming after Hasan Piker. And I've said before that Hasan is basically the canary in the coal mine because when they come for him, it's a sign that they're going to come for the rest of us next. And here we are. Now, on a completely unrelated note, I just want to say, Mr. President, if you're watching, you're glowing, sir. Did you get a new tie?
Oh.
Did you lose weight? Your neck pussy looks nice and tight. Are you using a different shade of orange? It fits you.
I
sir.
did
just wanna get
everything
that on the
right.
record. Now, on a serious note, I just got to say, I can't help but laugh because the situation is so bleak, so hopeless that what can you do but laugh, right? It feels like we are in the first line from Martin Niemöller's poem. First they came for the communists, and some people are choosing to say nothing, but thankfully some are actually choosing to speak up, although the problem is that they're speaking up to gloat. And no, I'm not just talking about conservatives, I'm talking about liberals as well, because the pro-Kamala personality cult on Twitter, collectively referred to as the K-Hive, thought that it was downright hilarious.
I don't give a fuck. I'm sure Kamala would have done the same thing. I'm sure she would have subpoenaed your former fat ass too.
Yeah, and Jasmine Crockett was also...
Former Fed ass? What does that even mean? Former Fed? Hasan's a former Fed? What is it? When? When was he a former Fed? At what point? During the Biden administration? When Kamala kept him out of the DNC? That's such a weird claim to make. Oh, Hasan, he's a Fed. You see, it's like the long game. It's the long game. They knew back in whatever it was, 2019. Oh, we gotta get Hasan in a feud with his uncle. And have him start streaming during a pandemic. Right? Like all these things have to line up, and the CIA, they did it. They did it. All the breadcrumbs led us here. Like what a claim. Hasan, former Fed ass. Come on now. What are you talking about?
Could you drum up? Done the same thing. I'm sure she would have subpoenaed your former fat ass too.
Yeah, and Jasmine Crockett was
right.
also boosting K-Hive accounts celebrating this news, which is embarrassing because they could just as easily come after her as well. But I mean, I guess that fascist persecution is a proper punishment.
Wait, you think he's calling him a former fat ass? I can't tell. He's got like a southern accent. You think he's calling him Hasan a former fat ass? When was the last time he was fat, though? Like 20 years ago or something? Like, he's been in shape for a really long time. Like, back when he was making appearances on TYT, he was in good shape, right? He was working out back then. And he was making appearances on TYT quite a long time ago, right? Like, well over 10 years ago, he started making appearances on TYT, right? Am I wrong? Am I timing on this? He was in perfectly good shape. So like this guy's going, you're telling me he's going back like 20 years to call Hasan fat? I gotta hear that again. It doesn't sound like, is that what he's calling him? Fat?
Hilarious.
Subpoenaed your former fat ass too.
Maybe he is saying fat. Maybe you're right. I'm just thinking, I thought he was saying, you're right. I think he is calling him a fat ass. What the, wait. What? What a weird thing to come at Hasan for when he's clearly not fat anymore. It's like making fun of him for progress. It's like, you stupid, formerly poor person who is now well off. Like, you know what I mean? It's like I'm trying to think, because there's not a lot of examples of like billionaires who were once like dirt poor. But I'm just trying to think of one real quick. Oh, my brain is broken. Who used to be dirt? It's honestly almost zero of them, I think. Well, actually, it's like I'm trying to remember, what was Beyonce? What was her upbringing? I know Jay-Z, but technically Beyonce is worth more than he is. But it's like basically like making fun of Jay-Z for being poor once, right? Like, cause he's nearly a billionaire. Like he's worth like a half a billion, right? Like, it's like making fun of Jay-Z for being once poor. It's like, yeah, but now I'm living much better than you, right? It's like you're making fun of a dude who looks way better than you now, right? Like, like you look like a beanpole. Hasan looks like he's gonna play Superman next year. Like honestly, you're just like, great job, Hasan. Like I honestly, it wasn't even like something. I didn't even know he was fat ever. Like this is the thing. It's like I literally had no idea that he was once fat.
And Jasmine Crockett was also boosting K-Hive accounts celebrating this news, which is embarrassing because they could just as easily come after her as well. But I mean, I guess that fascist persecution is a proper punishment for not being loyal enough to liberal politicians. But I can't stress this enough. The fascists are doing this to send a message to all of us, liberals too, because they view everyone to their left as Marxist communists. We're all going into the same gulag, which is why it's never a good idea to applaud authoritarian crackdowns, because it's only a matter of time before they come for you next. In fact, last September, journalist Ken Klippenstein reported about the National Security Memorandum signed by Donald Trump, known as NSPM 7, which directed the U.S. national security apparatus to treat virtually all of Donald Trump's political opponents as potential terrorists, including supposed extremists on social issues related to race and gender. And in the latest White House counterterrorism strategy, they name-dropped radically pro-transgender Americans along with anarchists and Antifa, and ended by threatening to find and kill all of them. So when fascists are this open about their intentions, you'd think that Americans on the receiving end of potential political persecution would have at least a little bit of solidarity, even if they disagree on certain things, but I guess that's too much to ask.
Yeah. Yeah. Mike, you're right. That is too much. Oh, I should end the biddy goal. I just remembered. Unlike with the old YouTube goals, which we no longer have. We gotta end both goals when we complete them on Twitch. I'm actually quite impressed, everybody, by how quickly we completed that galactic content goal tonight. Took us less than an hour and a half. Really, less than 30 minutes, because usually the galactic content goals start an hour in. Right? Like, and that's how we've always counted them. Bits. And the goal. There we go. Okay, that's where I'm gonna end it with Mike, and go directly to the source, Mr. Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
More puppy treats. Boy, Leica's living the life.
This is very clearly a First Amendment violation, and I don't know if this is the one that breaks the dam, where they just like try to figure out trumped up charges to like actively prosecute people who've done nothing wrong, mind you, because it's an intimidation operation. It's not a serious investigation into misconduct or anything. It's just a way to prod and intimidate. Famously, fascists always stop at the edge cases. We'll get to, obviously, the elephant in the room that I will be addressing. But that's what I spent my morning doing, and I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's not great. The news is not great, okay? I mean, it's bullshit, but still not great that, you know, they're after your boy. They're up my ass. And I'll obviously get into it right now. I'll tell you all about it, but let me blast off real quick. We will free you, brother. Yeah, free me. Free me. Free me. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I'm you know, I'm about to be seemingly made an example of in America. I wouldn't even say creep towards fascism. America's galloping towards.
Now, they cut it off before Hasan started talking about fascism. But that's the clip that PBD Boys just played. The claim that this is Hasan. He shook. Hasan, you shook. He doesn't sound shook. He sounds disappointed that this is the place that he lives in. I don't think Hasan is scared. I don't think Hasan thinks that he's committed any crimes. I think Hasan knows that he's not going to actually be convicted for any crimes, right? This is a political investigation. It's a witch hunt. A word that some will probably be familiar with.
Fascism. But we shall see. Great timing. The timing since the interview yesterday is crazy, though. Yeah, I saw a lot of like weird suspicions that, you know, oh, this is because of Elon Musk. Guys, that's not how this works, okay?
Yeah.
The federal government doesn't.
Saying.
Yeah, if the federal government can do things at the mercy of billionaires like Elon Musk could have made a boss call at some point, but getting a subpoena from the federal government, that takes time. It's an administrative warrant, not dissimilar to the ones that ICE uses. So there's technically no real authority backing it, from what I understand. But we'll obviously, I haven't gotten anything yet, so I don't know. I don't know anything. But this is a long-term process. So this is not new, if that makes sense. If you think that this was like, this happened because of Elon Musk or something, well, no, that's not the case. Right? No, it's not a congressional subpoena. It's from the DOJ and the Treasury. The white boys got you, inshallah. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to get into that right now. We're blasting off. Hope you're lawyered up. Yes, I'll get lawyered up. Don't worry. Trump targets Hasan Piker. Someone wrote a script for you. Yeah, I saw. Hasan is on the stand. Senator Kennedy recounts Dr. Jihad's cussy lesson verbatim. Mr. Piker, do you think somebody making these remarks should be conducting humanitarian aid missions? Hasan smirks and lowers his finger. Fa! Rings out in the congressional hall. Acquitted. Yeah. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. God forbid a white boy get a little motion. Get Legal Eagle on your team. Guys, that's not how this works. I need like I need a team, most likely of First Amendment, like lawyers that are specifically lawyers that are experienced in federal court cases, possibly a lawyer for First Amendment related issues as well, and then also one that is adept and knowledgeable on sanctions and the Treasury and OFAC in particular. So it's not like no disrespect to Legal Eagle, who is a brilliant lawyer, I assume, but very different type of lawyer is necessary in this situation. So do not talk about what's going on before talking to a lawyer. I mean, there's nothing. I have not had anything happen to me yet. Like, technically, nothing has happened to me. It's just Fox News is saying things are happening to me. So, and it's not like there's anything that I've done. But the unfortunate reality here is you don't.
Yeah, so speaking of Fox News, I actually got that clip prepared for this. Here we go. Hold up. No, go theater. Go theater mode. You know you want to. Here's Fox News with the clip on Fox.
The feds are turning up the heat on
motherfucker. What the heck? Why is it cutting off his entire head?
And Code Pink
You're
co-founder
being an
Medea Benjamin
idiot.
over trips to communist Cuba. Federal officials served subpoenas.
I'm gonna slap you.
Violations.
I'm gonna slap you in your stupid face. Slap you right in your stupid, very stupid face. Don't make me do it.
Support for the Cuban regime. The subpoenas
Oh
financial,
my
logistical,
God.
and communication information.
I'm about to lose it. For the love of God and all things holy. Here we go. Take two.
The feds are turning up the heat on anti-American far-left commentator Hasan Piker and Code Pink co-founder Medea Benjamin over trips to communist Cuba. Federal officials served them subpoenas as part of a wider probe into possible violations of U.S. sanctions and support for the Cuban regime. The subpoenas seek financial, logistical, and communication information revolving around the trips. Piker, a self-described socialist with millions of online followers, acknowledges he influenced Trump, writing, quote, "I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's not great. The news is not great, okay? I mean, it's BS, but still not great that, they're after your boy."
Have to do anything for this government to decide that they want to do something with you. Let chat be your lawyer. What is this? You was never Muslim before. You was Shia. That's why you are brainwashed. You was never Muslim before. You was Shia. That's why you're brainwashed. Socialism led people to be poor. Even capitalism. Democracy is a fairy tale lie. Legal Eagle has a huge team of like 200 plus. He's not just one guy. Yeah, I know. I don't. Anyway, the liberals at the politics sub are defending you. Fed subpoena Hasan Piker, Medea Benjamin over Cuba trips. r/politics defending me is crazy. Meanwhile, Tucker Carlson interviewed Putin and did propaganda for him. Interviewed him in Moscow, Lamau, for going to Cuba. Didn't that Shirley fellow also go there? Why isn't he on that list? Yes, but see, Shirley went there to parrot the talking points provided to him by Trump. Nick Shirley thought he went to Cuba, but he just accidentally locked himself in a Miami airport bathroom for 45 minutes. Cuban Americans who like to make claims about government repression in Cuba are celebrating Trump going after Hasan Piker and others who were part of the convoy that delivered aid to Cubans. If you haven't seen their dishonesty yet, you might want to start paying attention. So let's get started. So I'm hit in the face with this text message, or this voicemail rather, from Fox News producer.
You saw a Kaya paparazzi video on Fox? What does that mean? What does that even mean? The Kaya paparazzi video. What does that mean? Like the goddamn news media is stalking a dog?
And it's a little bit alarming. It's a little bit shocking. I'm like, what's going on? Like, what do you? I'm a little bit confused because I'm like, why does Fox News know about something that apparently is going on in my life that I didn't know about? Right?
Yeah.
Eric Garland.
That's a very fair point. Why does Fox News know before Hasan that he's been subpoenaed for information?
OFAC bothers to send you a subpoena, it's not your week. I didn't know what OFAC was until season 2 of Friends and Neighbors on Apple. Just to be clear, it's not like you won the lottery. OFAC, yeah, I know what OFAC is. I'm very familiar with what OFAC is. You want to know why I'm very familiar with what OFAC is? Because we filed OFAC clearances before going to Cuba. I've talked about it extensively, as a matter of fact. Our trip had to be OFAC compliant. This is bullshit. But yeah, the very same reason why Fox News got this story before anyone else, and the very same reason why.
Yeah, it's fascinating that nobody has looked into this enough to realize this. You know, and I didn't listen to this whole thing from Hasan, but I listened to most of it. I just figured I'd let him say most of this stuff, but it's just fascinating. You know, he got the press pass, right? He got the OFAC clearance. He got he doubled down on making sure that he was triple compliant with everything at the 5-star U.S. government approved hotel and all these other things. And they're still all these guys are like, oh, Hasan deserves this. Communist Marxist collaborator with the Cuban government doing this against the will of the U.S. government. To the point that even the U.S. government is now like, oh, you know what? I think the Twitter sphere is right. We better do an investigation.
The suspicions within the subpoena, according to Fox News, are ridiculous, is because this is very clearly another intimidation tactic from the American government. It is a way to silence dissent. It is a way to silence dissent. It's a way to actively tie up activists, dissidents alike. It's a way to try to have a chilling effect on speech. And some people, it seems, some likely and some unlikely people, have been cheering it on. We'll be talking about that in a second as well. You might need Zoran Magic for this one. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, I don't think Zoran Momdani is going to be doing that anytime soon, because I'm not a concerning incident that took place in the New York City region of America. You know what I mean? Highly doubt it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he'll prove me wrong. I don't know. But anyway, so let's get started with the article, I guess. By the way, I said Fox News, federal officials have served subpoenas to Marxist political influencer Hasan Piker and Code Pink co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin as a part of a wider investigation into whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions in supporting Cuba's communist regime, Fox News Digital has learned. Now, very clearly, they leaked this story to Fox News ahead of time because it's an intimidation operation. It's not a serious investigation into serious misconduct or anything. It's just a way to prod and intimidate and tie people up with paperwork in a costly legal battle and basically punish them. It's costly for the government too, by the way, but obviously we are, we're living in a unique, interesting time where the government loves wasting taxpayer dollars, as evidenced by the last thing that Trump did, the $1.776 billion slush fund. The government loves wasting taxpayer dime. In any case, Fed subpoena Hasan Piker, Medea Benjamin over Cuba trips. Investigation part of a broader dragnet involving as many 40 American citizens who joined Marxist convoy to Havana. First on Fox, breaking news. Federal officials have served subpoenas to Marxist political influencer Hasan Piker and co-PIC co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin as a part of a wider investigation into whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions in supporting Cuba's communist regime, Fox News Digital has learned. Piker and Benjamin are among those caught in a federal inquiry into whether activists who traveled to Cuba in March violated U.S. sanctions laws through the financing, coordination, or delivery of goods to Cuba.
Yeah, and I'm just sitting here going through the Office of Foreign Assets Control's website, and there's literally Hasan and this organization got permission from OFAC to do exactly the things that they did, right? Like, hold on. What constitutes humanitarian projects for generally authorized transactions, including travel-related transactions? Section 575 of the CACR contains a general license, which authorizes, subject to conditions, transactions, including travel-related transactions that are related to humanitarian projects in or related to Cuba. These authorized humanitarian projects are medical and health-related projects, construction projects intended to benefit legitimately independent civil society groups, disaster preparedness, relief, and response, historical preservation, environmental projects, projects involving formal or non-formal educational training, within Cuba or off-island, on the following topics: entrepreneurship and business, civil education, journalism, advocacy and organizing, adult literacy or vocational skills, community-based grassroots projects, projects suitable to the development of small-scale private enterprise, projects that are related to agricultural and rural development that promote independent activity, microfinancing projects, except for loans, extension of credit, or other financing prohibited by 31 CFR. Right? And then you go on down here, because Hasan also got a journalistic license. Where is that one? Where is it? This thing's long as fuck, as you can maybe tell. I'm just perusing through and I've lost my place. There's another provision in here directly relating to journalists, and as long as you get the approved licensure that you can do media and all these other sorts of things in here, right? I just can't find it. It's long. There's hundreds and hundreds of points in here, okay? And I'm just speed reading through it. I'll find it.
Potential contacts with the Cuban government personnel or entities on the island. The administrative subpoenas were sent to the pair by the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control. So not only were we OFAC compliant, but I'm also doubly protected because I didn't just go to Cuba on a humanitarian aid trip. I went to Cuba with a journalism visa. So I actually got a press visa from the Cuban government as well. So this is not only an attack against,
You're pretty sure the sanctions override it? The sanctions are on oil. Oil is the oil embargo, right? So, I mean, they didn't bring barrels of oil on the convoy. They brought, like, solar panels.
and people who want to do humanitarian aid work to countries that the United States of America is starving. But beyond that, I was there to interview people. I interviewed regular Cubans and ordinary Cubans in Cuban society. I interviewed doctors, and I also interviewed government officials. And not only is this not illegal, but it's also out there, you know? It's not a secret. If you go to my YouTube page right now, you can see it. It's actually right here. I went to Cuba. This is what I saw. Mini doc. I pretty much filmed everything that I did there, and I put it into this mini doc. Here I am interviewing the foreign minister. This is not illegal. This is actually very legal. So, kind of strange. Also,
no, it's not on everything. It's not on everything. It's on oil. It's on oil, military shit, and I can't remember what the other thing is. I think finance, like providing loans. Right, so like banks aren't allowed to deal with them. You can't sell them oil. You can't sell them military hardware. I think those are the three things under the latest sanctions. I could be wrong. I mean, find me a list and I'll, but I'm just going by what I know.
Also, one of the things
cigars.
that they brought up is really funny. The administrative
cigars. We haven't been allowed to buy Cuban cigars since like the 80s or something.
Is called Request for Information, or RFI, seek financial, logistical, and communications information revolving around the trips the two widely bragged about making to the island nation in March with the delegations of the Nuestra America Convoy, or Our America Convoy, from a global network of communist sympathizers, activists, and influencers who brought supplies to the country's ruling Communist Party of Cuba, according to the sources familiar with the matter. The investigation is part of a broader effort by officials at the Treasury, State, and Justice Departments to curb malign foreign influence operations inside the United States, particularly activities tied to support for political violence, extremist movements, or acts the U.S. government classifies as terrorism. The scrutiny reflects growing concern among federal authorities and lawmakers over whether foreign actors and aligned organizations are attempting to shape American political discourse, mobilize activists, and sow discord and normalize rhetoric that could encourage violence or undermine U.S. national security interests. Ken Klippenstein believes that this is a tie into the NSPM7, the whole counterterrorism initiative that they have. According to the American government, it's actually terrorism to be anti-fascist. It's terrorism to be anti-capitalist. And now I guess it's terrorism to send humanitarian aid, to deliver humanitarian aid to an island nation that we have starved and caused tremendous suffering to. Incredible. So yeah, I mean, what can you say? It's just
inauthentic
pure evil, I guess. According to a Fox News digital investigation, Singham has pumped $278 million into nonprofit groups that have pushed pro-China, pro-Cuba, anti-U.S. narratives and street protests for almost a decade since his marriage in February 2017 to Code Pink co-founder Jody Evans, who's also being investigated for her role in the March trip. Code Pink received $1.3 million from Singham after he married Evans. This is Jody Evans, who I took a photo with. They love this photo for some reason. I don't know why. She's one of the co-founders of Code Pink. She's wonderful. And it's like all of this investigation, at least the high notes, make it seem like they just saw stuff on like New York Post and on Twitter and were like, oh, this must be valid. In mid-March, organizations in the Singham Network, from the Venceremos Brigade to People's Forum, a hub for communist cause in New York City, were leaders of the Nuestra American Convoy, which included an estimated 650 delegates from 33 countries and 120 organizations. The organizations included Democratic Socialists of America, a U.S. nonprofit that promotes Piker as a headline member. By the way, that's so funny. The DSA does not promote me as a headline member, but, we ball. The investigation of the Office of Foreign Assets Control is part of a broader dragnet that includes as many as 40 American citizens who joined foreign nationals, including a controversial Brazil activist, Tiago Avia, who are part of a global network of anti-U.S. Marxist, communist, and socialist. Additional subpoenas are expected. The administrative subpoenas mark a serious escalation by the Trump administration against a far-left, nonprofit activist network that has spent years defending communist regimes from Cuba to China, while presenting its work as humanitarian aid and...
Is he controversial? Because he thinks Palestinians shouldn't be genocided? I mean, even he's got a Wikipedia page. Even on his Wikipedia page, it doesn't say there's any controversies. So what is so controversial about this guy? He's just one of the Gaza Freedom Flotilla activists. He decided to come and do the Cuba Freedom whatever flotilla, whatever we're calling it. This guy, not controversial, just a guy who cares about human lives. I guess maybe in this time, 2026 on Fox News, perhaps that is controversial.
For organizing in solidarity with people oppressed by the imperialist U.S. colonial power. Yeah, because that's what it is. It's literally, it's an anti-war initiative. Code Pink is an anti-war initiative, an anti-war movement that wants to stop American wars. Yeah. Badge of honor means you touched a nerve. In my case, they never actually served the subpoena, and I bet your lawyers can successfully move the quash. Hopefully. There's more, though. The story gets even dumber. As reported, a Fox News digital investigation has...
Look, I'm seeing what you're saying as it relates to this particular clause in the executive order. But here's the problem, right? Here's the problem with what you're saying, right? Because follow me. I see it was a fairly succinct legal argument you're making, but here's the problem. It authorizes the Treasury to extend coverage to any other sector, right? But extend is a present tense verb, right? Or actually, well, like it relates technically to the future, actually, but like in the present tense, you have to do the extension, right? And it wasn't extended publicly that any of us are aware of outside of those three sectors, right? So you can't go back. You can't start a law to target some people that you don't like and then persecute them under that law in this way, right? Like you can't just like arbitrarily charge somebody with a crime after the fact. It'll never hold up. Because how in this case, how could Hasan, right? How could Hasan have known that he was violating some extension to some sector without being notified of it, right? You can't. It's an unreasonable expectation.
45 U.S. nonprofits and activist groups with $1 billion in collective revenues that Justice and Treasury Department officials are investigating as a part of a wider influence campaign by Cuba's communist regime and foreign actors. First of all, Cuba doesn't even have $1 billion. Like, this is why it's insane, but also kind of funny in a weird way whenever people are like, oh, I bet you're getting paid by the Cuban government. Bro, they don't have money. With what money? You think they got money? Are you insane? It's one of those things where I can't tell if people are just like so used to only at advancing causes for monetary reasons, like they just can't possibly fathom the idea that someone would want to genuinely help the Cuban population, genuinely demand that we stop, killing Cubans with our economic terrorism, right? Like what money do they have to give me money? You know what I mean? It's very stupid. Anyway, according to public statements, it's believed that delegation members stayed at a hotel. The U.S. State Department.
Hasan hoards millions? Like a barbarian horde? Syntax error, Bobby. Syntax error. It's the wrong kind of hoard. He's not hoarding millions. He's using, if anything, I've been watching him spend his money to improve the content for his stream, going across America, working with political campaigns, like in person, right? From California all the way to New York. He's out there doing it, right? He's getting involved in political activism in other countries. He's going to China, right? Like
China.
he's not hoarding it. He's reinvesting it in the stream. Why do you object to this?
Put on a Cuba restricted list. Oh, this is what's really funny. This is not a part of the subpoena, I don't think. This journalist is just adding this on. I haven't received a subpoena yet, so I have no idea. But let me tell you why. Because that's not real. We didn't actually stay at the wrong hotel. That was just something that people made up on Twitter, except for an American citizen who recently did violate OFAC and stayed at a hotel that America does not allow American citizens to stay in. It wasn't me, though. It was Nick Shirley. Literally, the hotel that Nick Shirley was in was actually on the state sponsor of terrorism list. Okay? We obviously didn't stay.
Yeah, and it's weird because, you know, the PBD boys watched this show. They clipped this show. We watched a clip over there of Valuetainment, but they didn't mention Nick Shirley one time. Not one time.
One guy, one time.
It's fascinating. It's almost like they're intentionally misleading their audiences.
At a hotel.
Or that they're protecting Nick. You know, it's like there's some sort of like conspiracy to protect Nick Shirley. You know, like why? Why shouldn't they be looking into Nick, who stayed in the wrong hotel, the illegal one? Like, why isn't that something to talk about? Why does Nick need protection? He's a big boy. Maybe 25 years old or something like that. He's a grown man. He's like a multi-millionaire now.
That we obviously didn't stay at a hotel that the American government has made illegal to stay in. Nick Shirley, on the other hand, whether because he's a idiot or because you know, it doesn't really matter what he does because he's basically an agent for the state, did stay in a hotel that was illegal for him to stay in. I personally think it's idiotic. You should be able to stay in whatever hotel you want to, by the way. I think it's a totally ridiculous restriction imposed upon Americans, and Americans only, mind you, right? It's hilarious that the mouth-breathing rightoid accidentally violated U.S. Treasury rules, yet they're targeting the scary Marxists for literally following the law. Yeah. But yeah, if this is the investigation, that's hilarious. This is just like headline chasing. The federal government got clickbaited by Twitter headlines. Yeah. Federal government targeting people because they mobilize activists, sow discord, and normalize rhetoric, as suggested here, would be a blatant violation of the First Amendment. So yeah, not only is this this is very clearly a First Amendment violation, and I don't know if this is the one that breaks the dam, where they just like try to figure out trumped up charges to like actively prosecute people who've done nothing wrong, mind you, but they just do this to finally tackle the First Amendment. I don't know. When's the court date? I don't know anything. I don't know anything because I have not received a subpoena. Okay? I need you to understand something. I have not received a subpoena. I don't know. There is no information that I have received. Wasn't most of what you did? Yes, everything we did in Cuba was cleared with the State Department, or not the State Department, the Treasury. This is also coming from that very same regulatory body. This is coming from the Treasury. Treasury is the one that handles sanctions, ridiculous or not. You have to be personally served. So not only is this bad reporting by Fox News the most basic detail, defamatory, but they're directly outed themselves as collaborators. Guys, of course they're collaborating. What do you mean? Yeah. Yes. The whole point of this is to get this article out there and to basically tell people like, oh, you got some opinions about the Trump administration? Oh, you want to aid the starving children that we are starving? The Trump administration is starving? Well, that's illegal now. Okay, we're going to make that illegal, or at least we're going to try to make that illegal. The whole point of this is to leak this to Fox News ahead of time to start the process of, like, you know, threatening people. U.S. law imposes broad restrictions on financial transactions involving Cuba, primarily through the Cuban Asset Control Regulations, Administrative Office of Foreign Assets Control. Those rules generally prohibit unlicensed travel-related transactions and exports of goods or services to Cuba, with limited exceptions for journalism, humanitarian projects, and educational programs and certain activities meant to support the Cuban people. Again, did they sneak taking these photos of you? Yes. I talked to some people, and I suspect that they got creep shots of me in the morning as Kaya was peeing before I go to the gym. And then they...
This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Oh my god. Well, I don't see this person in the chat. Oh. Well, I just got a sweet donation over on PayPal. No name. I would say the name if they put it in the message. Creatures of Earth and others unite. Indeed. Very generous. I appreciate you.
Got they got creep shots of someone who works with me as well.
Yes, it was you, Orb Rumor. Well, you should say that in the message. Say Orb Rumor. And then I'll know that you want people to know who it was. Otherwise, I'm just going to assume you want it to be anonymous.
Which was really annoying. That means that they just parked outside my house all the way back in January, like months ago, and have just been taking photos of me, which is definitely weird. It's a violation of my privacy, but, it is what it is. Piker, one of the most influential political streamers on Twitch, has built a massive online following with a mix of Marxist politics,
I mean, I gotta say this.
commentary, and inflammatory statements that have repeatedly drawn.
I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't know where he was when he was, but yeah, I know he was. He was in Los Angeles, right? Okay, so I mean, I feel like if he wasn't in Los Angeles, he would have slightly less problems with the paparazzi. But it's Los Angeles. He lives in fucking Hollywood. They're like posted up there. So it is kind of. I'm not saying that he needs to move or anything. I'm just saying it is partly geography related. I'm pretty sure, right? I'm just saying there'd be less fucking photographers looking around for celebrities in a different locality. Like literally any other locality in America, but Hollywood.
Backlash. On March 10th, Piker posted a photo of himself on Instagram with a message, "I'm going to Cuba." In an Instagram post from the trip, Singham's wife, Evans, smiled widely in Havana, wearing a red and white Palestinian scarf, or keffiyeh, around her neck, while standing beside Piker, who looked seriously into the camera. On a live stream this week, Piker said that the Justice Department's indictment of Cuban leader Raul Castro was a sham with no legal standing, designed to create a pretext for escalating U.S. pressure on the island. Piker argued that Trump is acting like a playground bully. By the way, no notes. I cooked on that. Every single thing that I said there is correct. Fox News Digital recently observed Piker outside his Los Angeles home, escorting his dog Kaya outside of the house for a bathroom break early one morning. Kaya, a large breed dog that is a mix of Tibetan Mastiff, Chow Chow, and St. Bernard, has been the beloved subject of an online campaign dubbed Free Kaya over allegations Piker trained Kaya with a shock collar that transmits painful stimuli as a part of behavioral training. At one moment, Piker silently stood over Kaya, gestured with a finger for her to return to the house after relieving herself. Later, Kaya was observed being walked and driven by a woman leaving Piker's home. This is insane, right? By the way,
it is insane.
Once again,
it is a little insane.
Proves many different things that I have been saying conclusively, which is that, Kaya goes on walks while I'm streaming. And it's really funny that people just wouldn't believe me at all. And now there is this, it's in the paper. Okay. I like that they framed it like I was doing something unbelievably sinister. I like that they are framing this as like something sinister where I pointed to the house. Benjamin has made her mark as an activist gadfly who stages media spectacles at congressional hearings, defense industry trade conferences, and the homes of government officials yelling in invectives, chants, and slogans, branding herself as anti-war, but actually running a pattern of messages denouncing the U.S. and uplifting communist and authoritarian regimes of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Chinese Communist Party and the Communist Party of China. Communist Party of Cuba. Fox News Digital recently observed Benjamin outside her colorful home in Washington, D.C. with her partner and fellow activist, T.Gay Berry, who accompanied her on the trip to Havana.
Did I take Leica for a walk today? Yeah. Well, she has like a little doggy treadmill that she uses to stay fit on the space station.
What? Someone also noticed the creep shots disprove that you use a shock collar. It doesn't, guys. This has been discussed a million times over and over and over again. Yes. Not only does Kaya get numerous walks, but yes, she doesn't have a shock collar. It doesn't even matter. You think my haters give a shit? It was never about the truth, okay? Anyway, Piker's been criticized as saying America deserved 9/11, a remark he later said it was poorly phrased, and for past comments about Representative Dan Crenshaw, Navy SEAL veteran who lost an eye in Afghanistan. More recently, critics, including Representative Richie Torres, by the way, shouts out to all the Democrats who are up my ass and have been up my ass, the Israel First Democrats. Thank you. You are giving ample, you're giving ample permission. You're giving ample permission to the fascists that want to take away not just my rights, but your rights as well. So, see you in the camps, I guess. You know? More recently, critics, including Representative Richie Torres, have accused Piker of amplifying anti-Semitic rhetoric after October 7, while Piker has denied anti-Semitism and said his criticism is aimed at Israel, not Jews.
Yeah, because obviously, dude. Like, anybody who says that doesn't listen to Hasan's stream, okay? He's not sitting around here talking like, shit about Jewish people. Okay? Like... And it's just like, and the reason that people do that is because they have accepted the framing that Israel represents all Jews, right? And it's very frustrating that that's where we're at now, but that is effectively what is happening, is that people accept that framing. They've accepted that framing in a way that has subsumed their consciousness and their reality. So if you are criticizing Israelis, you're just criticizing Jewish people. Right? You're just unfairly criticizing, the one, like you also, I'm assuming you also are thinking like, oh, you're criticizing the one democracy in the Middle East, our ally. Like that's the kind of thinking, but that is more pervasive than I think we want to accept. There's a lot of people who think that way. And we gotta somehow break that, because it is wildly bad. It just, not only is it wrong, right? It's inaccurate, but it is bad. Because what it does is it makes all Jewish people on the planet responsible for the actions of Israel, right? And vice versa. And we cannot live in a world where that is the case. The same way that the actions of the government of China do not represent all Chinese people on the planet.
China!
Because that's an inherently racist thing that you would say, yeah, you're right, that's racist. You can't say, to some random Chinese person on the street, like, oh, like, what do you think your government is doing? Like, that guy, or you get what I'm saying here? Like, you can't, like walk up to some, like, random black person on the street and say, hey, like, why aren't you doing more about like what's happening in the DRC or something like that? Or like, like it's just but that's basically what we're living with every day. We're being told that that's actually okay. But in every other context, we would never accept it because it's just blatantly racist. Because of course you wouldn't do that. But in this one context, we are told to subvert our normal expectations in reality. And it leads to bad things.
The daughter of Representative Ilhan.
Because, like, we've talked about this a bunch of times, but the fact is, like, this conflation leads to an increase in anti-Semitism because people accept this reality, and so they look at Israel and they start blaming all Jews for a genocide that's happening in the fucking Middle East that they've got nothing to do with, right? And that's wrong, but it is happening because people are accepting that framing. It is dangerous.
According to sources, with investigators examining whether Omar may have funded her daughter's travel to Cuba, Omar didn't respond to an early request for comment about her daughter's trip. Piker, Benjamin, Singham, Evans, and Code Pink did not respond to requests for comment. Yeah, it's because you literally sent me a request for comment and then immediately published. Not to say that I would probably give Fox News a comment anyway, but according to sources, the Office of Foreign Assets Control is also investigating Code Pink's DC coordinator, Olivia DiNucci, a former Division I basketball star from Emerson College in Boston. Her unassuming girl-next-door persona often gains her entry into coveted spaces, and then she disrupts with loud theatrics. She joined a convoy led by the Brazilian activist Avila. A lot of this, by the way, does still have a lot to do with Israel. It's not just about Cuba, but it's also about Israel as well. Why bother reading someone's comment if you're just going to immediately tell them that it doesn't matter? Wait, what? That's what you're upset about? Like right now? I can't even begin to explain to you how hard you must lock in, my friend. Please. Anyway. Yeah. The Office of Foreign Assets Control can impose civil penalties under a strict liability standard, meaning the government does not have to prove intent. The Justice Department, by contrast, generally must show that a defendant willfully violated the law in a criminal case, often through evidence of concealment, evasion, or knowing participation in prohibited transactions. In a long live stream on Saturday, Piker interviewed another influencer, Ashley St. Clair, about having a baby with billionaire Elon Musk, railed against Trump, defended the communist leaders of Cuba, and Free Associated about other topics in the news, including a shooting outside the White House, decrying the chaos in America. It's terrifying, he said. Good. Our citizens should be fighting for America, not against her.
Jesus Christ.
Sometimes I think people forget you're a real person with real things happening to you. Yes. I've read through all the SEC state exceptions for Cuba travel. The main concern is whether you maintain a schedule consistent with full-time work in journalism, humanitarianism, etc., which you obviously did, and we can see that, given you were live and made a documentary in like 4 days.
Yeah, and I would like to take this opportunity to just remind everybody that I, too, am a real person with real things happening to me on a daily basis, as it turns out.
Yeah. So, just finished watching your Breath of the Wild playthrough. Had no clue you were a political commentator until news on X that you've been subpoenaed. So, you know how you said, once they come for you, that we're cooked? Does this mean we are now, in fact, cooked? We'll see. But the author is a
No, honestly, this is important. Like, in fact, I think there needs to be like a live feed. Hasan needs to start like a, like a live feed, like his front door or something, something like that. Because I mean, if they do actually like try to arrest him for this, because like that would be a fucking insane move. But a lot of people, I feel like, are thinking it right now. Like, are the feds literally going to come for Hasan? Like, he hasn't been criminally indicted. All we know about it is that it's just an administrative subpoena for information. So that would be a drastic escalation. But I would be lying if I wasn't thinking it. Like, that's why I made the thumbnail in the way that I did.
psycho, it seems. Democratic Socialists use the rose in their graphics, branding, and protest signs, symbol of their ideological belief. Let me break it down. Hasan Piker is one of the most prominent members of the Democratic Socialists of America. First of all, not a member. Not an official member, at least. Maybe an honorary one, but not an official one. But fine, whatever. I've long maintained the position that I am, org agnostic, although I love the Democratic Socialists of America the most, for sure. A DSA political candidate, Oliver Larkin, expressed support for Hasan Piker and Medea Benjamin in the face of subpoenas from Treasury Department from their March trip to Cuba in possible violation of sanctions. Cuba is a one-party state, the Communist Party of Cuba, Partido Comunista de Cuba, PCC, the only political party in Cuba, Democratic Socialists of America is a key member of the transnational network backing the Communist Party of Cuba. So do you guys see what's going on here? They're trying to get everyone tied up. Like they're trying.
Yeah, they're playing 6 degrees of Cuba, right? Rather than Kevin Bacon, 6 degrees of Cuba, and seeing how how they can find a way to link people to the Cuban government.
To get every left activism network in this country, all matter of activism, whether it be socialist, whether it be anti-capitalist, all this stuff. What is she said? Hashtag free Kaya. Hello, Hassan the Hun. Surrender your ego and accept one of these offers for a new home for Kaya. You curse her all the time. You're clearly frustrated with Kaya. She isn't a potted plant. Let her live. This is a Fox News reporter, dude. This is the Fox News reporter that wrote this article.
That's wild. Kaya isn't the potted plant. Wow, wow, wow.
That's incredible. That's so crazy. She isn't a potted plant. Let her live as a dog, free to roam, a home, move, run, meander. Hashtag free Kaya. Ironic because her literal reporting, if you can call it that, shows that she is meandering and going on walks and going to parks and shit. It's genuinely insane. She's reposting Octooth.
By the way, the only reason during the streams I have to keep Laika in the helmet is because she would be running around the space station, bumping into things, possibly shutting off the oxygen systems and whatever else you wouldn't believe what sort of buttons are not puppy safe, okay? And I can't keep my eye on her during the stream, right? At all times, 8 hours. It's very difficult. But don't worry, she gets exercise and other sorts of things during non-streaming times. She's living very good life. Better than me, honestly.
Indeed, Hasan Piker is drawn to the attention of federal authorities for possibly aiding and abetting a communist regime. Then he has drawn the ire of dog lovers for allegedly using a shock collar on his cute dog Kaya. It's a public service to draw attention to both issues. It's unbelievable, dude. What a time to be alive, But yeah, to which I said, of course, to this article, I said the American government would rather try to criminalize delivering aid to a country we've starved than punish the Epstein class. Max Blumenthal says, an unintentionally hilarious article by Zionist nutbag Asra Nomani to justify the House GOP's McCarthyite fishing expedition. Among the infractions committed by Hasan Piker and Medea Benjamin are staying in the wrong hotel in Havana and this. To which I replied with, we stayed at the right hotel, by the way. The government got duped by a viral Twitter post. I'm losing my mind. Isn't that crazy? If that's one of the suspicions, that's literally not a thing that happened. It's just not a thing that happened. What is this? Even if this were true, the difference is that Hassan regularly condemns the Armenian genocide while you worms long live for the latifundia days. What? Yeah. All of my sweatiest ops are also having a field day with this, apparently. Okay. Reminder that red shirts and brown shirts going at it is actually super beneficial for libs and democracy, and it would be the stupidest thing in the universe for libs to intervene. To which Cuss says, this is just explicitly, first they came for the communists, by the way. Literally, there is a very famous poem by a German Lutheran pastor that starts with, first they came for the communists, and I did not speak out, for I was not a communist.
Yeah.
Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out, for I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me.
Yeah, that's a shocking. I mean, but the fact is, Destiny, it's got a weird fucking agenda, dude. I don't know what the hell is up with that guy. Actually, you know, I'm gonna let Hasan cook for a little bit longer. This whole thing is wild. Where even is he right now? Hotel? Is he in LA?
They think this is a great opportunity to attack their own personal online internet enemies, one-sided beefs half the time. I think it is perhaps the greatest demonstration that a lot of these guys on the internet are simply led by these cults of personality, which is ironic because they say that about me all the time, but they're just led by cults of personality that don't really care about politics at all, don't really care about organizing at all, don't really care about the things that they ostensibly care about, or the way that they present themselves as caring about certain things like liberal values even. They just have personal vendettas.
Yeah, it's actually pretty sad, the state of affairs that we have, right? All these people are just so focused. I mean, to some degree, that's why I have tried not to focus in on the sort of, you know, ins and outs of the streamer drama. Don't get me wrong, as you all know, there's been times where I've dipped my toe in from time to time, but I can't be like my main focus at all. Because I just think it's not productive to some degree. Like, it gets clicks, and it can be fun to talk about sometimes, especially when it's somebody you don't like. But, like, to what end? To what end? And the fact is, you know, like, we wouldn't, around here, and I know Hasan wouldn't either. Like, I would not celebrate if Donald Trump went after her for Destiny for something like this, right? If he did things like this, you know, or, you know, like, if I'm trying to think of other people who you know, I'm not a big fan of, or like Ethan Klein, if they went after Ethan Klein for doing something like this, right? Although, you get what I'm saying. Generally speaking, we would not be like, yes, the Trump administration is going after a journalist that I disagree with. You know, like, that's not, you know, we wouldn't do that. Because it still represents the dismantling of press freedom. Even if I disagree, I still think that Destiny has the right to do what he does. It's fascinating that he wants to gloat about this. But I'm pretty sure at one point Destiny saw Hasan as like a ally. I don't know when it was, but it was like, you know, it was a while ago, but I think that to some degree he did. And for him to be just like gloating about this, like, just gross. Get a life, pal. Like, is there not bigger things to do? Like, we're dealing with fascism, aren't we? Like, I mean, I don't watch his Destiny stream enough to know what the fuck he talks about at all. Like, I really don't watch his stream. Like, I've seen it in the past. He's like, I've never found him interesting, to be honest. Like, but like, I assume if he's a liberal, he must still have like a lot of complaints about Donald Trump. So why is this okay? Like, that's, to me, I don't understand. Like, why would you focus your energy on this? And like, yeah, it's a weird choice.
And unfortunately, many of their followers also just advance those personal vendettas. And that's what's really interesting, because this is one of those instances. This is a turning point, right? This is a turning point where our rights are all under attack by a fascist administration, by a fascist government. And it's very clear that there are a decent number of self-identifying liberals on the internet that come from these communities, whether it be the Sex Pestiny community or whether it be Bad Empanada as well, who are not really invested in any sort of real political movement or even undermining the Trump agenda, and and not even doing grievance politics necessarily, but just like doing grievance against individual Twitch streamers that they don't like. And it's very strange that their fan base advances those unbelievably selfish desires without even realizing that they're not doing anything remotely political. They're not doing anything remotely political at all. They think they are. They think this is political activism, but all they're doing is advancing the interests of a content creator that they watch, that they're a part of a cult. It's crazy. I'm uncommitted to standing with the podcaster Hasan Piker. He has done more than be lesser evil of the two evils against Trump if he wants to earn my support. First of all, this is an admission that you would vote for Donald Trump over me. Okay? I know you're trying to make a point, a really bad point, regardless. This idea that, like, I deserve to be punished by the Trump administration because you have perceived me engaging in some kind of slight against Kamala Harris when I dared to criticize Kamala Harris's failures in the campaign and warned that she was going to most likely lose, right? And they're all hitting the same line. I'm uncommitted on Hasan getting subpoenaed. He needs to stop acting like he's the lesser of two evils and instead be the good. Remember, these are all liberals.
What does that mean?
These are all liberals who...
The lesser of two evils. Why are they trying to use that language? That's the language the Democrats have been using for so long about themselves in relation to Donald Trump. Right? That has been the, like, literally, like, the point has been made over and over again. You have to vote for the lesser of two evils. Look, you can't vote for Jill Stein, you can't vote for Nader, you can't vote for whoever, right? You got to vote for the liberal establishment candidate. You got to vote for Clinton. You got to vote for Biden. You got to vote for Kamala.
I'm staying in the race.
Vote for the lesser of two evils. That's been the fuck, and now they're being like, Hasan, the lesser of two evils? What does that even mean? First off, he's the most vilified guy. So, like liberals have been vilifying him, and then they're gonna call him the lesser of two evils? That makes him sound good, doesn't it? I mean, technically, it makes him sound better than whatever. I mean, what does that mean? What does that mean? In relation to who? Trump? Because that's literally their selling point. When the midterms come, like when the primaries are done, that's gonna be their go-to line. Right? September, whatever, when the last primary is done, it's gonna be lesser of two evils all day, every day. All right? They're not gonna say it exactly like that, but they're gonna say that over and over and over again. But now they're claiming Hasan's the lesser of two evils? That makes it sound like, wait, so socialism is the lesser of two, okay.
The communist.
It's weird. Is it not weird? Am I the only person who's like, wait, that's sort of the opposite of, I feel like, the message that you want to be extending here.
That's really weird.
It's really weird of you to do that.
Who claim to hate Trump. This is supposed to be their number one thing. The only thing they're supposed to hate is Donald Trump, right? They don't really even care about the policies all that much. As long as a D is doing the same exact kind of policies, they're fine with it, but they hate Donald Trump for, whether it's because of the way Trump moves, the way Trump operates, it doesn't matter. They're supposed to hate Trump, and they can't even do that right, okay? This person says, does Hasan Piker think Kamala Harris would have done the same? Just wondering. To which I responded with, you'd cheer it on the same. You'd cheer it on just the same, big dog. Clearly. I think this proves that the Trump admin are the true agents of liberalism and saviors of centrism that the Democrats have consistently fallen short of being. You need to begin to moderate your radical opinions. Let Trump win again, which is good because he's going after you, but bad because he's mean to the goat Schumer. Yeah.
What?
And so many of these guys are just Israel first, too, which is very strange. Like, even Third Way at least understands that, like, openly cheering this on would be a bad look for them because they're adults. They're adults. They're adult enough to understand that this is a horrifying precedent, right? Meanwhile, you got the ultras to my left on the bad empanada side celebrating this, okay, saying like, oh yeah, Trump administration should actually arrest this person because he's a real Zionist, which Trump,
Right to jail, right away.
The straight up slave of Israel, is not the Zionist in this equation. I am, right, from their perspective.
Huh?
They're trying to justify this that way. So ridiculous.
How do you, where, what?
And then of course
where, how do you even start that argument? I literally cannot imagine a way in which to craft that narrative. Hasan, the real Zionist, not Donald Trump, who received $500 million from what's her face? Oh God, why can't I think of her fucking name? Oh, my brain broke. Everybody knows who I'm talking about. Oh, that's gonna haunt me. Miriam Adelson, God damn it. There we are. Like, I'm just sort of at a loss. Where do you start this argument from? Hasan, the Zionist who's constantly criticizing the state of Israel.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Anti-Trump Sex Pestany is saying, reminder that red shirts and brown shirts going at it is actually super beneficial for libs and democracy, and it would be the stupidest thing in the universe for libs to intervene. Famously, fascists always stop at the edge cases. Famously. Yeah, another. Hasan Piker says Hasan Piker, as he's dragged away by Guantanamo's dragged away to Guantanamo by Trump's secret police. Like, look, yeah, this is amazing. According to public statements, it is believed that the delegation members stayed at a hotel the U.S. State Department has put on a Cuba restricted list as businesses directly tied to the communist government of Cuba, designated as state sponsor of terrorism. We stayed at a legal hotel. This whole thing seems to stem from an erroneous viral tweet. Know who did actually stay at a sanctioned hotel? Nick Shirley. We know because he broadcast from it and told everyone he stayed there. Yeah. Anyway, but all of these like very annoying centrists on the timeline whose only thing that they hate, whose only thing that they supposedly hate is this guy from the Manhattan Institute thinks the subpoena is because of your wads of cash comment. He's been living. Yeah. It's not illegal. It's literally not illegal to bring cash and give and purchase things in Cuban businesses, or even give it straight up on the street if you want to give it out to people. That's literally a normal tourism function. There's a humanitarian purpose.
Yeah, people are not understanding the concept of financing. I think they see the term financing and they assume that's just money. But financing is a very specific term that relates to banking activity, and it's got nothing to do with just giving somebody money, like physical money. It's not financing. That's just trade. It's a transaction.
Beyond it as well. None of this is illegal, guys. I always found it odd that when Hasan got off the plane in Cuba, one of the first people waiting to take a selfie with him was Jody Evans, Neville Roy Singham's wife and CodePink co-founder. I don't know. Maybe because she was one of the people that was on the.
Yeah.
She's a
Why
part
is
of the
that
CodePink
weird?
organization, and CodePink was.
Why is that weird? I find it weird that the person who is involved in planning the trip was there on the trip. These people are fucking morons.
The people that was on the. She's a part of the CodePink organization. And CodePink was also there. Like, they were also, putting, I don't even know the exact details, but they were also part of organizing the trip together. What? I know you usually let the work of rallying the orgs you support, but in case they try to bring you to court, you should definitely consider coordinating with orgs you've been pushing and try to publicly mobilize your community and not only your defense, but use.
What I find interesting as we go through these different things people are saying, it seems to me that the right really doesn't have anything Like, even narrative-wise, they're just cooked. Right? With just the barest amount of investigation, it becomes abundantly clear that what Hasan did was not illegal. And that's all they have, is just claiming that he did something illegal. He's like, oh my God, oh, you know, the PBD boys, they're just like over there flipping out. Oh my God, Hasan, he was, he was in Cuba violating the law. And he said he hates America. Like, they have nothing. They have absolutely nothing. You got people talking about Kaya still. Like, that's what's incredible. Is like, while he's being subpoenaed, you got people still talking about fucking Kaya Gate. Right? Like, that's how cooked the narrative is. Like, they're still rehashing shit from 6 months ago.
An example that the admin is hunting down real.
Hold on, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. It's just fascinating to me. Like, that's how cooked the narrative is. They just don't have anything.
They're ugly as shit. They're losers, but also they're ugly as shit, and I think Trump hates that.
The Trump White House is going after left-wing political influencer and Twitch streamer Hasan Piker, and it is absolutely ridiculous. So in this video, I'm going to break down what happened, speculate maybe why it happened now, discuss the right-wing influencer.
Oh God, I hope Rational National doesn't think that this happened because I had Ashley St. Clair on the broadcast, because this kind of stuff doesn't happen overnight. These 3 Fox News guests say they want Cuba to become a second Israel. Oh, God. It's not just that you're an anti-Zionist. They recognize that Democrats and young people are against Israel, but they see you campaigning with candidates who are anti-Israel and they are winning their races. Yeah, that's what it is.
Dude,
I think that's what is
just
like
really quick.
These guys hate democracy so much, dude.
I would just like to point out, we already have one of those. It's called Puerto Rico. And Republicans don't want, conservatives don't want to give any money to Puerto Rico or any autonomy to Puerto Rico or any, like, you know, like, they're constantly criticizing Puerto Rico, right? They all laughed when that fucking comedian guy, I can't remember his name right now, they claimed it was an island of trash. That's our Caribbean Israel. Okay, it's a U.S. territory. Why would doing it in Cuba be any better? It's ridiculous. It's fucking that's so painfully stupid.
Democracy so much. The democratic wishes of the public can never be met. Okay, the wishes of the majority can never be heard. All right. And they do a very good job of subverting democracy all the time. AIPAC does a very good job at this. They dump tens of millions of dollars. Look at what happened with Thomas Massey.
Exactly. Exactly, Homer. We have Puerto Rico at home. Why are we looking at Cuba? Okay? Is that all set? Is that what I sound like right now? Look, everyone, we have a perfectly good colony. Let's stop looking over at Cuba while we're mismanaging this island that we're repressing. I'm just saying, it's not sensible.
Now, there is a counter to that faucet, that barrage of misinformation that actively subverts the democratic process. Now there is a platform for people who have these sorts of opinions. A platform that is competitive, maybe not as sizable or as vast as the entirety of the mainstream media, but a platform that is capable of reaching out to a lot of young voters and tying those young voters to politicians that actually want to listen to the demands of those young voters, right? That's what the problem is here. It's not even just about Cuba, Okay? It's not even just about Israel in general. It's about a collection of corporate interests. For the longest time, corporations could purchase goodwill and influence by buying ads on mainstream media. And most of the people would get their information from mainstream media. It was a consolidation, right? It was all coming from hand-selected, totally gate-kept, and oftentimes reliable vectors of communication, right? At first, there was a couple channels on TV. Then there were more, but it was still there was still a selection process. You didn't just like arrive in front of a camera randomly overnight. You elevated in your career by going through the ranks, maybe playing ball with your management, saying certain things, not saying certain things, right? So there was a flow. There was a control over the flow of information that the public got. The public received information from what they perceived to be a diverse array of news outlets that would, at times, when it's necessary, totally consolidate around a singular frame. We saw this with the justifications for waging an illegal war with Iraq.
Illegal.
Right? Back in the day. New York Times, as well as all the right-wing newspapers and all the liberal newspapers, were creating consent. Were creating a permission structure to go and invade Iraq illegally. And it worked.
Yep. And there's people like Hasan who are becoming more and more successful at what they do, who, and as a result now of his success, is able to go to places like China, go to places like Cuba, and actually show people what's going on there. And it's a threat. That's a threat. He doesn't have to run what he's going to say by any producers, right? It's completely independently funded. That's the other thing about this. Like, you can't claim he's being funded by the Cuban government or, like, by, like, some other foreign entity. It's, like, his millions of viewers that are providing him the funds to do this. All right, I'm gonna skip to the end of this clip. Just because I think we've got it. I think we figured it out as much as we're gonna figure out at this point on this situation. It's quite clear that Hasan hasn't violated the law, at least according to the letter of the law. Whether or not the Trump administration is going to try, I mean, they seem to be already trying to break the letter of the law. And just sort of, you know, do just trumped up investigations, excuse the pun.
Trying to help you save yourself. Okay? This is me trying to pull you back to the real world, dumbass. And yeah, they're wrong. I have defended when Donald Trump tried to go after Destiny. I even defended that. When Donald Trump and his administration went after Jimmy Kimmel, I defended Jimmy Kimmel. When they went after Jim, defended Jim.
I did not know that. I did not know anything about the Destiny thing. That's fascinating. I mean, that's incredible, right? That's really incredible. That Destiny cannot see that, like, see past his own anger at Hasan. Like, it's his job. I would point out, it is kind of his job to do that. Right? Like, if you're, it's my opinion, if you're doing, like, news content stuff, like, if you're, I'm pretty sure that's what Destiny focuses on, but I don't know. I don't watch enough of his shit, but I'm pretty sure it's what he does. He's like, I think he does a lot of debates, but, like, he's mostly political. And I just don't know why he is doing such a thing, right? Like, when Hasan himself has had more solidarity than he's clearly exhibiting right now for him.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Emma's right.
Homie. because I have principles. It's so ironic that these people legitimately don't have any principles and spend a good deal of time claiming that I do not and trying to clip things in a way to suit that propaganda purpose. Don Lemon too, exactly. They can't comprehend someone having a moral foundation that they truly abide by, a code of conduct that they truly abide by. It's virtually impossible for them to comprehend this. That's the difference. But fear not. This is just what you're seeing on the internet. And not even all over the internet, because even r/politics, which is comprised mostly of neoliberals that usually despise me, are still very much aware of how damaging this is for free speech. Okay? The overwhelming majority of liberals, when they see this kind of thing happening, they don't like it. Okay? It's just the people that are chirping, that have the loudest voices online, specifically on Twitter, that have this kind of attitude, and they have actively radicalized themselves with radical centrism, radical liberalism, if you want to call it that, into believing that they have the numbers, into believing that like the party's base, the Democratic Party's base of self-identifying liberals agree with them, especially when it comes to Israel.
Where were all those centrists in 2024? There's a deluded mindset to have. If that was the case, if they had everybody on their side, Kamala would have won in 2024. All these radical centrists. If that was the base of the party still, or if ever. But like, I mean, yeah, I don't see that being the case right now. I don't know how you could trick yourself into thinking that.
And certainly when it comes to things like this, they're wrong. They're hysterical. They're in this very strange, unbelievably right-wing echo chamber on Twitter that, of course, is going to turn me into a major villain. It's Elon Musk's platform. He despises me, right? And these guys have seen it on their algorithms so much that they're defending the Trump administration. They're actively supporting the Trump administration, not just harming a person that they perceive to be an enemy, but harming themselves. Because when I swing from the gallows, I won't be there alone. Okay.
Damn, Hasan calling out his liberal critics, rejoicing this Trump administration decision to target him and these other activists. It's not just him. Let's not forget. It's not just him, right? It's Ryan Grimm. It's Medea Benjamin. It's everybody who went on this fucking trip. Next, I was thinking about taking a break here, but the fact is I'm moving hella slow. Hasan just took up like hours, like 2 hours. That was wild. But we're done. No more Hasan for tonight. Okay. I just figured we'd do that one for whatever reason. I felt it necessary to just do that one first. Get it out of the way. So that we can do the rest of this stream. Memorial Day. It's going to be well, I wouldn't call it a half a Sunday fun day, but there's going to be a few in here that I think are fun. That I kept in here for fun purposes. Or at least slightly more fun than normal news purposes. All right. Let's leave Hasan and go not too far, I guess, technically. Although really, really far in other ways. But let's stay in what people call the manosphere, if you will. That is really the only relation between these two guys. Because ideologically, I think they disagree on basically everything. Well, or at least they did. At least they did. But things are getting weird, I guess, over at the Nick Fuentes podcast. Nick keeps calling for more and more fascinating things, making more and more fascinating claims. And by fascinating, I just mean out of character for Nick. You know, they're not necessarily shocking, other than it's Nick saying them. Let's go here to Kyle Kalinske from Saturday.
Now, speaking of Nick Fuentes, and we can wrap it up with this, but I got to get your thoughts on this. So this one is a little long. I sped it up to 1.25 times speed here so we could listen to it. But he's been going hard in the paint now, basically saying, I feel so betrayed by Trump and MAGA. I feel like the only shit he really didn't want them to do is the shit that they're doing, like the war against Iran. He was wondering about that for a while. And now he's doing that. Obviously, also Trump is bought, he's corrupt, all that stuff. And so he's been calling him out for a while, but recently he took it a step further than what anybody expected, including me.
Yeah, no, right, exactly. Me too. Oh, a very generous donor over on PayPal from Carl Gaslightocracy. I think the hate against Hasan is specifically and explicitly a reaction to how correct his commentary is, incisive and directed. Indeed. Thank you for the 10 bones.
Remember, I did a video where I was like, oh, you really want to be like bold? You really want to be an outsider? Go on your show and say, I want everybody to vote for Democrats. Go do that. Go do that. I dare you. I dare you to go out there and say, not only fuck Republicans or sit out the election or vote third party. I was like, say, vote Democrat. I want to hear you say that. I'll be damned, bro. He came out there the next fucking show and he was like, vote Democrat. So now he's out there. He's pissed off about Thomas Massey losing. Thomas Massey lost because Trump mucked up some nobody to run against him and basically gave him a gazillion dollars. The Israel lobby gave him a gazillion dollars. And Massey went down for wanting to release the Epstein files and being against the Iran war. So here is Nick Fuentes and his reaction to that. Let's watch this shit.
The neocons, these people, the Likudniks, they have been in control of the GOP. And all I know is this apparatus needs to be shut down. That's all I know. This Rupert Murdoch, Fox News, Trump, Ike Perlmutter, Paul Singer, Miriam Adelson, AIPAC, Trump thing needs to be fucking destroyed. And I don't care who does it. It can be James Fishback. It can be Thomas Massey. It can be Steve Bannon. It can be the Democrats. It can be AOC. I don't care who does it. Fuck them. Randy Fine, Mark Levin, and Laura Loomer. I don't know where I'm going to land. I am not going to land side by side with those sick and disgusting, vile traitors to the country. That's all you need to know. So that's why I'm voting Democrat in 26. Pyrrhic victory. And this is what I want. All these pro-Israel Republicans that are doing their little victory lap today, I saw Stephen Chung say, fuck around and find out. That's what happens when you mess with the president. All these people celebrating today, I am going to make it my sole mission to take those words from tonight and shove them up their fucking ass.
We have a demented.
Yeah.
What do you think, bro?
I don't know about that guy, man.
Nobody knows about him. But here's the thing about this, okay? Like, what is important about this, in my estimation? And there is something important about this. Like, what I think is important about Nick Fuentes doing this is that you have a group of fairly, well, it's not necessarily like low information voters, but it's like very online individuals who are very susceptible to the things said by people like Nick Fuentes. That's why they're there, right? And like some percentage of those people, guys, some percentages of those men are of voting age, have voted for Trump and Republicans, specific Republicans, because of Nick Fuentes, right? Like the MAGA Republican, right? Basically the Republican Party that we have now, right? To some degree has been because Nick Fuentes. People like him and put their online clout behind the sort of, I don't know what you want to call them, like the Tea Party candidates, right? Like the non-establishment conservative candidates. And people like him are why we have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? And you know, all the others in there. And him being like, you know, vote Democrat. There's some number of people that watch Nick Fuentes who they're going to hear that and they're just going to turn off. They're going to hear that, they're going to turn off. They're probably not going to vote Democrat. Maybe they do. I think it's more likely they just hear that and they're just like, they turn off. They're like, fuck it. It's all done. Like, we're seeing it. We're seeing people out there, a lot of people who think there's no chance at all, right, for anything now because of how much Trump has disappointed them. Like, it's not a huge number, but there's like a bunch of people who are turning off and saying, you know, politics isn't for me anymore. I don't know, Democrats. Can't trust them, but the Republicans are doing all the bad stuff right now. Can't trust either party. And I mean, to some degree, they're right, but not in the ways that they think they are. And I think that that's what's important. Is there's going to be some number of people who are just going to be turned off from all of it because they respect Nick Fuentes' political opinion, right? They derive their politics from this guy and are going to be like disincentivized from voting, right? Disillusioned further with Republicans. And that's, I mean, it's beautiful is what it is. I mean, I couldn't be more thrilled about it. I think it's going to have some like massive effect. No, I don't think he has the biggest audience. But I think it's big enough. It's in the right places. People who almost exclusively voted for Trump, I can almost guarantee it. There's not just the Nick Fuenteses who are sick and tired of what's been going on. Even Republicans themselves are getting tired of Trump's antics. You know, like the ballroom.
Donald Trump's very upset about his ballroom because the Republicans have a reconciliation bill. Reminder, reconciliation is a specific process that you can use for legislation, but there's a lot of rules on it. And what it allows you to do is it is filibuster proof in the Senate, and it is privileged in the House. So you only need 51 votes in the Senate. However, the rules of reconciliation is that it needs to be budget neutral. It needs to have impact on the budget. It needs to be budget neutral. Now, of course, they're not going to raise any taxes. And so, and the nature of the ballroom, apparently, according to the parliamentarian, is not eligible for a reconciliation vote. It needs to be voted on like regular legislation in terms of providing money for it. And therefore, it will require, you know, a 60-vote threshold. Donald Trump is pressuring John Thune to fire the parliamentarian, which you can do to go around. George W. Bush did this to cut taxes for wealthy people. In fact, the Republicans have ignored the parliamentarian multiple times just in this term. But John Thune doesn't want his senators to have to vote $1 billion for the ballroom. So
Right. But that's what I mean, fascinating. I mean, do you even need to fire the parliamentarian if you just, you know, you're just ignoring them anyway? I mean, it's a fascinating sort of dichotomy, I guess you'd call it.
His senators to have to vote $1 billion for the ballroom, so he's letting it stand. So here's Donald Trump going out there trying to pretend it's for something different than the ballroom, so that it will pass the parliamentary.
So it's a war. I can't say this ballroom is for tax.
It's something special.
Unchain me.
U.S. Supreme Court. So here's a couple of things you can look at. How are you? There will never be another thing like this, I don't believe, built from a cost standpoint. This is all my money and donors' money. This is tax-free. So everyone's talking about they're going to give money, they're going to give money. The money they're going to give is really for the security of that and the whole White House premises. And I guess you probably need that nowadays. We've done the fencing on the outside of the White House. It's all titanium. You see the black fencing. That's been just done recently. And it was approved originally by me, and it's been completed, and it's very powerful. Very powerful. A tractor, a bulldozer cannot knock it over. It goes down deep, and it's titanium, which is the strongest of all of the metals. Much stronger than steel, as an example. The ballroom is all, it's going to be a tremendous thing. As an example, what happened a couple of weeks ago at the White House Correspondents' Center could not happen here. One thing that we have is we don't have people living above it. We don't want that. That's no good. They have 1,000 units above it with the elevator coming.
Okay, he's just rambling now. Like, hotel, big, we need security,
Big truck, big steel. Big,
Titanium,
beautiful
stronger
building.
than
steel. Back to his roots. Once we have a ballroom, I'll no longer have to stage assassination attempts at White House correspondents' dinners.
Yeah, right. I know. I'm telling you, there's something fishy about that. The manufacturer consent for the ballroom, but like we didn't get to it with Adam Serwer, but he mentioned like how his base is based in nostalgia, and like I really the nostalgia can be in many ways like kind of a force of conservatism and fascistic. I mean, Trump is trying to recreate a world that has passed him by, and the ballroom is a part of it.
Too.
Yeah. But I notice it.
Yeah,
I
make
mean,
America great again.
yeah, and I think in this time too of techno-fascism, if you're on social media a lot like I am, notice that everything is nostalgia content right now. The shows you used to like. Don't look forward. Don't look at new artists, trans artists.
Watch the Malcolm in the Middle reboot.
Right. I mean, that has always, I guess, existed, but I think Hollywood's in a bad way, so like they're relying more on that nostalgia stuff, but it's specifically your algorithm. It's keeping you in a mental space where it's like, oh, wasn't it great when I was 19 years old or 14 years old? And I actually think it's counter-revolutionary and not a coincidence that those tech oligarchs are also, on board with Trump. It keeps you in a state of complacency and not looking towards the future. And that it benefits Trump.
I could maybe send you a couple woodworking accounts, and that will take care of that.
Okay, fair enough.
I love BBC documentaries, like the archives, and every comment is, this country no longer exists.
Yes.
We've lost this
It's all
country.
gone. Right, I mean, you see-
Translate, I don't like living next to people who are from
Yes.
another country.
Or like the AI videos of the 80s, like this is what things used to be. And of course it's the frickin' 80s. And you look at the 80s, speaking of Reagan in that time, so much of those movies that were coming out were about 50s nostalgia.
Yeah.
Like Back to the Future, which also weird stuff about his mom in that.
Yeah, there was some weird stuff in that. Yeah, is that news? Is that news? Oh, don't do that. There we go. This is from May 1st. Americans really don't like Trump's attempts at ornamentation. When the story of Donald Trump's presidency is written, it's quite literally that the H word will figure prominently. Hubris. Look no further than how he's tried to apply his name and aesthetic across America and the government. During a time of significant ongoing economic stress, he decided to suddenly bulldoze the East Wing of the White House to build a big, fancy ballroom to hold parties with powerful people.
Follow the rich white man.
And even as his popularity is sinking to lows rarely seen in recent American history, he's plowed forward with his highly unorthodox efforts to affix his moniker and likeness to all manner of government buildings and products, ranging from the Kennedy Center, the United States Institute of Peace, to national park passes, savings accounts, a prescription drugs website, a new class of battleships, fighter jets, a visa for rich people, gold coins, dollar bills, and now to passports. Up until now, we've had little polling by which to gauge how these initiatives landed with the American people, but as it turns out, Americans seem to regard these things as about as ghastly as they might seem. Initial polling about the ballroom showed it overwhelmingly unpopular. Okay. New Yahoo News YouGov poll. Where did it go? I lost it. New Yahoo News YouGov poll and Washington Post ABC News polls are the first quality surveys to dig into the ballroom saga in depth, and both show similar things. The former shows Americans disapprove of Trump's demolition of the East Wing, 57% to 26%.
Awful. Weak.
His plans for replacing it with a 90,000 square foot ballroom, an even more unpopular 61% to 25%.
Awful. Weak.
Wow. You know what's also deeply unpopular? The pro-insurrection act, the DOJ fund for the Jan 6ers. Let's see what Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina had to say here to Jake Tapper of CNN on Sunday.
So there's a wider context here on the January 6ers, because on Friday night, the Justice Department moved to dismiss indictments against the Oath Keepers who had faced the most serious criminal charges after January 6th. The Justice Department is also now deleting old press releases from the website about January 6 defendants, which they're calling partisan propaganda. And then, in addition to obviously all the pardons that the president gave out to January 6ers, including those who beat up cops, some of them are now saying that they're going to apply for this payout from the anti-weaponization fund. And I guess the broader question I have is now, is the Republican Party now the January 6th party? Is the Republican Party a pro-insurrection party?
No, I don't believe so. Now, there's a question right now. Earlier this week, I was called a rhino by the president. And I will tell you, if the Republican Party stands for standing with insurrectionists who assaulted police officers, turning a blind eye towards Putin and what he's doing in Russia, negotiating a deal that may be subpar to the Obama deal, then don't call me that Republican. Just call me a conservative. And I'm...
Oh, wow. Wow. Tom Tillis renouncing his Republicanhood. Just call me a conservative. If losing a war to Iran, getting a worse deal than Obama. Giving money to insurrectionists who attack Capitol police officers. And kowtowing to Putin. If that being a Republican, I don't want to be a Republican anymore, says Tom Tillis. Okay, Tom. Thank you. Good to know. Conservative Tom Tillis, no longer Republican. Because that is exactly what it means. You know, until Mike Johnson and fucking... what's his face? Such a forgettable man. Senate leader. Thune. Until John Thune and Mike Johnson come out and do a fucking press conference denouncing everything the president's done. Or just those three things. Anyway, now, let's go here to CNN once again. For another poll. Numbers, if you will. With the very best. The great Harry Emden. With the numbers.
Young people in this country are feeling a tremendous amount of frustration when it comes to what they view as the basic necessities of life. And young men in particular, those who powered Donald Trump to victory back in 2024, well, they're feeling a lot of regret over their vote choice. So what are we talking about here? Well, let's talk about what is right at the bottom. If you were building out the house in terms of the American dream, it is literally the ability to buy a home. And young people, well, there's not a lot of hope for them when it comes to buying a home, and these numbers have changed tremendously. Look at this. Okay, age 18 to 34, that is adults under the age of 35, will buy a home in the next 5 years. You go back to 2016, 2018, Gallup surveys, look at that. The majority, 53%, said they would buy a home in the next 5 years, those who didn't already own one. That number has fallen through the floor. Look at this now in 2025, 2026, just 29%, just 29%. That is nearly half the level, dropped by nearly half in just under a decade's time. No wonder young people are feeling so much frustration. Now, of course, if you're building out that home, right, in terms of what young people want, what Americans want in order to fulfill the American dream, well, it's not just buying a home, it's a good job. You go, leave the home, you have a good job. But young people at this point don't believe it's a good time to actually find a job. Take a look here, age 15 to 34. Say it's a good time to find a job. Now that percentage is just 43%, less than half. Less than half of young people say it's a good time to find a job. And look at this trend line. This trend line is going completely in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
4 years ago, it was 75%. Look at that.
Yeah, in a very short period of time, somewhere between 5 and 10 years, basically since Trump came to office, things have been going very badly, precipitously in the wrong direction. We got more numbers. Please hold. What's happening?
Trump to victory. Men under 30 on economic conditions. Before Trump came into office, this is 2024 and early 2025, before Trump was inaugurated for a second term, 66% of them said it was, in fact, the economic conditions were poor. They were hoping that Trump would solve it. But they view the economic conditions even worse today than just before when Trump got into office. Look at this, 79% this year say that, in fact, economic conditions, young men, those under the age of 30, say that economic conditions are poor. The good percentage, it was 34%. It was just 1 in 3. But now it's just 1 in 5. 21% say economic conditions are good. And you know who they're taking their frustrations out on? Well, it's the man 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That's who, because look at how they view Donald Trump and the economy. Men under 30, these again are the voters who powered Trump to victory back in 2024. In the fall of 2024 versus Kamala Harris, Trump was more trusted on the economy than Harris by, get this, a 7-point margin. Holy Toledo, look at that percentage now. Look at how young men have turned. The net approval among young men for Donald Trump and the economy, minus 59 points.
Ooh. Listen to old Harry Emden over here. Good God. 59 points. It's bad. It's very bad. Yeah, economic outlook for people is getting worse, and people are blaming Donald Trump. Holy Toledo.
Trusted on the economy than Harris by, get this, a 7-point margin. Holy Toledo, look at that percent.
I just needed that one Holy Toledo. That was a good Holy Toledo. I felt we needed it. Where does it start? Here?
Holy Toledo, look at that percent.
Nice. Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo, look at.
I think that's it.
Holy Toledo.
Yeah, pretty much. Close enough. We need a Holy Toledo around here, okay? We need one. He's always saying it. He's always saying it, therefore we must have one. We can't just have an awful, awful week.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Gotta have one of these.
Holy Toledo.
Okay. I'm sure it'll come in handy any day now. You'll be thanking me. You'll be thanking me later. Like, oh, so glad you got that Holy Toledo. I'll be like, you're welcome. Yeah. All right, let's go to Trump's net approval overall, not just on the economy. And you'll be shocked to find out it's not great.
Every single person on this planet is gay? Yeah.
That is not what I meant to hit. That is not what I meant to hit.
It's a different world. And I loved that sitcom back in the 1980s and into the early 1990s. Great theme song. Men under 30 on Trump. Look at this. In the 2024 election, Donald Trump won that vote by 1 point. He was the first Republican nominee to win young men this entire century. But now it's a different tune. His net approval rating among young men, look at this, minus 55 points. Minus 55 points. That's a switcheroo of what this? That's 56 points. 56 points in just a year and a half. And I'm a little thirsty here. Ooh. Today's soft drink of the day is Coca-Cola Cherry Float. Let's take a drink.
What is this random product placement happening right now? Oh God, that is quite a drop, precipitous drop. 2 years, less than 2 years, year and a half. Going from +1 to negative 55 points. With men under 30. Who are now plus, well, actually, I'll let Harry do this last one. Let's see who men under 30 are planning to vote for in 2026 midterm elections.
Under 30 on the midterm elections. You know, you go back to November of 2024. Democrats did slightly better than Kamala Harris, but not really. They won it by 3 points, which is a historically very small portion for young men, Democrats winning them, okay? Look now, though. Look in the average of polling right now, the 2026 race for Congress. Well, hello. Democrats are now favored by 28 points. Now favored by 28 points when it comes to the race for Congress. Young men overwhelmingly favoring Democrats. That is a 25-point switcheroo. A 25-point switcheroo. And again, just a year and a half's worth of time. Now, we're talking about 2026 right here, right? But what about 2028? Because we're going to have presidential primaries starting in the beginning of 2028. Those folks are going to start running. Well, the two Republican frontrunners, take a look at the net approval among men under 30, 2028 GOP
Don't worry
contenders.
about it, little Mark.
J.D. Vance, 48 points on the water.
Woo, those are some bad numbers.
Fuck yeah!
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Damn. The vice president minus 48. And the Secretary of State minus 39. That's not great. That is not great. Historically speaking, those are bad numbers. Those are very bad numbers right there. Well, there you have it. The tone among men under 30 has shifted dramatically. Dramatically away from the president and from Republicans, broadly speaking. Should spell some fascinating outcomes in these midterm elections. Speaking of young men and the Trump administration, I guess he's not really young, is he? He likes to hang around young men. Talking about Kash Patel. Party boy. Party boy Patel. By the way, did you know that you can donate to the Galactic News Network on Cash App? And that's, in fact, the name of our director of the FBI. His full name. We know we call him Cash, but look it up. His name is Cash App. I'm not making this up. Well, Cash App has been acting like a young boy. Whether it's hanging out with the U.S. hockey team, getting drunk in Milan, or desecrating war memorials on VIP snorkeling trips. Here's MS Now from last week. This just felt like the right thing to watch on Memorial Day.
Another day, another troubling headline about FBI Director Kash Patel's use of taxpayer money. Government emails obtained by the Associated Press show Patel was allowed to snorkel at the Pearl Harbor Memorial in Hawaii last summer, one of the nation's most hallowed sites. As one Marine veteran trained to check on the site put it, it's like having a bachelor party at a church. At the time, the FBI had insisted Patel was there on official business. What they didn't say was that
Official
Patel
snorkeling
returned
business?
to Hawaii later for 2 more days. And that's when he went on that private snorkeling excursion.
Official snorkeling business? Yeah, really. What was he? Was he inspecting the remnants of the submarine? I mean, what is he talking about? This is wild. Oh, Cash App.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
It is the latest in a pattern of Patel blending professional responsibilities with leisure activities on the taxpayer's dime. Joining me now is Michael Feinberg, MS Now national security and intelligence analyst and former FBI assistant special agent in charge. Michael, first, have you ever heard about anything like this before?
I have not. Actually, quite the contrary. It's drilled into special agents who make up most of the executive ranks in the FBI from their first day at the academy that they should not leverage their position with the U.S. government to accrete to themselves private benefits like this. There's a legendary story told to New.
I'm trying to think of something equally sort of perverse and sort of like disrespectful. It'd be like it'd be like going dirt biking through Arlington Cemetery, you know? Like, that's the thing. I'm trying to think of like something equally like disrespectful, but it'd be like that, you know? Yeah, it'd be like hold on. Oh, all right, that's how you spell it. Why do I always forget how to spell that one word? You know, it'd be like Arlington Cemetery, and you show up. You know, like, yeah, let's do it, right, baby? Like, can you imagine? Actually, I can't imagine. I can't imagine Cash doing that. Right? Am I wrong? Oopsies, I did not mean to do that. Whatever. You get it, though. Like, is it not? It's basically that. Cash App basically decided, oh wait, nobody could fucking see what I was doing. Son of a bitch. I'm an idiot. What's wrong with me? I just close those fucking windows too. Like an idiot. Like a big dummy. Hold on. All right, I'm bringing visuals to you. I know I'm describing it, but like I just want to, you know, just for the purposes of the stream, you know, in case you're not familiar. My Arlington Cemetery is one of the most hallowed burial grounds for the troops, right? For veterans. It was basically, you know, it's like Ash Patel showed up with a dirt bike and decided to start peeling out between the fucking headstones, you know? Like, this, right? Can you imagine? I can too, actually. But this is basically what Cash did. Right here. Bam. Look at it. Like, come on. You can't tell me. You can't, actually, it's probably easier to see it this way. Can't imagine Cash Patel doing exactly this. I mean, he's basically done it already, but at a different memorial in scuba snorkeling instead of dirt biking. Okay, I just feel like we really needed to keep that story in here for Memorial Day. Even though we watched that like last weekend or something. I've been holding on to it because I knew it was coming up. Because he literally did it like within a week of Memorial Day. That's what's insane about it. It's like this guy is representing the U.S. government, acting like a fucking idiot. Now, somebody acting on behalf of the city government of New York is holding a lottery to make access to the World Cup more affordable. I wonder who that could be. CBS New York on the story from Friday.
New York City residents still have a chance to score a ticket to the World Cup, and it won't cost a small fortune.
But only if you have a bit of luck on your side. Our World Cup contributor Luis Miguel Echegaray is here with details on this new ticket lottery.
Ladies, how much do you think a World Cup ticket costs these days?
Like face value or
resale?
Aftermarket?
Let's go face value.
Face value? 500? Yeah.
Yes, and you can be pushing up even more so. But as you mentioned, some good news today ahead of the World Cup. A big talking point for many New York soccer fans has been the price of tickets. And on Thursday, at Harlem Tavern, a well-known sports bar in New York City, Mayor Zoran Mamdani, a big fan himself, made a bigger announcement.
We stand together today to say that we have partnered with the New York, New Jersey host committee to secure 1,000 affordable tickets for New Yorkers to the World Cup.
Zohran Mamdani.
Yes, indeed. Zohran Mamdani. Securing 1,000 affordable tickets. This is, in fact, an achievement, in my estimation. Right? Because he had to like go through FIFA to do it. But he's managed to secure 1,000. It's not going to be as many as perhaps everybody wants, but $50 in comparison to 500 for 1,000 New Yorkers is pretty huge when you think about it. Making it accessible to New Yorkers who are technically hosting this event. So they should, you know, New Yorkers should be able to in person appreciate this, not just have it be gate kept for the most affluent, because of course, you know, like that guy was saying, like 500, that's like it's pushing up much higher and it's going to continue to go up, honestly, most likely. People will be like scalping these things, undoubtedly reselling for higher prices. But at least for 1,000 lucky individuals, they won't have to worry. Let's see what people think about this plan.
MetLife. For many soccer fans in New York, this was a welcomed initiative.
And finally get a chance to go see a game, honestly, that's going to be a dream come true for many people.
I think it's huge for New York City. This is something that, doesn't happen every year. Everyone is so excited, and just for the mayor to make sure that everyone will be able to attend the games or have watch parties while being safe, that's huge for us.
Timothy Weah, a star for the United States men's national team, born and raised in New York. He was also at the event.
As a kid, my dream was to watch World Cup games. I had the opportunity to go to the 2010 World Cup, so it's everyone's dream, and hopefully we can all work together to get the little kid that's dreaming about it to those stadiums.
The lottery will be available from May 25th at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and New York residents can apply through the lottery website. Check out CBS News New York for more details to come.
Well, I won't be signing up for that. I don't care. I don't watch very much sports. If I am, it's probably basketball. Maybe the Olympics. Or like clips on YouTube. But like, I don't know. I've been saying we need to boycott it. And to some degree, I'm still on that team boycott, because fuck Donald Trump. And he just wants to take this whole thing as a fucking win for himself. So I'm kind of torn. I think it's great that people who want to go to the game, who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford it, who really love soccer, will get to see this potentially as a result of Zoran's decision here, but I'm still on team fucking, team boycott if you're not if you're not winning things. I'm torn. Yeah, I know people want to have fun, and it's hard. It's difficult to have fun these days. It's easy for me to say boycott because I just don't care about soccer. Don't watch soccer in any regularity. I've been to a few soccer games in my life, but just not. Just don't care. I think partly is because the United States has never been all that serious about soccer, and nobody really is paying any attention to professional or pro amateur, whatever you want to call them, soccer teams in the United States, or at least they weren't when I was a kid. Who cares? Who cares what I care about? Let's get to more news. And this is still staying on the topic of FIFA. This is an unfortunate downside to the FIFA events. As was this Houston? No, Dallas. Dallas officials decided to paint over a local mural which has been on a building for a number of years. Covered the story earlier, and now the artist is taking legal action against the city.
New at 6, the artist Wyland is going to court after one of his beloved whale murals was painted over in Texas.
He says it's a violation of the Federal Visual Artists' Rights Act. The Ocean Life mural in downtown Dallas is being covered with a new ad for the FIFA World Cup. This is what it used to look like. The 17,000 square foot 8-story mural had been there for nearly 30 years. Attorneys for Wyland issued a cease and desist letter today to the property owner, the city of Dallas, and FIFA, saying Wyland never approved the change.
They're telling people, oh, we reached out to Wyland, we reached out to the Wyland Foundation. They did no such thing. So it was really disrespectful at every level.
Organizers had previously told
Yeah, so fast. It's very fascinating. The city organizers seem to be lying, or somebody's lying. But I'm most likely to believe this artist who's now suing them. You'd think that he wouldn't just randomly sue them over this. But this painting, 30 years, 3 decades, it's been sitting in this building, and without asking, they just paint over it, so they can put up a FIFA ad for a year, right? Like, not even a full year. FIFA will be gone by what? Like the end of summer? So they just destroy this piece of art, long-standing piece of art, for momentary, like, marketing opportunity. It's crass. Speaking of bad decisions by community officials, let's go all the way up to Massachusetts with this next story of a town hall hero.
Do you want to check into local Massachusetts politics?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Folks, you've heard me say many times before, dawn lights on Marblehead. Marblehead is one of the most eastern parts of Massachusetts, which is one of the most eastern parts of the United States. I mean, the Cape actually goes out probably a little further, but people often speak of, dawn being very, of rising over Marblehead, and it was a way to say, hey, somebody gets it.
Completely ignoring Acadia, Maine, but yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of East Coast Shore negation involved in that. Here's a guy named David Modica from Marblehead on Marblehead TV, the cable access. He's at a town meeting talking about the amending of zoning bylaws. Now, of course, I'm sure this is a function of environmental groups that are stopping the multi-zoning of homes. Big environmental groups and all the other groups are probably the ones blocking this.
Tedesco, that's like a golf course, yeah? Are you asking me if Tedesco's a golf course? Yeah, I'm asking you, yeah. Last time I drove by. Okay, you don't have to get cute. So they're not going to build any houses there because it's a golf course.
Just to catch people up, the golf course is what they're rezoning to come to get in line with state regulations that call for them to have a certain amount of multifamily housing.
So in other words, right now they're obligated to have multifamily housing in the area where the golf course is, but instead of actually doing that,
no, what they are going to zone the golf course as, let's say, oh, this place is zoned for multifamily housing, but knowing that there's a golf course already there, so that housing will never be built.
Oh, okay, that's the point, is that they have to, the state, it requires them, right, the state requires them to have a certain amount of area within Marblehead that is that is zoned for multi-family housing. But there's an existing golf course there. So even though it's zoned for multi-family housing, the owner has a golf course and is not going to build multi-family housing there because it is a golf course.
Tedesco, that's like a golf course, yeah? Are you asking me if Tedesco's a golf course? Yeah, I'm asking you, yeah. Last time I drove by. Okay, you don't have to get cute. So they're not going to build any houses there because it's a golf course. You can't have houses on a golf course. And Bowden Road, they already got like townhouses and all that nonsense. Yeah? Yes. So like this is a way to comply with 3A without doing any of the 3A stuff? Yes, it is. We tried the other way and it was rejected. So but wait, when we're preserving like the character.
You notice he immediately admits to it. He's just like, yeah, we're circumventing the laws, right? We're just pretending to comply with the law because actually complying with the law was too hard.
And it was rejected. Yes, it is. We tried the other way and it was rejected. So but wait, when we're preserving like the character of Marblehead, it's like, it's a bad, we're selfish. We're doing a bad thing, like we're not doing any housing.
Is that a question?
Yeah, kind of, like, are we kind of being pricks? Like, like we voted last year. And
How many times can we?
Like, I don't, like, are we trying to do nothing? Because it seems like we're doing nothing. I'm not an expert on this. I didn't even know it was a golf course. I hadn't driven by. But, like, what do we're trying to make sure we build no houses? Like, I don't get it. Like, people live in houses.
Sir, this is the plan before us tonight, so yeah, that's what we're voting on.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're voting on nothing substantive.
Thank you.
I was afraid
You're not missing anything.
Okay,
Thank you.
That was well done.
Yeah, that's very well done.
Do we know what the outcome of that vote was?
Let's see here. This was 3 days ago.
Now, again, I'm sure all the environmentalists want to protect that golf course.
Right.
And that's why
yes,
they are taking the state mandate of multi-housing zoning and applying it to areas where they know there won't be actually multi-family houses.
Yeah, because who's gonna put multi-family housing on a fucking golf course? Yeah, you think I have like all these like kids, like just playing, you know, and windows and cars and all these other sorts of things in between the bunker and the green or something. You know, can you imagine like 4 and a ball comes hurtling in at like a toddler in a fucking swimming pool or something? I mean, Jesus Christ, of course not. It's a terrible plan. Yeah. Speaking of misappropriated money. Actually, you know, we're 4 hours into the stream. You know, we're going to have to pause. I think we're 4 hours in. We're going to take a galactic intermission. We've been going for so long here. And no breaks. I've been partly just powering through because I'm moving so freaking slow right now. But yeah, I'm just in trouble. I started late. I'm moving slow. But we all deserve a break. So quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne. And of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over. And the stream is about to get back on the road. So, buckle up those seatbelts. Get back in those seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Alright, Space Fams. Mending the brake slightly early. Let's get this thing on the road. Well, it's gonna be tough to do that without a car. And talk about mismanagement of funds and cars. We're gonna have to cover this one. And I'm sorry to everyone for this being stuck in your head for the rest of the night. But have you heard of Cars for Kids?
1877 Cars for Kids. Chances are you've heard this jingle, but you may not hear it anymore.
Let's go back to Mike Rogers. Mike, a judge has ruled Cars for Kids can't keep using their ads.
Yeah, not in California. We've got the judge's ruling right here, and it all stems from what they're doing with the money after you donate a car to them. Now, this all stems from a case where a man in Orange County donated a 2001 Volvo to the organization. He got $250 for it, and he said, according to the judge, he thought that money was going to go to underprivileged kids here in California. He says he thought that because of the ad.
It's quick and easy. You'll get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Yeah, because kids are our future is what the text on the bottom of the ad says, but he was shocked to find out that the money doesn't go to kids in California at all. Instead, goes to Cars for Kids' sister foundation, URA, which is a Jewish organization based in New Jersey that actually benefits teenagers. Now, this case went to court in Orange County. The judge ruled that ultimately Cars for Kids is using misleading practices in advertising.
It is not just teenagers, it's teenagers and young adults for trips to Israel and matchmaking services. Like, it's wild. It is why I had no idea that this was the case. Like, I'd heard the song many times in the past growing up. I had no fucking clue that there was some sort of connection there. It's mind-boggling.
Here in the state of California, which violates state law. I want to show you some of the testimony that was given in court, and this was in the judge's ruling. The COO testified that the organization's primary purpose is not to help economically disadvantaged children. The COO in court went on to say programs include matchmaking for young adults and gap year trips to Israel for 17 and 18-year-olds. That's
matchmaking. Matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match. I'll just donate the Cars for Kids. This is what I thought it was. An organization primarily helping economically disadvantaged children. Not for Tinder dates. For Israelis. Or Orthodox Jewish children, or whatever. I mean, it's just, what? Oh, brain broken. You know somebody who used that program to visit Israel? Really? Wow. Fascinating. Yeah, this one I was completely unfamiliar. I'm more familiar with the traditional Hillel birthright stuff. I had no idea Cars for Kids was doing their own thing. I assumed they were providing cars for kids, actually, or at least funds for underprivileged youths in some form or fashion. Oh, God. I wanted to get deeper into this, but because of time sake, I'm just going to skip the next video I had. I'm afraid. I'm sorry. Look, we're just moving really hella slow right now. Okay? I've got 100 clips for tonight. We're 4 hours into the stream, and we're 22 clips in. It's not a good start for me, personally. Moving pretty slow, historically speaking. So moving on from Cars for Kids to kids' cars being used, because of course in this economy, people are doing literally anything that they can think of to avoid paying for gas.
I am inside my infamous Barbie camper, the Barbie Jeep.
This custom-made pink Jeep is Molly Hightower's answer to high gas prices. It's a far cry from his Mercedes-Benz convertible, but instead of $90 to fill up with gas, he says the Barbie Jeep cost around $3.
Gas is getting too high, so I gotta do what I can. I can't do my regular cars. I gotta do my little mini cars. So if I can get $1 on pump 6, that'll be great.
Gasoline now costs an
on
average of
pump
$4.50 per gallon, according to AAA,
You're
which
a
is up
little
from
baby.
around $3 before the Iran war started. And Americans are looking for ways to save. Hightower is a handyman from Ellenwood, Georgia. He stuck an engine from a power washer into this broken Barbie vehicle, added a rack for groceries, and with one pull of the ripcord, he's off to the races. It's just one of his homemade mini cars.
It actually is quite easier than you would think. I started with a go-kart, then I found the power wheel frames, and then just kind of went to upgrading it from there as far as making the motor bigger and faster, adding lights, music, a tablet screen, everything that you would pretty much see in a real regular car. You can buy it and throw it in one of these and make it like a real car for you. So
I don't know
that's
about
kind of
that. I don't know about that. I think you go a little far there. But I mean, yeah, I see what you're trying to say. I mean, everything that you would see in a regular car, I do think is perhaps stretching it one fraction. There's a slight hair. You gone slightly off the reservation with that one. But before that moment, I was with you. I'm not sure you can call it a regular car, and I'm fairly certain it does not have the same safety features. That's the main thing I think of as somebody who is familiar with how cars function. I do worry that it's lacking most of your average safety features just for his safety, right? But honestly, if you can manage to get around without colliding with anything, you're good.
process throughout the whole time I've been building them.
But driving with knees up isn't for everyone.
Although he does have a
Many
seatbelt.
Americans are
I'll give
choosing
him
to
that
drive less in their real cars
him
while
that
running errands,
That'll be about $65.
opting instead for public transit or staying close to home. While
There you go. One man taking it upon himself to lower his gas costs with I'll give him this much, a fetching little pink Barbie car. I mean, that's a fun little ride. I can't lie about that. I mean, is it unsafe? Probably. If he gets hit by anything, even with that seatbelt, you're not going to have a good time. Does he have the cage? Yes, he does. It improves the survivability So it's up to like 35%. But it's just not great. That's all I'm saying. You know, if he lives in a really rural area, doesn't wind up running into a lot of people, it could be good for a while. Yes, exactly. May this man never be injured driving this thing. Till now, people like him risking life and limb to lower their gas costs, driving around in pink Barbie cars. Although that's got to be the coolest pink Barbie car I've ever seen. Like back in the day, oh, we would have gotten into so much trouble if we had something like that. Which is why our parents did not give us things like that. And by me, I mean just like by our parents, I mean just like the kids in our neighborhood. Like none of us can be trusted with anything with a motor. Let's be fucking real. But yeah, you're gonna need some form of transportation to get places this summer vacation. I mean, Memorial Day weekend, people are of course trying to travel, although numbers of people traveling, I don't know what they were like. I think they were down this year, actually, for Memorial Day. I should look it up. I could have sworn I heard they were lower, but I can't vouch for that number. But let's talk about summer travel, which is going to be facing some serious inflation this year. Here is CBS New York from last Thursday.
And of course, as Scott's telling us, Memorial Day weekend, the unofficial start of summer. Almost here, folks. I don't know, 2 days. Maybe you'll call the weekend free on Saturday. But unfortunately, the price of gas, food, and other services are really going up. And the cost of vacation is top of mind. Chris Van Cleve takes a look at how much more expensive that summer trip may be this year.
The Memorial Day celebration.
Well, I know the expected numbers are really high. I don't know if those actually panned out. I assume it's because they're still technically probably calculating them. But the expected numbers are really high.
Is already jamming on Music Row. If it's Nashville's Broadway, there's a band playing. Steve Hoskins came from Rochester, New York.
There's sticker shock on like pretty much everything we do. I mean, whether it's staying at home or on vacation.
He's not alone. Flights to Nashville are up $121 compared to last year, with gas up about $1.42 a gallon.
Yeah, the prices have really skyrocketed since we booked our tickets.
Nationally, the 45 million Americans expected to travel for the unofficial kickoff to summer are going to be paying more for just about everything. The average domestic airfare nationally last week was $383. That's $89 over the same time in 2025. Nationwide, gas prices are more than $1.37 a gallon higher than last Memorial Day.
We've seen inflation across the board, but for airfares to be up this high is really suggestive of not just higher fuel prices, but even higher demand.
Sally French tracks vacation inflation for NerdWallet.
This is really the summer that people aren't necessarily looking at going abroad or going across country, but they're looking at what are those destinations that are maybe just 1 or 2 hours from where I live because they're not paying for those travel costs.
Compared to last year, NerdWallet found the cost of doing things on vacation was up 5.5%, lodging up more than 4%, and eating out is taking a 3.6% bigger bite from your wallet. Car rental prices, though, are largely flat. In Nashville, the cost for major attractions like a tour of the Ryman Auditorium or the Country Music Hall of Fame are about the same as last year, with the average visitor expected to spend only about $9 more compared to 2025. Leading up to Memorial Day last year, we were here in Nashville. We are definitely paying more than $9 extra this year. The flights were about $80 more.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Having fun this summer is more expensive. But honestly, that might be this moment of more expensive Might be a moment we look back on fondly in the near future if things like this come to fruition. CNBC here from last week. Just a reminder, this is like a Monday Fun Day in replacement for Sunday Fun Day, so there's a bunch of stories in here. Not a bunch, but like a handful I peppered in from last week. But yeah, let's talk about the potential of a gas shortage. Not a crisis, not a deficit, a shortage.
We are not in a physical shortage yet. We are in a deficit, meaning that demand is up here, supply's down here, and we are drawing our inventories. So the market's still well supplied pretty much everywhere in the world. There's pockets of shortages. But what happens when we hit tank bottoms? And that's coming any week now. And I want to emphasize to everybody out there, they look at it and they go, oh, the world has 8 billion barrels of oil storage. Most of that is for, it's pipe fill, it's system fill, it's working inventory. You cannot touch it. We're at least maybe 200 to 300 million barrels before we hit that level. In some products like diesel and distillate, you're there. Motor oils, you're there. Gasoline in the U.S. in July, you're going to be there. So when that happens, the deficit turns into a shortage, and you got problems.
Yep, and then you have weekends like Memorial Day, right? You have increased demand as the summer gets going, right? People going to graduations and weddings and holidays. That is going to increase demand, drawing further down. At some point, like he's saying, we hit tank bottom. We start seeing shortages. No gas here. Signs. Lines. People waiting. We're not there yet. But people have been predicting for the last week or so that we're 6 weeks out. Mid-June. Late June. Early July. When I start seeing things like that. Now, one thing we could do to solve these sorts of things, or could have been doing preemptively to solve these things, is, making affordable electric vehicles rather than, or making electric vehicles affordable in this country, but not whether or not American companies are making them, right? Because we made it illegal for BYD and other Chinese companies to import electric vehicles into this country. But they are the cheapest, most reliable electric vehicles on the planet being made right now. And we've made it harder for Americans to attain them in protection of profits for Tesla, Ford, and the other auto manufacturers here in the country, right? And to some degree, do I agree with protecting U.S. jobs? Yeah, but not U.S. profits. And I think there is a difference, right? The reason why those cars are so expensive is because they're the profit protected, right? It's so that CEOs can make massive salaries, and so that shareholders can reap the benefits of stock buybacks and all these other sorts of things that they're enriching themselves with off of the backs of the workers, who, of course, once again, do you see what I'm saying here? There's a way in which Ford and Tesla can exist without having their sole objective being enriching the shareholders. But that is the system that we have right now, and that's the problem. China's making vehicles without that being the main incentive, and they're spitting them out for a third of the price, or less, in many cases. But no, we haven't been encouraging actual competition here in the United States when it comes to electric vehicles. There have been a couple of subsidies at different points. Of course, the Trump administration has gotten rid of all of those sorts of things. Republicans are on the warpath. Nobody is safe. The wrath. Republicans.
Virginia Fox, she is a representative from North Carolina, a Republican, long time. She's been around
82 years old.
long time.
Yeah.
And
I'm staying in the race.
the
Sorry.
the upshot of this is that she seems to read the mail that she gets. That's the good news.
Yeah, she's responsive.
The bad news is she's a little prickly.
When it comes to 10-year-olds?
Yeah. This is a segment from Fox 8, North Carolina.
Christian says in April he mailed the essay to Fox in a Canterbury school envelope.
Oh, pause it for 1 second. This kid, this 10-year-old, was charged with writing an essay on...
It was a persuasive essay assignment, and he chose to write on tax rebates for electric cars, in defense of tax rebates.
In defense of tax rebates. I mean, I have to say, if my 10-year-old was like going to write in defense of tax rebates, I'd just be like,
no DNA test needed.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't think Brian gets it on Sam's part, because I think Sam would much prefer something different than tax rebates. I could be wrong, but like, I think Sam thinks that like vehicles like tax rebates, I think rightly so, disproportionately help the most affluent, right? The higher earner people who actually have like who owe taxes, right? Are the people who actually benefit from those kinds of things the most. There's probably better programs to get people EVs than that.
It was not. Then maybe there's a DNA test needed now. But that's pretty impressive. But she wasn't quite as impressed.
Christian says in April he mailed the essay to Fox in a Canterbury school envelope with 4th grade on the return address. A few weeks later, the school received this letter from Representative Fox via email. While the congresswoman thanked the 10-year-old for contacting her, she disagreed with his proposal. Fox cited 6 articles from news organizations such as Fox News and Wall Street Journal. But towards the end of her response, she attacked Christian's teacher.
Ask your teacher to explain propaganda to you, but I will never be able to know. My guess is that your teacher will not be able to give you a good educational experience by helping you to build a think as they are too interested in indoctrinating you. How sad.
Christian says in April he mailed the essay.
Oh my God.
That is insane. This is deranged, okay? Virginia Fox should be ashamed of herself.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Why would you ever say such a thing? Why would you ever take the time to write a child that letter? What kind of deranged, let alone a congressperson, but like any normal human being, like any adult human doing such a thing is, you should have questions about it, let alone a fucking congressperson getting upset about it. It's literally her job to be like, oh, it's just a kid. Instead, she's like, oh no, I will die on this hill. Tax credits? I'm taking the kid down.
You have to be so demented. Like, I like the, like, you know, oh, Christian, that's a good argument. I would like to make a counter argument instead of just like providing links. Like, I can't be bothered.
Fox News.
Yeah, I can't be bothered to actually string this together like you did.
And criticizing his teacher.
But then going after the teacher is insane.
Virginia Fox in 2005 was one of only 11 members of Congress to vote against emergency funding for aid package for New Orleans.
We have a demented, unintelligent
She was the only member of the GOP in the South that did so. So yeah, she's nasty.
But it's the Trumpification too of the Republicans. Like, she has to respond to a 10-year-old and attack him like that. Just don't respond.
Dumb little shit.
Yeah.
Seriously. It's the most like childish reaction I can imagine. You know, she's a 90-year-old whatever woman, and she can't manage to keep it together. She's got to go after this child. In what world? In what world is that her response? She is a lawmaker. Oh my God.
You have a mental health problem.
Yeah. Fortunately, we have a bunch of insane ideologues in charge of our country who hate the idea of taxes almost as much as they hate the idea of EVs.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Combine those two and their brains explode. Even though, of course, tax credits aren't taxes. But she just hates the idea of incentivizing the electric vehicle. And it would, in fact, benefit the most wealthy, right? Like, it would benefit the people who have the money to buy a brand new electric vehicle, right? Who also owe money on their taxes. Like, and the cost of brand new vehicles just keeps going up in the United States. The average vehicle is like over 50,000 in the United States now. Like, it's just out of control. All right, back to the fun, or at least what would be fun. More vacation talk. Unfortunately, family vacays down to the Jersey Shore are going to be a lot more expensive this year. According to CBS New York, over 11% more expensive.
What?
As our temperatures rise, so does the cost for a trip down the shore. In fact, some experts say prices could spike as much as 11% this summer. Christine Sloan breaks it all down.
A picture-perfect day down the Jersey Shore and a good time to start budgeting your summer beach trip. This Hoboken resident says he saves by packing the essentials, including water.
I got a little cooler up front, couple bags with blankets and towels.
Federal Affinity Credit Union, which does research annually on beach trips, says the cost of everything that makes up the quintessential Jersey Shore experience is increasing this summer. That includes parking and gas, both up by more than 50%.
I go to Costco to get gas, so it's a little bit cheaper, but it was still like easily like $60 to fill up a tank. When I remember back in October, it was like in the 20s maybe.
Something that people don't really consider is using public transit. We actually do have a train line in New Jersey that goes right down the shore.
Grant Gallagher says their research finds the price of beach tags, drinks, and food rising too. A slice of pizza costing 28% more this summer. But the most significant increase, Gallagher says, summer rentals up by almost 53%.
Give us pizza or give us death. If you can plan a few day trips instead of having to rent, or if you really do want to rent, if you plan to stay a little bit further off from the shoreline, costs typically do go down a little bit.
Who wants to do that? Well, there you go. All the important stuff more expensive. Including pizza, up 28%. Week-long rentals over 50%. How are you supposed to have fun down on the shore if you can't afford anything? Did you hear how much the woman said? She's like, I was paying $20 last year, and now I paid $60. Jesus Christ. Oh, difficult to have fun on a Memorial Day weekend with all of that. The one guy has been having a great deal of fun with his family recently, over the last year, actually. A guy with a very important job has been spending the better part of 7 months with his family going around doing a reality show style road trip. Former Real World star, Real World cast member turned Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yep, he's been having great fun with his family all over America.
Fuck yeah!
How much was donated to Sean Duffy's family road trip? Most sponsors still won't say. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy claims funding for his upcoming YouTube video series was above board, but a lack of transparency from sponsors with key issues in front of the Trump administration continue to raise questions of ethics and conflicts of interest. The Great American Road Trip, Inc., a non-profit organization set up for the Duffy's Road Trip reality series, sold top-tier platinum partnerships for $1 million, with gold, $500,000, silver, $250,000, and bronze, $100,000 levels also available, according to the pitch deck obtained by Politico earlier this month. Boeing and Japanese automaker Toyota each donated $1 million to sponsor the series, the Wall Street Journal reported. The road trip series website displays the British oil and gas company Shell alongside Boeing and Toyota, but Shell declined to confirm to Forbes whether it had also contributed $1 million for the project. Electronic Payments Coalition, a lobbying group representing the interests of major payment credit card networks, confirmed it was a sponsor of the road trip as well, but would not say how much it contributed. Google, Royal Caribbean Cruise Line, and CRH, a provider of building materials for highways and other critical infrastructure, also declined to confirm how much that they had contributed for the road trip. The American Bus Association told Forbes it was a bronze level sponsor, but other organizations displayed at the same level told Forbes they had not made financial contributions and instead provided logistical support as in-kind contributions. Yep. Sean Duffy and his family have been going around on this staged road trip for 7 months. Right? It's not a real road trip. Like, they're not actually driving around America. They're just pretending to drive around America, and then they're posting it to YouTube after the fact.
This is ridiculous!
The Department of Transportation, the Secretary of Transportation.
Secretary Buttigieg, I have to ask you about what the current transportation...
Right? Like the guy who now has Pete's job.
Secretary Buttigieg, I have to ask you about what the current Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, is doing. He filmed, I think everybody knows this at this point, a road trip reality series. You criticized it. Your husband, Chasten, said that Secretary Duffy and his wife threw endless fits on national television when you worked from your son's ICU bedside. And now Secretary Duffy is criticizing you on social media. He's making videos about you. He said that the, quote, radical, miserable left hates his road trip because they don't want people to celebrate America. Your response?
I love road trips. I love America. I actually took a taxpayer-funded road trip lasting about 7 months. It was in Afghanistan. This is something very different. This is not about patriotism. And it is an embarrassment to have him going around saying that a road trip, quote, fits any budget at a time when more and more Americans cannot afford a road trip.
Yes, exactly. It is an embarrassment. The former Secretary of Transportation is correct. It's a disgrace that this man would do this while Americans pay more and more and more for gas and are being forced to do less on holidays like today. Now, it's not just family road trips that are going by the wayside as a result of higher gas prices. No. Trump administration's Operation Epstein Fury is also causing problems for local businesses.
We just got this truck in April. This whole May, we've been hustling and hustling.
Manele de los Reyes and her husband Luis travel all across Lake County with their food truck, Taqueria Mil Ocho Mil. From Bonita Springs to Cape Coral, they stop at the pump and fill up. A full tank, she says, costs about $140. She says they fill up about 3 to 4 times a day.
They bring us an opportunity and we have to decide whether or not it's too far because of the gas. You know, we still have to pay our bills, we have to pay the truck, and all the little things that just suck up on what you're making.
According to AAA, the average cost of gas is up nearly $1.30 from just 1 year ago. Diesel up by almost $2. Coupled with the rising cost of food, experts say the expense is hitting food truck owners hard.
I'm seeing a lot of food trucks really shorten their radius for where they'll actually go and service. If this gas continues to be as high as it is, it's really going to be problematic for most.
So true. And thank you, Markavius, for the follow on Twitch. Okay. Yep, even our delicious taco trucks are under threat. Consumer sentiment hitting an all-time low last week, with numbers on Friday coming in an abysmal level.
Flashing warning signs for the U.S. economy. Consumer sentiment hitting an all-time low amid growing concerns about inflation and Trump's war with Iran, which means Americans are more down on the economy than in any other time since 1952. That's a long time ago. And it comes as Kevin Warsh, who Trump picked as the new Federal Reserve chairman in the hopes that Warsh would lower interest rates, was just sworn in. Now, Trump claiming today that Warsh will be free from any pressure from Trump in the job.
I want Kevin to be totally independent. I want him to be independent and just do a great job.
Now, Kevin Warsh is well aware of the reality, which is that is hard to believe, because you will remember what Trump routinely said about the former chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jay Powell. That's Warsh's predecessor. Trump said pretty nasty things about him when Powell refused to do Trump's bidding.
Now, I would like to also point out, since CNN didn't, it's completely unprecedented for a president to speak at and attend the swearing in of a Federal Reserve chairman. And it clearly shows just how not independent it's going to be around here. I would like to point something else out, though, with the talk about interest rates. Talk about this a lot. But right now, interest rates, as you can see, are going up. And when I say interest rates, I mean the 30-year Treasury yield, right? This is over all time. I'm just going to go back to last year because this is what's important for everybody to understand, I think. If you go back here to September, right? Because I think, I can't remember exactly what day it was. It was like the 17th or something like that. It's an odd numbered day. I can't remember exactly. Don't sue me. Okay. But 3 times in Trump's presidency, whether or not you saw it is not the important part. 3 times during Trump's presidency, the Federal Reserve lowered interest rates. And by interest rates, we are always talking about the federal funds rate. And that is the rate at which the Federal Reserve loans money to banks and other financial institutions, right? So back here, September 16th, they lower interest rates, right? It's at 460 here. By September 23rd, it's at 473, right? Now, it goes briefly back down, and in October, they lower interest rates again, right? I can't remember exactly what day it was. I think it was around here, maybe around the same time. It was like mid-month. They lowered interest rates again. By 2 weeks later, by the end of October, it's back up. It's back up to 473, back where it was over here. And now, and in December, or it was November, I think it was September, October, November, but it might have been December. But point is 3 times at the end of last year, during the holidays, they lowered interest rates. But what have we seen since then? We've seen it go up, not down, right? You've seen a move of 50 basis points. That's what they call them, right? 50 over 45, that's 1 in 9. What is that, like 11%? And the interest rates are up like 11%, essentially, right? From where they were. Or 50 basis points. It's huge. It's a huge move in a short period of time. And it's because the Federal Reserve doesn't control the 30-year interest rates, which are the ones that your bank looks at when they give you a loan. And that's the problem we have here. Kevin Warsh cannot... He can keep funneling money to banks for lower and lower percentages, but you're not seeing it play out. You're not seeing mortgage rates go lower. You're seeing them go higher. You're not seeing credit card rates go lower. They're seeing them go higher. Same thing for auto loans. It's because the 30-year and the 10-year and the 5-year and the 2-year are all going up. Because people are selling more bonds than they are buying. And like I've been saying, I think it's a result of people losing faith in the U.S. government. Same way consumers are losing faith in the future. Why they're spending less. Because we have a very uncertain, chaotic world that we're living in as a result of President Trump's behavior. Yep, people have been struggling straight through the Memorial Day weekend. Trying their best to pay for what they need to celebrate America.
It's just a lot going on right now. Grocery prices are really high, gas prices are really high. I just filled up my car. Normally it takes like close to 50, and this is at Costco. It's $70. That's a lot. That's a big difference. Groceries are expensive. Everything is inflated right now. And so we gotta get this man out of this office. I'm sorry.
Yep. Groceries are more expensive. Gas is more expensive. Basically, everything is getting more and more expensive. It's a big problem. American workers are under new jar of kimchi levels of pressure. I had never considered that, but yeah, that makes sense. It's a fermentation process. I assume there's a lot of pressure involved in that.
The Memorial Day weekend is the symbolic start of summer, and a lot of Americans are on the move. But this year, traveling will cost you more. CBS's Chanel Call is in New York City with all the details. Chanel, good evening.
Jerika, it's an expensive start to the summer travel season, with everything from gas to groceries costing you more this year. Many Americans will be forced to make some tough choices.
Families stocking up for Memorial Day barbecues this weekend are feeling the heat.
All of the prices shock me, just that they seem to go up every single time I go to the grocery store.
Americans now paying 20% more for food than 4 years ago. Inflation rose nearly 1% this month, mainly due to higher gas prices.
I don't even fill it up all the way anymore. Yeah, just because prices are so expensive.
The war with Iran has raised the cost of fuel by 41%. The highest price in California, an average of $6.11 a gallon. The lowest in Indiana at $3.93.
I think the trajectory that we're on, we could see the national average at $5 at some point in June.
All of it hitting Americans hard. The University of Michigan Sentiment Survey finds consumer sentiment dropped to its lowest level on record in May. Americans feel worse than they did during wars, 9/11, and even the COVID-19 pandemic.
Wow. Consumer sentiment lower than in both wars and the COVID-19 pandemic. That's good. It needs to stop. This shit needs to stop. It's out of control. Now, one group of individuals is doing everything they can to make Memorial Day a special one for the veterans. Let's go to Keihan 2 News Hawaii. To these little heroes.
Well, the Girl Scouts of Hawaii spent their Saturday morning getting ready to honor sacrifice. The Girl Scouts joined volunteers at Windward Mall to collect and make lei for Memorial Day. It's part of their Lei of Aloha project, honoring fallen members of the armed forces.
Hey, anytime that the young kids can interact with us old folk, you know, they give us a breath of life, and they also can teach us so much, you know. We forget how smart they really are. I have one of my friends that's buried up at the National Cemetery here in Kaneohe, and I'm hoping that maybe one of these will go to Roger's grave.
The lei will be draped in the Hawaii State Veterans Cemetery tomorrow.
Oh, there you go. Girl Scouts making beautiful flowery lei for the veterans on Memorial Day. Now to rather shocking news in Hawaii. A violent 6.0 magnitude earthquake impacted Hawaii Island, like the main one, I think. And boy, oh boy, devastating impact.
"24 hours have passed since a powerful 6.0 magnitude earthquake shook the state last night, rattling homes, knocking items off shelves, and sending residents scrambling for safety. It struck near Honaunau na Po'opo'o on the Big Island, but it was strong enough to be felt on every island, even on Kauai. Our newsroom was flooded with calls and emails from many concerned residents. No tsunami threats were issued, but officials say it is the strongest earthquake Hawaii has seen since 2018 and one of the strongest for this area since the 1950s. Nikki Schenfeld takes a look at some of the damage left behind.
The powerful shaking lasted about 20 seconds, but for many, it felt much longer.
It was the kind of shaking where the house starts shaking, everything around you starts falling. And then you just like hold on for dear life, and you like grab your loved ones.
The whole thing was shaking. We were on the second floor. We could see the walls moving. We heard glass breaking downstairs. That was so gnarly.
The magnitude 6.0 quake hit at 9:46 Friday night, about 14 miles deep on the west flank of Mauna Loa. Scientists say the depth and size of the earthquake helped it shake the entire state.
Oh yeah, this was not an earthquake. I don't think anybody on the island didn't feel it. We had 5,000 felt reports.
Kaylee Grant just moved into her first home 2 weeks ago in Honaunau. She's grateful the top is made of bamboo, which helped absorb the shock of the quake.
The whole house
just felt like it was a wave, and we could hear things crashing all around us in our house. It was really intense being that close to the epicenter. It felt really strong. You could hear the earth under you. It felt like it was right under our house, like the earth was splitting open. It was so insane. It's kind of hard to describe.
Her neighbors weren't as lucky. Across South Kona, residents reported cracked foundations, broken water tanks, rock slides, and boulders blocking driveways. Temporary road closures were reported along Highway 11, but have since reopened.
Pretty crazy damage caused by this 6 magnitude earthquake. I got one more clip. Do you not see, like, is she not, she's clearly eating a treat. She's clearly eating a treat right now. That much is obvious.
Residents are cleaning up and making repairs after last night's magnitude 6.0 earthquake rocked the island of Hawaii, damaging homes, triggering rock slides, and knocking out power across parts of South Kona. Our Raquel Kahlo reports.
Video sent to Hawaii News Now captures the terrifying moment when the earthquake ripped through Randy Hooley's chicken and ribs warehouse in Kealakekua. It shook the building, sending shelves crashing down and people scrambling for safety.
It was a hard jerk, and then it sounded like a bomb went off.
Randy Morris says his warehouse had only minor damage, but at his daughter's home, the quake shifted the entire house off its foundation.
It just felt like I was on one of those carnival rides that like jerk your body and you can't really, like, your body can't keep up with it. It just sounded like the whole house exploded.
As the home cracked apart, Asia Morris-Filsley says her first thought was getting her children out safely.
And then my mom tried to scoop me out of bed, and then I tried to go back, and then I fell into a crack in the deck.
Oh my god. That kid is lucky to be alive. He fell through a crack in the deck. Well, there you have it, people. Scary stuff happening in Hawaii. The 6.0 magnitude earthquake shaking the foundations, people's lives. Thankfully, no reported deaths or serious injuries that I'm aware of, but a lot of property damage in some areas. Okay. And what is this? A lot of Autumn hate in chat right now. Now, Autumn's not here to defend himself. Or his folding bike. Okay. I actually should have put this in the other spot. I don't know how this got here. Screw it. All right. I guess it makes sense. Environmental activity. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't even matter. All right, let's talk about improvement to public transportation in the Northwest. The Amtrak Cascades, a new train line. Who is this? King 5 Seattle.
A first look at the future of train travel in the Northwest is happening right now in Seattle. A new Amtrak Cascades train is arriving at King Street Station, entering its final phase of testing before it starts taking on riders. King 5's Alex McClune is live at the station with a look at what to expect. Hey, Alex.
Hey, Madeline. Actually, the new train is a little delayed today. Amtrak officials told us it's supposed to get here around 5:30. It's coming from across the country where it was going through its first rounds of testing. But when it goes into service here in the Pacific Northwest this fall, it will be replacing decades-old trains.
Passengers at King Street Station have been riding Amtrak trains on the Cascades line since service launched in 1999.
The Cascades trains were built in the 70s and 80s, so they're 40 to 50 years old.
Under the historic ceilings and light fixtures, Mike Bergman came to see something new.
Amtrak doesn't get new equipment very often.
Amtrak wants train travel to feel less like a backup plan and more like an experience. Amtrak's new Aero train sets have bigger windows, roomier restrooms, more ADA seating, and USB-C charging ports at every seat. 8 new train sets are coming to the Pacific Northwest to help meet growing demand, with about 300 seats on each train.
And there you go, fancy new upgrades for the Amtrak Cascades line. More accessibility, more USB ports, better bathrooms, all good things. I mean, every single improvement to our fucking public transportation infrastructure, I will take. You know, like, yeah. And now let's go down to California for a research project on top of a building gone awry. The fact is you start grabbing Falcon chicks, you're gonna get the talents.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Whoopsies. Oh, helicopter parenting. More like dive bomber parenting. I mean, my God. Those peregrine falcons, they get going. They're actually, I think, the fastest birds alive once they, in fact, maybe one of the fastest animals on Earth when they hit their maximum velocity. You really gotta watch yourself. There you go, researchers just trying to do their jobs. Being pelted by peregrine parents. Alliteration. Okay, moving it along now to another group of individuals working with another youth avian population. This one's a little different. This company is working to de-extinctify. I don't think that's a word. I just made that word up. You'll see what I mean. Right now.
This is the world's first artificial egg system to create and grow birds completely without shells to term successfully, repeatably, and healthy.
Like, it's the first step in developing an actual artificial egg, but they're overselling their claims by saying it's an artificial egg. It's an artificial egg shell.
The purpose of this creation is to create a modular system to scale ex utero development of birds of any size, ranging from small birds and parrots to chickens to eventually things like the South Island giant moa, without the need of surrogates or a shell.
they might be able to use this technology to help them make a genetically modified bird, but that's just a genetically modified bird. It's not a moa. And it can't be a moa because the of hereditary ancestry that you need to be a moa is gone.
We try to parallel everything at Colossal and actually develop systems that we'll need later in the future today. So we didn't want to wait till we were ready to birth a giant moa. We actually wanted to start working on the engineering challenges for surrogacy and birth now.
Well, there you go. Fascinating story. Researchers creating a fake eggshell for bird embryo surrogacy, I guess, to aid in propagation of particular species, I guess, that are harder to attain, including potentially genetically modified ones to mimic extinct species like the giant moa. But as that one guy said, it will never actually be a giant moa because we don't have the DNA. This isn't Jurassic Park. Still a fascinating story, I thought. Anyway, let's go back to catastrophes. From earthquake to chemical emergencies. State of emergency declared in Southern California. 50,000 people have been evacuated as a result of a chemical leak in Orange County.
We have live team coverage for you across Orange County. We want to get you answers and accountability in this evolving situation. Let's begin with Alex Rozier. He is live at the command center in Los Alamitos. Alex?
Kathy and Colleen, we are at that command center in Los Alamitos. That's about 4 miles from the tank in Garden Grove. But people here are really concerned about the temperature of the tank that rose to 90 degrees late last night. NBC's Steve Patterson just asked the incident commander at what temperature are they worried that a potential explosion may occur.
There is a flammable limit of 225 degrees. Okay. Somewhere in between that 90, 100 area where it's currently at, and that temperature is where it starts its thermal runaway. And it's some technical talk. It's a 4-to-1 expansion ratio. So it immediately radically transforms into that overpressure and blow up. So we are literally on the edge of it.
So right now, crews are monitoring the temperature as about 50,000 people wonder when they'll be able to go home. Today, an unmanned station sprayed a troubled tank in Garden Grove that fire officials say will either spill or explode.
Letting this thing just fail and blow up is unacceptable to us.
Orange County Fire Authority's Craig Covey says they've been checking the temperature, trying to cool the tank that contains 7,000 gallons of the toxic chemical methyl methacrylate.
We still have the 2 plans, right, that we were handed this incident off to us. Does it rupture and spill, or does it blow up?
As crews search for more solutions, they are preparing for every scenario, including a spill.
We're going to try to establish some diking and damming and divert it to a spot that could be a holding area. We're looking for places that we can push this fluid, should it fail, and try to prevent it from getting into our storm drains, our river channels, and ultimately into the ocean, doing an environmental disaster.
I step over.
Yeah. I mean, this is disturbing. This thing is like right in the middle of like a residential area. Like there's a bunch of homes in the surrounding area. Like if you look at the map. Yeah. Here. If you look at this freaking map. You can see all along this side. Just a bunch of homes. Apartments over here, it looks like. And the blast radius goes straight into these neighborhoods. It's ridiculous. All right, this is the latest update I have on this for you from ABC from yesterday.
California lawmakers and the governor are now appealing to the White House to make a disaster declaration. Authorities say they are making progress tonight and may be able to avoid a catastrophic disaster. There is desperation to find a solution to this crisis. The tank is located in a densely populated area just miles away from two Disney theme parks, Angel Stadium and Knott's Berry Farm. At least 50,000 people in Orange County have been forced to evacuate their homes and seek residence in temporary shelters. And the mayor is warning residents not to ignore those evacuation orders, calling this a very dangerous situation. ABC's Jacqueline Lee leads us off from the command center.
Tonight, progress in the desperate efforts to prevent an environmental disaster in Orange County, California. Crews able to get close enough to that unstable 7,000-gallon tank full of hazardous liquid, finding a potential crack, offering a glimmer of hope. Why would this be a good thing?
So the thing about the crack is what we're looking for. It's going to relieve pressure. We want the pressure relieved out of that tank.
He goes on to explain there could still be an explosion, just not a catastrophic one. For days, officials have feared the tank would either explode into a fireball, igniting nearby tanks, or the methyl methacrylate, a highly volatile chemical inside, would leak out. Even
I mean, if there's a crack, it's definitely leaking out, right? If you're spraying water on it, it's probably mixing with that, and it's just going into the water table, the sewer, wherever water would go in this area. Seems bad. All right, let's do some good things, because it's still Memorial Day. To New York. News 8 WROZ. The Lilac Festival 2026.
Music, the sights, sounds, and flowers were all the rave once again for this year's Lilac Festival. Organizers say the festival's 10-day run was a success and are already planning for next year. Orion Hermanette was there and shares what many say made this year's event so special.
Year after year, the crowds flock for the lilacs, and the 2026 Lilac Festival is no exception. Although today is the last day of this year's festival, the folks I talked with here in Highland Park say they're already so excited for what next year's event has in store.
I love Rochester.
And one of the things Michelle Bradley from Caledonia loves most about it, the Lilac Festival.
I've been coming here for years. It's just a Rochester tradition. I mean, it's something that it's engraved in you.
Thousands spent their Sunday at Highland Park to get one more chance to experience this year's festival. Lilac executive producer Jenny Lamaglio tells me it was a blast, to say the least.
This year was jam-packed full of energy. You can really feel the community support this year. Even with chillier temps earlier in the week, we stayed dry.
The attraction for many? All the local talent who rocked Center Park stage over the past 10 days. But others I spoke with had highlights of their own.
My favorite part about coming here is seeing all the people and how they enjoy it and just making the best of it. Well, there's a lot of games and stuff that I can play and win stuff. I like the carnival the most.
Oh yeah. Do you have a favorite ride?
Yeah! I would say the car one.
And folks are already thinking about next year's Lilac.
All right, there you go. Everybody's having fun at the Lilac Festival. 'Tis summer. Time to enjoy the outdoors. However, one Brooklyn man, for one Brooklyn man, enjoying the outdoors went awry, I'm afraid. And wound up needing a official rescue. Here's CBS New York from Saturday. Whoopsies, no, don't. Why would you do that to me? There we go.
A slip inside a cave trapped a man from Brooklyn for hours. Take a look at just how frightening things looked inside Merlin's Cave in upstate Columbia County. State forest rangers were able to free the man after he was stranded shivering for about 6 hours. They used a hammer and a drill to remove some of the rock. Officials say it was so cold he had started to become hypothermic, but they were able to get him out and warm him up. Otherwise, he was not seriously injured.
There you go. Memorial Day weekend outdoor excursion gone awry in upstate New York. One Brooklyn man trapped for 6 hours. Nearly going hypothermic. That's not what you want. That's not fun. I'm sure that's not how you imagined things going when you planned that trip. Now, the whole tri-state area was experiencing wet, cold weather all weekend. Some of that brought with it damage and destruction.
Right now at 6:30, cleanup from a wet weekend. Several trees uprooted, some crushing cars, another falling onto a home.
It was a thunder. It was really loud. The trunk fell on the house. You seen all the trunk, basically tore up my garage and the back end of my house.
We do have team coverage on the damage, and Vanessa is tracking more rain in your first alert forecast. Good evening. I'm Alice Gaynor in for Alan Devlin. It has been a wet and chilly Memorial Day weekend, and we will see more rain tomorrow morning. Trees came down across our region from Central Park to Brooklyn to Linden, New Jersey, where a home was damaged and residents were displaced. All of this wet weather comes as people hit the roads and the airports. Here's a live look at the GW Bridge and JFK Airport. There's a ground delay at JFK right now due to the weather, and flight delays are mounting. Again, we do have team coverage for you tonight. Chrissy Kalishian has a look at the damage and flooding, but we begin with meteorologist Vanessa Murdoch, who has our first alert forecast. You're busy in that weather center, Vanessa.
Absolutely. The rainfall coupled with the gusty winds of today led to those toppled trees. So here's a recap of what we've experienced so far. Total rainfall in the park, 1 3/4 inches. Sussex over 1.5. Out on the east side of the island, Montauk, nearly 1 inch. And of course,
well, there you have it. Rainy weather. Rainy and cold weather all weekend. Honestly, it's been very, very cold start to spring for the Northeast, while the rest of the country is under a heat dome. And actually, we're going to talk about the heat. Here in a second. Before that, I want to talk about hypothetical storm, the perfect storm, which has not even happened yet. PBS Terra, Friday.
The perfect storm hasn't happened yet, but it may only be a matter of time. To see what I mean, let's take a look at New York City. By itself, Hurricane Sandy wasn't an exceptional storm. It was just a post-tropical cyclone when it made landfall, but it was perfectly timed for destruction. Peak winds coincided with an unusually high tide, causing the most extreme storm surge in the city's history. 9 years later, Superstorm Ida broke records with over 3 inches of rain in a single hour, overwhelming sewers, flooding the subway system, and causing massive widespread damage. But it could have been much worse.
Our urban infrastructure was really designed for...
Honestly, we saw some of this. I mean, it wasn't as bad, but we saw some crazy shit over the weekend.
Subway system and causing massive widespread damage.
Actually, I guess it was the end of last week. It was like Thursday, Friday. I don't remember exactly when it was. The rain was worse on Thursday than it was over the weekend.
But it could have been much worse.
Our urban infrastructure was really designed for the climate of the last century.
Compound flooding is definitely going to increase, largely driven by sea level rise.
We've already decided what the future is going to look like. It's going to be hotter, it's going to be wetter, it's going to be riskier. There's no doubt about that.
So what if a storm hits with both the rapid rainfall of Ida and the storm surge of Sandy?
That combination will be literally doomsday for our metropolitan area.
We know it's possible because it's happened before. And now the ingredients that made it are just getting even more extreme. And we're more vulnerable now than ever before. Meanwhile, New York is investing billions in promising flood prevention and response. It comes down to a race. So who's going to win?
Yeah, unfortunately, without the help of the federal government, it's going to be very hard for the, the city and the state of New York to make up for it. But yes, she's right. Some projects are being done, but it's only a small portion of New York. God, I mean, we need like a federal level plan for this stuff, and on top of a federal level effort to stop contributing to climate change. Sadly, we are not doing that. And maps like this are, more and more likely to happen in the near future. Okay, I just gotta keep this moving because I'm moving kind of slow. Over 5 hours in. I guess I'm not doing terrible. I can't be moving too slow. All right, let's go down the coast. WRAL. North Carolina. Yesterday. Army Corps of Engineers warned low water levels pose severe risks.
A lot of people out there will be looking to dive into a lake on Memorial Day, but that ongoing drought, you see it right there, might make you think twice. There are some hazards that are popping up out there as those water levels recede. The Bureau's Kirsten Clark explains what you can do to stay safe.
Parts of Falls Lake, Raleigh's primary water source, don't look much like a lake at all right now. The lake bed exposed as water levels sit nearly 4 feet below normal. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers warns conditions like this could limit access to recreational activities, including in designated swimming areas. Lower water levels can expose hidden hazards like stumps, rocks, and debris just below the surface. And though you may be tempted to swim in non-designated areas instead, sudden drop-offs can pose serious safety risks for swimmers, taking you from shallow to deep water in just a single step. For safety, the Army Corps of Engineers says visitors should stay out of non-designated areas altogether. Never dive or jump into unfamiliar waters. Always enter feet first. And to avoid swimming near boat ramps, docks, or vessels with...
Yep, low water levels posing serious risk to Memorial Day enjoyers. Or hopeful enjoyers. Whoopsies. Also, of course, this is no doubt going to be causing people serious problems if the water continues to stay at low levels like that for the whole water table. It's gonna pose serious problems for people's drinking water, you would assume. Meanwhile, down in Florida, grass fires have been popping up. A trend which, as I said, the very beginning of this year, I thought we were going to see a very tumultuous fire season and probably storm season. And everything is confirming that. Got the El Nino coming in now. It's all coming together in the worst ways possible. Where did TV go? What the fuck?
This is CBS News Miami.
First at 6:30, breaking news. A grass fire is ripping through southwest Miami-Dade right now. Plumes of smoke, like you can see on your screen, can be seen from miles away. Good evening, I'm Chelsea Jones. Fire crews are on the scene right now working to contain those flames. CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister is your reporter live at the scene. Anna, walk us through what you can see where you are.
So Chelsea, right now we're on 120th Street. We've been here for about 2 hours. I want to show behind me just how police officers have been, deputies rather, redirecting traffic because they don't want people to go down this road. If you could take it back out behind me, you could see the smoke right down the street. Again, 120th Street. You can see right there, that is a water truck. They have been going in and out of this location trying to extinguish the fire. Now, I want to take you to some video. Now, this has been going on for a few hours, and when we were driving here, Chelsea, we could just see those plumes of smoke coming in from off of 95. And according to Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, at least 10 acres of land is burning. There are several Miami fire crews here at the scene, as well as 3 forestry units. The area is becoming smokier the longer that we've been out here, and the fire officials, they're urging anyone with respiratory issues in the area to stay indoors.
I got one more clip on these grass fires. CBS Miami 22 hours ago.
This is CBS News Miami.
Tonight at 11, crews are still working to put out the flames from a grass fire in southwest Miami-Dade. You can see the thick smoke is blanketing roads and the neighborhoods nearby. Good evening, I'm Chelsea Jones. Right now, officials say the fire is 40% contained. CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister is your reporter in southwest Miami-Dade with reaction from people who live there.
According to Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, the fire has burned at least 10 acres of land, and those who live nearby tell us that their neighborhoods have been inundated with smoke for hours. Tonight, small patches of embers glow, showing the hot spots left in the brush fire in southwest Miami-Dade that's been burning for hours.
I literally opened my window for a second. I just started like coughing.
We see a lot of, smoke and, ashes and, so what is going on?
Nora and Samuel Garcia live nearby and say they noticed thick plumes of smoke around 3 p.m. They took this cell phone video showing the smoky conditions in their neighborhood.
Like you can see like the ash falling on the ground and everything like that. I thought I was in California for a second.
For hours, firefighters worked to extinguish the blaze along 120th Street that was rapidly spreading due to the wind.
Concern right now is the amount of smoke in the area, obviously, so we're encouraging people to stay indoors and close their windows and doors. But other than that, there doesn't appear to be any direct flame impingement on any properties.
Now this fire season, it's not just me saying it. I'm not just like making this claim. Here's CNN from Saturday, 23rd. Wildfire season is off to a historic start, and it could get worse. And I only managed to find this article like right before the stream started. So actually, there's a fire in here that I had no fucking idea about, which just tells you just how much shit there's been going on lately that I could miss such a thing. But you'll see in Nebraska, but in southern Georgia, fast-moving flames destroyed a record number of homes across the plains. In Nebraska, the largest fire in state history killed one person and wiped out more than 600,000 acres of cattle country. And outside Los Angeles, an unusually early blaze spurred evacuation alerts for thousands. Wildfire season has been far from mild this spring across the United States. Wildfire activity has hit historic levels and is likely to worsen in the coming months. Since the beginning of the year, nearly 30,000 fires have ignited across the country, the most in almost 2 decades. More than 2 million acres have burned, which is twice the previous 10-year average and the highest loss in 14 years. The Southeast has tallied the highest number of fires across the country so far, with blazes closer to populated areas than usual, but the largest have occurred in the Great Plains, where strong winds pushed flames across towns. The West has already experienced uncharacteristically early and destructive events, bringing concerns for a perilous fire season. Quote, here we are in May, and we're talking about people losing their houses and lives, unquote, said Morgan Varner, research director at Tall Timbers Research Station and Land Conservancy in Tallahassee, Florida. Several factors all point to a really bad year in many regions, he said. That includes low snowpack, plenty of vegetation, drought, and expected changes to weather patterns from a developing super El Nino, all on top of an underlying warming climate that's intensifying the hot, dry conditions that help fires ignite and spread. Region by region, these are the most notable U.S. wildfires so far, and the biggest concerns heading into summer. Fires in Georgia are common from March to May, but this year is one for the history books. Since the beginning of the year, more than 3,000 fires have burned 83,000 acres in the state, according to data from the Georgia Forestry Commission. That's almost double the fires and 8 times as many burned acres by this time of the year compared to the last 5. We've been in a drought, and it's been building since the late summer of 2025, said Thomas Barrett, Forest Protection Chief with the Georgia Forestry Commission. It's taken this long to finally get about as bad as it could get. On top of that, he said, weather systems brought more dry air and strong winds to the region, creating a perfect storm of fire conditions this season. Forecasts from the National Interagency Fire Center expect high fire activity through July until summer thunderstorms bring relief. Quote, I keep my fingers crossed and we're peaking about now, and that will start going down in a couple of months, said Barrett. Unquote. Everyone in the southeast part of the country has kind of been in the same shape this spring, unquote. Unlike previous years, the fires are also hitting closer to populated areas, particularly in Georgia. April's Highway 82 fire, believed to have been sparked by a party balloon landing on a power line, destroyed more than 120 homes, the most destroyed by a fire since records began in the 1950s, and likely in the state's history, according to Barrett. Some fires sent smoke hundreds of miles away, to Atlanta. Just south in Florida, fires burned tens of thousands of acres near Jacksonville and outside of the Miami metro, also sending smoke across communities that rarely see it. We've been in an area where wildfires are almost never seen, said Varner. We're coughing on smoke while mowing the grass or looking at our azaleas. And this is the drought map we've been monitoring all year. I think this is the same. Yeah, it's the U.S. Drought Monitor. This is the exact same map that we've been looking at, and it's a troubling scenario with like 70% of the country experiencing drought. The only states that aren't, the Great Lakes. I mean, you'll notice it's only the states that are on the Great Lakes, right? Vermont, New York, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minneapolis. I'm sorry, and Minnesota, right? It's the only countries that aren't experiencing states that aren't experiencing drought or severe drought. Everybody else is fucked. I guess North Dakota is doing okay.
Injuries have been reported in Miami-Dade.
I just pressed play when I was when I planned to keep reading. Jesus Christ. All right, most of this year's wildfires so far have been in the southeastern states, particularly Georgia, Florida, and North Carolina. The region has been experiencing an increase in wildfire activity in recent decades, largely due to changes in vegetation and climate, research shows. As firefighters were busy battling the blazes, Varner said many states couldn't perform their scheduled prescribed fires, a practice of burning built-up vegetation in controlled areas so that they won't fuel a wildfire. In Florida, the number of executed prescribed fires is around the lowest in 25 years, he said. Across the southeast, almost every state is about halfway where they should be. The problem is not just what happens during late May of this year or what happens in late summer, quote unquote. It's the rollover, that sort of carryover effect that would affect next year. In less than a day, on March 12th, the Morrill Fire tore through 70 miles of prairie land in western Nebraska. It ran through the town of Oshkosh, where the fire department advised residents to turn on sprinklers until additional help arrived. Winds complicated containment, and the fire eventually consumed 642,000 acres to become the state's largest on record and the nation's largest this year. This is the one that I didn't get, and I figured out that I'm not subscribed to any Nebraska's news stations, and I know that I'm always claiming I'm subscribed to one in every state. Somehow I miss Nebraska. I'm sorry, Nebraska. I mean, I'm not perfect, as it turns out. But this is insane. 642,000 fucking acres. Where was I? The plains, specifically Nebraska, Colorado, Kansas, and South Dakota, account for some of the most burned land this spring. Nebraska alone, which has experienced 25 wildfires so far, constituted about 40% of all burned wildland in the U.S. as of May 21st, per the National Interagency Fire Center. Like the Southeast, the Great Plains have been under intense drought for months and experienced strong winds and low humidity this season, which helped fan flames through tinder dry grasslands. Fires have been increasing in number and size in the Great Plains as warmer and drier conditions prevail. One study in 2017 found the total area burned has grown by 400% since around the 1990s, accompanied by a higher number of fires each year as well. Stronger fire season predicted in the West.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Fire season doesn't typically pick up until the summer and fall in the western U.S., but firefighters are already at work. It could just be the start of a devastating year, especially in California. Off of the coast of Southern California, a wildfire has consumed more than 17,000 acres on Santa Rosa Island. Okay, we already covered all of these fires in California, so we're going to skip that. But there you go. It's not just me saying it. It's CNN and Reuters and like a bunch of other people saying it. It's going to be a bad year, it would seem, fires and storms wise. Although it's going to be weird too because of the El Nino. El Nino is going to drive extreme weather patterns, unusual extreme weather patterns across like the southwest, probably straight across through the southeast, I would guess. And don't forget, of course, hurricane season will continue. NOAA already released their predictions for this year. It's going to be slightly lower in the Atlantic, but we're going to, of course, see a whole lot of tropical storm activity in the Pacific as a result of the El Nino. Let's go up to Canada for a happy environmental story. It is our replacement Sunday Funday stream, after all. CBC News, Saskatchewan.
And she said, "Oh my God, it's Missy. Missy's at the door." So instinct was to run over and let her in. Of course, she was just kind of standing there staring, waiting for us to let her in.
It was just a normal Monday. Missy was staying home that day because she had a vet appointment. She usually comes Mondays to Fridays. It was just before 11. I looked up and I saw this dog running around in the parking lot. I'm like, oh my God, there's like a dog loose in the parking lot.
Honestly, we were just very surprised to see her. We were told that she wasn't coming, so the fact that she just happened to show up on her own was very shocking.
Dad and her bike here every single day, so she's very familiar with her route. She has a specific routine, obviously. She was like, it's Monday, I'm supposed to be at daycare.
I could tell from the window she was very upset with me that I decided to leave without her. Missy had dug her way out under the back gate and took herself to daycare because and it sounded like she just followed the route that we normally take in the morning with a bicycle. She really enjoys daycare. Even when I drop her off in the morning, they're really good with her. She just shows up with her tail wagging. Well, we call it butt wagging because she's wagging, but her butt's moving too. She's so excited. And that's just Missy, though. She's like that all the time. Even to see us at the end of the day, she's excited all the time. The big thing is at least she was safe.
We figured that she went digging because her paws and her face and everything were quite muddy. So we thought we might as well give her a little spa day, clean her up, make sure she's going home in good condition. And we felt really loved that she had come here to see us. I mean, she had the whole world at her feet and she came and chose to come to see us. We just were very happy that she honestly made it here safely and that she feels safe enough in our care that this is the place that she chose to come to in that moment. I think it's a little bit of us and a little bit of her friend Shaggy, of course. They're typically here together on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So it was a Monday, and I think she knew that he was here wondering where she was and why she was late to come see him. She had to get cleaned up to see her man. She had to make sure she was all fresh and smelling nice, camping off the streets and then going to hang out with her boyfriend, of course.
They went to prom last year together here. We had a prom, and then Shaggy asked Missy to go, and they had the cutest picture.
With posting the video, we honestly just wanted to share a little bit of positivity and a little bit of
positivity. I think that was a dog pun. Oh, there you go. One husky puppy. Well, I guess she's a adult dog. I feel like huskies get a little bigger than that, though. One dog determined to get to her daycare so badly, digging their way to freedom, traversing the entire town. Truly impressive when you think about it. That's dedication. That's what it is. And if they're right to go see her best pal, doggy boyfriend. If only we could all have a partner as dedicated to seeing us as that. All right, let's go from doggy freedom to oppressive heat in Europe. Yes, indeed, from Paris to London, people are living under excruciating heat. French Open starting, with people's tennis rackets melting in their hands. I'm kidding. I don't think that's actually happening.
In Paris, the French Open has kicked off amid sweltering temperatures at Roland Garros. The clay court Grand Slam has already suffered two major withdrawals as two-time champion Carlos Alcaraz pulled out last month with a wrist injury. And much-hyped local favorite Artur Fils also withdrew injured on Saturday. France 24's James Vicina has all the latest for us.
Roland Garros 2026 is here, and the weather as well. It is hot for this first week of competing on the terre battue, on the clay here at the French Open. After weeks qualifying, the serious stuff begins now. So what to expect for the next 2 weeks? Well, let's start with the men's side, because it's set to be a pretty straightforward affair for one man, that being Yannick Sinner. Why? Two reasons. One of them being that Carlos Alcaraz, his main rival over the last years, has pulled out due to injury. His wrist still not at level to be competing. That's not new. He announced it a couple of weeks ago, but he's also announced that he'll be out of Wimbledon in a few weeks as well. So,
well, tennis players are feeling the heat. They're not the only ones.
As soon as the temperatures soar, this couple near Rhone doesn't hesitate to switch on the air conditioning. 32 degrees outside versus 25 inside. Their house was fitted with 3 units 3 years ago.
As soon as summer arrives, the heat makes us switch them on everywhere, and that cools the whole house down. So there's one in the bedroom, one in the study, and one in the living room, and we can actually run them separately.
To save money, they don't switch them on all at once, as the extra cost on the electricity bill can run up to €80 a month, on top of the cost of unit and installation, which can run up to €3,000.
I'm suffering from the heat these days. I'd much rather pay an extra €80 to have it a bit cooler than be hot all day long.
The uptake of air conditioning in France is growing year on year, 27% of houses and 12% of flats by 2025, a figure well below that of Japan, where 91% of homes are air conditioned. In the United States, the figure is 90%. With a heatwave in May, these Parisians have decided to get themselves kitted out.
We decided to go all out. The place is poorly insulated, so we needed something quite powerful after all.
But there's always the same dilemma, the negative impact of air conditioning.
It's true. Yeah, it's bad for the environment, as it turns out. Adds to the global warming. Adds to the energy consumption. All right, let's go here to London now, where record temperatures was oppressing people here in the United Kingdom as well.
We're together.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Improve our transport lanes. Yeah.
It's getting hotter and hotter, and it does kind of raise important issues about climate change and the impacts that the climate change is having, not only kind of on civilian population here in London, but overall on the farmers, on the wildlife, on how the animals are surviving, because it's changing the entire ecosystem.
Well, listening to the radio yesterday, they said that this looks like it's going to be one of the hottest Mays on record. And yeah, climate change does make a difference.
Yep, Londoners sweltering under the heat. 90 degrees Fahrenheit in freedom units. It's only May.
The UK was sweltering in a record-breaking heatwave on Monday, with temperatures forecast to reach 34 degrees Celsius in London, and even rising to 35 degrees in parts of England. The soaring temperatures in many parts of the country make it the hottest day in May on record, as well as the hottest recorded bank holiday Monday. Meteorologists say the high temperatures, which are normally associated with summer months, are caused by a strong area of high pressure from Europe, pushing in warm air to the UK.
Okay. Now, one solution to all this, a longer term solution to all this is to stop all the human carbon emissions, or at least drastically reduce them to a sustainable level. And one good way to do that is to get our electricity grids onto renewables, things like solar panels. And what better time than now with oil prices at all-time highs? Staying in the United Kingdom, Novara Media.
When a heat wave hits the UK, we often talk about the urgent need for climate action and how governments aren't doing enough. That, of course, remains true. But I thought I'd focus on a more positive side of sunny days today, which is that solar power is absolutely booming. Globally, the amount of energy produced by solar increased by 30% last year. 30% in 1 year, that's incredible. And this is not an outlier for the technology. So the amount of electricity generated by solar has jumped on average 27% every year for a full decade. Solar power has now overtaken wind and nuclear, or almost nuclear, it's now sort of matching in terms of energy generation. And this increase was enough to meet the entire growth of electricity demand, meaning for the first time outside of global recessions, fossil fuel use for electricity production fell. It's fantastic. Now, of course, if you are a regular viewer of this show, you won't be surprised to learn this transition is mainly being driven in one country, China. This chart shows how much solar capacity has been added to the global grid each year since 2022. As you can see, it's going up every year. The dark green shows solar capacity added in China. The light green shows solar capacity added everywhere else. Now, as you can see, for the past 3 years, the dark green block fills up most of the bar. So China has installed more solar capacity in each of the past 3 years than the rest of the world combined, which is incredible. Very, very important. Before you say, but China is also burning loads of coal. Yes, they are. but they're moving in the right direction. So China's exponential growth over the past 4 decades was powered by coal and other fossil fuels. This line shows that rise continuing in the last 10 years. However, since 2023, so you see it's constantly going up, so they were using more and more fossil fuels over this period of time. Since 2023, for the first time ever, the amount of electricity generated by fossil fuels in China has flatlined. So China's carbon emissions have peaked. Still very high, but they've peaked. And this is the key bit. That's not because China's energy...
Yeah, and I would also like to point out that while people are like, oh, China has the biggest like carbon footprint, I'm not even sure. I'm not actually sure that that's technically true anymore. But what I am sure is that what has always been true is that as a percentage, right, like by population, it's always been lower than everybody else, right? If you just go by like per capita, per human, right? We just value all humans equally, then China's been doing way better than everybody else for a long time.
Production has stopped growing. That's still going up. So you want that, especially if you've still got a lot of poor people. You want your energy to grow. You want more electricity. But what's happening in China?
Yeah, and yeah, you make a good... someone in Twitch chat makes a very good point. And China also manufactures like all of the world's goods, or like a huge portion of them, right? And those numbers include all of those factories, you know, all those Apple phones and things that you're buying from China. It's all included in those numbers.
That extra electricity is coming from solar. And that's a story that now applies on a global level. So this chart shows the cumulative change in electricity demand globally from the year 2000. As you can see, it's always going up fairly linearly, actually. It's a sort of straight line. That's good. We want more people to have access to electricity. That's a major sign of development. Great. Line goes up is good. However, until 2024, more electricity meant more fossil fuel use. But, and this is the good news, for the first time last year, all the extra demand was met by renewables, mostly wind.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, this is good news. We're still at an unsustainable level of fossil fuel consumption and of carbon emissions, right? That's something we have to resolve. But perhaps this is going to drive people to make better choices. I hate that that's the case. It's still sort of like a individual choice right now. Although some people are, like in China's case, doing it on a state level. But as you all know, I hate the framing of environmental solutions being in the sort of consumer choice category rather than in like a systemic change. Like it's because corporations have wanted us to not stop consuming things in the way that we do.
The Iran war is sending global energy costs soaring. The conflict caused energy shock is turning panicked consumers in Asia towards rooftop solar. Here in the Philippines, which is in the midst of a national energy emergency, consumers are installing rooftop solar systems at record rates.
So when we got our energy bill after the Iran war broke out, we were very shocked. It was a significant increase. So we decided to look at an alternative source of energy, which is solar, which is very abundant here in the Philippines.
The war on Iran has really impacted the transition of the Philippines to renewable energy because it served as a wake-up call.
It helped the solar industry really get a footing. It gave an added voice, actually, to our cause.
There you go. The Philippines has been one of the countries most affected by Operation Epstein Fury and the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz and the increased instability in gas and oil accessibility, because like they've been actually experiencing shortages, right? Like Bangladesh, some of the other Southeast Asian nations. Philippines has been experiencing this, and so this is honestly a matter of necessity, right? To be able to just get electricity. There's been like rationing of gasoline access and all sorts of other shit. Oh, God. My head is pounding. Why does my head hurt so bad right now? Jesus Christ. Yeah, let's go up to Japan now. Talk about how hot they're expecting it to get this summer there. NHK World Japan.
Japan has been experiencing severe heat waves in recent years, with temperatures reaching dangerous levels. Many might be wondering what this summer has in store for us before the season gets into full swing. And we are joined now by our meteorologist, Jonathan O, to give us the outlook and some tips to survive this heat. So, Jonathan, it is still May, but we're already seeing summer-like conditions, aren't we?
My goodness. I mean, we're talking about seeing temperatures that are unprecedented here in Japan. I mean, these are temperatures from a week ago on May 18th, where Hita saw a high of 35.3 degrees. We don't see average temperatures that high any time in the year, and so this was particularly hot. Over in Tokyo.
Yeah, this is like this is like 90 degrees Fahrenheit in the middle of May. That's wild.
This is ridiculous.
We saw also 35.3 degrees, which was a record for the month of May. Kyoto seeing temperatures
to Markaview's.
Oh, Megastar, thank you for the gifted sub to Markavius. Very generous of you. I wonder how we're doing in that that plus program. Probably bad. Probably bad. You had it's annoying that gifted subs don't count to the plus program.
For July, and these are just some of the highlights. What you don't see on this map is the fact that we have more of the country seeing temperatures way above average at this time of year. And the reason why we're seeing that heat is because of the fact that we had a couple of high pressure systems that are over the area that really pumped in a lot of southerly flow along with the dry pattern. And with that combination together, it was really pushing up the mercury. And yeah, it looks like that we may not be seeing a break from this anytime soon. Though oddly,
jeez. Well, there you go, people. Dealing with more oppressive heat all the way in Japan. Seems like everybody's getting hammered by the late spring, early summer temperatures.
So hot right now.
Hydrate, yes. I will hydrate. Thank you. Okay. Well, that's it on the environmental news for today. Let's see. How much do I have left here? Actually, I'm doing okay. Not doing too bad. We're 6 hours in? Almost 6 hours in. Got like 30 vids left. That's not bad. I can manage that. 2 hours. Let's do some space news, people. What do you say? Pentagon's been releasing all sorts of files. I guess to distract from how badly Operation Epstein Fury is going.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
This is America, and this is the Loch Raven Reservoir in Maryland, where nearly 70 years ago there was a compelling report of a UFO hovering over the bridge behind me. The Army investigated that, and now, under Donald Trump's orders, the Pentagon is releasing large numbers of files about UFO sightings right across America. We'll be looking at what we know and what we don't know in this program. But first, let's head to Cyril Vanier in our Washington, D.C. studio.
Richard Gaisford, thank you very much. Today's show is about several things: reported UFO sightings, what the U.S. government has done to investigate them, and government transparency. A disclaimer: we do not know whether aliens exist, and the federal government has found no evidence that they do. Correction, they have released no evidence that aliens.
I love that Al Jazeera felt it necessary to start this piece off with, we don't know whether aliens exist or not.
Just cheered 100 bits. Alien emoji, alien monster emoji, flying saucer emoji, alien emoji, alien monster emoji, flying saucer emoji, alien emoji,
Sure.
alien monster emoji,
Of course.
flying saucer emoji.
We got to end with that, of course. Yeah, makes perfect sense. Thank you, Omega Star, for the bits.
But just in the last few days, we have found out that there have been more unexplained sightings and incidents, including several recorded by the U.S. military, than what had been previously known, adding to a very rich history of American fascination around UFOs and mysteries from outer space.
Tonight, a special Unsolved Mysteries report. Mysteries of alien beings.
Something captured on one of our News 4 sky cams.
Are we alone in the universe?
Some mysterious lights up in the sky above Austin.
Washington State has logged more reports of unidentified flying objects.
Strangely shaped and unfamiliar object falling from the sky just over there.
They've seen unidentified flying objects here, saying we're even in a hot spot.
What?
And it turns out there's actually an online tool that tracks all of these reports globally. Think of this as a heat map, a Google Maps, if you will, of UFO sightings. So the main tool is this map. You see all these dots? These are all reported UFO sightings in the United States, a total of 180,000 reports. Now, all the red dots, if we start zooming in, you'll start to see red.
Wow. They're here. 180,000 of them. Good God. We are not alone. All right, I'm skipping ahead.
As they got closer, their car engine stopped. The electrics failed and they took cover. Both of them say they had quite serious burns on their faces that meant they had to go to hospital, and there's been no official explanation as to what had happened here. That was 20 years after Orson Welles sent America into shock with his War of the Worlds radio drama. Back in 1938, many listeners believed there was a real alien invasion.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed.
A majority of Americans continue to believe that we're not alone, including, it seems, Barack Obama.
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in, what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51.
And then President Trump ordered the Pentagon to release top-secret documents and images, allowing the public to make up their own minds.
We found many very interesting documents, I must say, and the first releases will begin very, very soon, so you can go out and see if that phenomena is correct. You'll figure it out. Let me know.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But we've had a lot of questions.
Well, suffice to say, I'm afraid that all of the documents released by the Pentagon were not at all revelatory, certainly less interesting than the Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yep.
Soon. Bye for now.
I'm sorry to inform you of that sad, tragic news. But one man is encouraging the government to bring out the aliens. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Last week, the Pentagon began releasing government files documenting years of unidentified flying objects, UFOs, as well as concerns by previous administrations that we, as a human race, are not ready for the possibility of encountering alien life. My next guest is out with a new book about just that, and it's full of advice, like the following. If an alien approaches you with multiple appendages, one of which looks like an extended hand, resist grabbing and shaking it. You don't know in advance what part of alien's anatomy you just touched, and you probably don't want to find out. Here with me now is astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thank you so much for being here. You are the author of Take Me to Your Leader. And you do write that your child, since you were a child, you have wanted to be abducted by aliens. I just want to go on record, sir, and tell you that I do not share that desire. But I'm glad that you feel that way because, as you said, the real question is not are we alone, it's are we ready? Are we?
Yeah, I think we are, actually, because given the testimonies that we've heard given and that we heard delivered in front of Congress in 2023, 2024, 2025, from whistleblowers and insiders and military officials, ex-military, ex-intelligence officers, it's, it's no longer just the farmer in the back 40, right, commenting on what hovered over their crops, or the revelers coming out of the bar at 2 a.m. So these are people of high rank and all sincere. And so not only have they sort of said that they've got alien body parts and reverse engineered technologies that's sort of consistent with the files that were released. So I'm fine. If that's where we are, all I'm going to ask is, where's the alien?
Where's the alien? Yes, let us see the alien. Neil's right. Bring the alien. All right, in other space news, you could witness the tiny blue micromoon starting yesterday, going through May 31st, according to South Florida PBS.
Am I going loony, stargazers, or is the moon getting smaller? Grab a pair of binoculars and go outside. I'll explain. On the 31st, we will see the second full moon of May. This blue moon will be the smallest and dimmest of the year. It's a blue micromoon. It's small because the moon's orbit is an ellipse, and this week it reaches its apogee, or furthest point. When the moon is full at perigee, or closest, that's a supermoon. As you watch the moon wax to full, you probably won't notice the shrinkage and dimmage, but it is totally happening. Catch the moon early in the week and point your binoculars at the shadow line or terminator. Note the rough edge of the shadow? That's from the craggly craters on the lunar surface.
Fascinating. Thank you, South Florida PBS. There you go. Super micro blue moon. Whatever the hell that means. Well, we know what it means. It means it's at the furthest point away from the Earth. Will we be able to tell? Probably not. But now we know in our heads. Now we know. Okay. Last space news. To China.
I have to have my China.
China sent off its Shenzhen 23 astronauts to the shuttle this week in preparation for lunar mission. At least I think that's what this one is. Right? Okay, here it is. The Shenzhou 23 mission. Year-long space experiment. The astronauts will be testing how a year in space affects their body and will be conducting more than 100 experiments like growing embryos and rice. Fascinating. So it's not a lunar mission. This is a space... It's a space mission testing the viability of different things in space, it would seem. It's not a lunar mission. Take it back. I made a huge, tiny mistake. Thankfully, it was just space talk. All right, now to Earth news. A lot's been going on. And as a result of higher gas prices and the austerity policies, I guess you would call it, of the newer Bolivian government, protests have been erupting over the last week. We've been talking about them, but for more on that, here's Drop Site News from Saturday.
Up next, we're going to be joined by Catherine Lederber from, I believe she's in Cochabamba. So yeah, for people who don't know, I met Catherine back in 2005 when I was down in Bolivia covering the protests that brought Evo Morales eventually to power. And so there are now protests again, very similar, that have erupted as a result of news reports indicating that the new government of Bolivia was going to try to arrest, with the United States collaboration, arrest Evo Morales, or go beyond arresting him because he's facing all sorts of legal difficulties. But I think it'd be easier for people to latch on here if we give a little bit of background about how we got to this place. So 2005 and 6, Morales and his movement towards socialism, MAS, takes power. You kind of have a splintering eventually of the left in Bolivia. Along the way, you saw arguably the kind of biggest lifting out of poverty of a population in the world. Perhaps competitive with China, maybe I think even better than China did. Yet this kind of internal splintering left them vulnerable. So bring us up to the coup, the coup in 2019, the restoration of the left, and what got us to here.
Thanks. Evo Morales was finishing his third term and running for a controversial fourth term. I think that, MAS was thinking of running a different candidate, but they saw what had happened in Ecuador with Lenin Moreno, and there was a lot of worry that that the person to follow him may not, follow the policies or the vision that had been established in the first three terms. And we're talking about a 34% reduction in extreme poverty, the use of, to invalidate the resource curse, the use of hydrocarbons, income, and natural gas to fund social welfare programs, education, indigenous people, infrastructure. So a very long run, much to the chagrin of the Bolivian right that had been ousted for a long time. But using this fourth run, the Bolivian Constitution says you can only have 2 consecutive terms. After the elections occurred, the right cried fraud, backed up by the OAS and the Trump administration. These charges of fraud were debunked by colleagues at the Center for Economic Policy Research in a very technical, academic way, along with MIT-educated electoral observers. And using this fraud accusation, there were 3 weeks of right-wing blockades. The OAS admitted an audit saying that the elections were in fact fraudulent, although there were no facts to back that up. And right-wing protesters began to attack Morales, his supporters, actually threatened the people in the constitutional line to become president, tortured members of their family, burned homes, forcing Morales to flee soon afterwards. And then, they illegally positioned Janine Áñez, who was the second secretary of the Senate, as the illegitimate president. And the very next day, the military went out on the street and started killing. As you know, Ryan, there were 2 massacres. There was torture. There was the actions of parastate groups, the Unión Juvenil Cruceñista, that uses a Nazi salute, groups in La Paz, and parastate groups in Cochabamba as well. After this extreme violence and extreme corruption during the pandemic, elections were finally called, and Morales' successor, former Minister Luis Arce, was elected. Unfortunately, there was a situation with Arce in power that although the Inter-American Human Rights Commission completed a detailed report on the coup, processes against human rights violators and people that were key in the coup were quite slow. And Arce began to diverge from established MAS policies, generating an extreme economic conflict, a lack of income for the state, and a great deal of corruption on his part. At that point in time, when elections came around, there was a splintering of the left. Arce's section of the MAS party, which he had wrested away from Morales under questionable means, another former Morales follower, and then Morales' party attempted 3 times to register as an alliance with the party or under a new name, and they were systematically and illegally blocked by the Electoral Tribunal.
Illegal.
So what we have is an election last year that didn't have all the candidates represented or all the political forces represented. The Arce followers had become discredited. In fact, Arce is in prison as we speak for corruption charges, although that's not clear how it will proceed. And what we saw was an exclusion of the great majority of grassroots voters, indigenous peoples, social movements, who ended up voting for Rodrigo Paz, the current president, because his vice president, Edmund Lara, had a populist line, and they perceived him as the least of the electoral evils. But what we saw upon the election of Paz is almost no grassroots representation in the Congress, a Congress dominated by Paz's party, and the even further right Libre party of Jorge Tuto Quiroga, who had been vice president and president in 2021 and had carried out repression under U.S. pressure. And
I think that kind of gets us up to where we had been, essentially. Where now gas prices, like we talked about, have been skyrocketing, and Bolivia has been just getting utterly hammered as a result. People here, this government, this new government that she was referring to, has been doing, like I said, sort of like austerity policies, doing stuff that's bad for everyone aside for them and their friends, essentially. People are pissed off about that. They're pissed off they're paying way more at the pump, and as we've seen, are taking to the streets. Protesting big time. We've seen a lot of at least some of that footage in recent days. I'm gonna move us along to some other shit that we got to talk about here today. Now for some Sunday fun day. In the sporting world, Arsenal won their first Premier League title in 22 years. Fans losing their ever-loving minds. Well, there you have it. Last week, Arsenal making big time, I don't know, history. But like for some people, giving people their first win ever of the Premier League title. As you can see, fans were just thrilled. Taking to the streets, making loud noises. Now, for a more refined and off the beaten path form of competition. To Poland. For a strange underwater fight is taking place. Oh, there you go, people. Wait, don't do that. Oh, you bastard. Okay, well, there you go. Underwater chess. Happening in Poland, where chess players are on the clock. Literally. Racing against time and air. All right. Now briefly to Ukraine, where more Russian strikes were seen yesterday, hitting a school, killing at least one person. Here's France 24 on that story.
To Kiev, where a wave of overnight Russian strikes hit a school in the Ukrainian capital, killing at least 20 people. The Kiev mayor added on social media that the strikes had set off a fire, but it remains unclear if there were any casualties. The attacks follow a round of Ukrainian drone strikes on a college dormitory in the Russian-occupied region of Luhansk earlier this week. And
I'm not in Kiev right now, and I have to say I'm in a way quite relieved not to be in Kiev, because people I've spoken to there have said it was the scariest night so far of the war, an absolutely massive attack on the Ukrainian capital. We don't yet know exactly the numbers of missiles and drones used, but it was a combined attack with ballistic missiles, cruise missiles and drones being used in large numbers. Every single district of the Ukrainian capital has suffered damage.
Yep. Yeah, I'm afraid the Memorial Day weekend still filled with horrible things happening. But we are making our way through them, which is good, I suppose. Now to Turkey, not that far away, where we have an update on the situation going on there regarding the political parties. The AK party of Recep Erdogan has been trying to unseat the leader of the opposition CHP party. It's one among a whole host of different tactics and actions which Erdogan's government has taken over the last year or so. Perhaps longer, actually. I'm trying to think when this all really started. It's been going for a while. Of essentially systematic repression, voter repression, attempts to go after different, candidates, like Imamoglu, the mayor of Istanbul, who, according to most people, probably represents the most real threat to Erdogan's presidency in an actual election. He was charged with some sort of corruption, some sort of trumped up corruption charges. And now this. Turkish police storming the headquarters of the CHP party. To chaotic scenes. As you can see, they're shooting pepper balls at people. Now, that's an interesting strategy I've never actually seen. I wonder if that works. Spraying fire extinguisher at bear spray. I mean, now that I think about it, it probably does. Because it creates like a physical barrier in the air. So the spray is going to hit that first and probably... Yeah, huh. But that works. We got more scenes from this chaos erupting in Turkey.
Members of Turkey's main opposition party tried desperately to block police from entering party headquarters, but they were overwhelmed. Police fired tear gas and rubber bullets as they stormed the building, removing opposition leader Özgür Özel. As he was escorted out, he vowed the fight was far from over.
I'm saying to this pathetic government machine and those carrying out smear campaigns every night that the Republican People's Party is now in the streets. It is now in the squares and marching towards power.
Yeah, this is full-on authoritarianism happening here in Turkey at this point. Erdogan going after his political rivals. by ordering the police into the opposition party headquarters. It's like if Trump ordered police to storm the DNC headquarters. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same fucking thing. Now to an update on the Ebola situation in Africa, with the World Health Organization declaring that the outbreak is outpacing the response efforts. It's bad. That's bad.
Family look on as volunteers remove the remains of their loved one dead from Ebola. The team supervisor says they need water for disinfectant in a country without enough drinking water. Ebola keeps spreading in the east of Democratic Republic of Congo. It's moving so quickly, the World Health Organization adds, it's outpacing response efforts. Ensuring treatment has not been easy. This doctor explains how on Friday some people burned down treatment tents at a hospital. They did the same on Sunday. 18 patients fled and are now in the community, he adds.
In Congo, we still have areas where the media cannot reach. And so that really drives a lot of misinformation.
Evelyn Mayanja points out it's just one challenge of the many that DRC faces. War has consumed the country for nearly 30 years.
On a daily basis, people continue to be massacred, especially in eastern Congo.
The head of the WHO saying the violence is forcing people to flee, which is severely impeding efforts to scale up Ebola contact tracing. And the decades of fighting have degraded the country's healthcare system.
It is all crumbling. That sometimes you go to hospitals and they don't have even here we maybe put.
Yeah, the situation is continuing to devolve in Africa. The fact is, the World Health Organization and all the aid organizations on the ground right now are completely overwhelmed, right? They have, like, no funding. They have no funding. They had to fire thousands of workers on the ground as a result of the cuts made by the Trump administration to the USAID program last year, as well as a number of other Western organizations cutting their aid programs to pay for weapons. We're living in a terrible time where we're spending all of our money on the worst things. It's very frustrating. Now, moving on from Turkey. Oh, sorry, not Turkey. From Africa. Jesus Christ. I'm still not on my schedule 100%, as I don't know. I assume everyone can tell. I've been struggling to get my circadian rhythm back onto the galactic schedule after having to do all that wedding stuff last week for my best friend. It was tough. It has been tough trying to get back to the schedule. At least I have been back to streaming, right? I missed the whole weekend last weekend. I only missed Sunday this week. It's an improvement, right? When you really think about it, is it not better?
Are you not entertained?
Okay. Well, let's talk about this deal, no deal situation. Because it's weird. Last time we were talking about this on Saturday, what are we calling it? The vibes were an agreement had been largely negotiated. That was Donald Trump saying it. That like a dozen different people and nations were involved in negotiating the deal. the Strait of Hormuz was going to be opened. This was all according to Donald Trump. But we had Iran saying that's actually not true. But we had reports saying that U.S. officials were telling Iran that Trump is just saying a bunch of lies on Truth Social so that the base doesn't punish him for doing a deal that was worse than the JCPOA.
Hello, I'm Lauren Taylor. This is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing, which will bring you up to date with all you need to know on day 85 of the US-Israel war with Iran. Let's start with some of today's key developments. Iran says it's in the final stages of drafting a framework peace deal with the United States. The US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, says some progress has been made with Iran. Mr. Rubio was speaking on a trip to India, where the impact of the war on energy prices was high on the agenda. Israel issues evacuation orders for towns and villages in southern Lebanon. And of course, we'll get the latest from our teams across the world. We'll be live with our correspondents in Beirut and Jerusalem. Plus, we'll hear analysis from our correspondents monitoring developments from here in London. Let's start with some news from the US, Iran and Pakistan about an end to the war. Pakistan, which is trying to negotiate an agreement between Iran and the US, says talks over the past 24 hours have resulted in encouraging progress towards a final understanding. State television said there'd been some convergence of views, though gaps remained. It said nuclear issues were not part of the framework, and the Strait of Hormuz had nothing to do with the United States. The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman told state media they were finalising a draft understanding with the US.
Our initial intention was to draft a memorandum of understanding, a kind of framework agreement comprised of 14 clauses. This memorandum of understanding will address the essential points for ending the imposed war, as well as the fundamental issues for us. Within a reasonable period, the details will be discussed and a final agreement will ultimately be concluded. We are currently in the final stages of finalising these memoranda of understanding.
Donald Trump says he believes Iran was, in his words, getting a lot closer to reaching a deal. He's received Tehran's latest draft proposal and is due to hold a phone call with leaders from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Egypt, Turkey and Pakistan. Elsewhere, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in India. More on that later. But
Yup. It's a lot of conflicting stories ending the weekend, going into Memorial Day. Yes. Now, Marco Rubio had more to say yesterday on... Oh, I just realized I watched the wrong fucking clip. That was not even the one I wanted. Whatever. Let's just play this clip real quick, and then we'll go to the little Marco from yesterday. Sorry, I just want to watch part of this.
All right, we've got breaking news that's coming through from the White House. It is from Donald Trump saying that an agreement with Iran has been largely negotiated. He's saying that final aspects and details are yet to emerge and they're currently being discussed and will be announced shortly. This is what he had to say. He said he had a very good call with President Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan of the UAE, Emir Tamim bin Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, the Prime Minister, Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Jassim bin Jabal Al Thani, and the Minister Ali Al Khawadi of Qatar. Field Marshal Said Asim Munir, and this is a big list of people that he's actually had a talk with. He said that he'd spoken with leaders of several majority Muslim countries, including, as we just mentioned, the Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan of Turkey, President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi of Egypt. In fact, a wide list of people there across the Middle East, all concerning the Islamic Republic of Iran and all things related to a MOU or a memorandum.
Yes, exactly. We all remember this tweet. Trump making a lot of claims, none of which were really all that backed up by anyone else. But little Marco Rubio coming out yesterday and saying that progress was being made on this supposed Iran deal.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Little Marco, what do you got for us, pal?
Iran situation. There'll be, I believe, maybe more news coming out a little bit later today on this topic, and I'll leave it to the president to make further announcements on it. Suffice it to say that some progress has been made, significant progress, although not final progress has been made. Okay, this is an international waterway. They don't own it. It's an international waterway, and what they are doing now is basically they are threatening to destroy commercial vessels using an international waterway. That is illegal under any concept of international law that governs us, but it's also if we allowed that to become normal.
It's an international waterway that happens to be in Iranian territorial waters, in the Omanian territorial waters. In fact, those two territorial waters technically overlap, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think there's any actual international water in there that doesn't overlap with both of those things, essentially, right? And so yeah, this is a lie. Also, the United States controls similar bodies of water, right? Like, for instance, like the St. Lawrence, although that's actually all Canada, but it's up there, like right past Maine. Like, Canada doesn't like charge people for going through there, but they're monitoring, people going through there. They technically control the waterway. The Panama Canal technically controls the canal.
Normalizing an unacceptable status quo and setting a dangerous precedent that could be replicated here in this region and in multiple places around the world. So we've made some progress over the last 48 hours working with our partners in the Gulf region on an outline that could ultimately, if it succeeds, leave us not just with a completely open straits, and I mean open straits without tolls, and with addressing some of the key things that underpin what has been Iran's nuclear weapon.
He doesn't even sound sure about what he's saying right now. Did you hear him? He's like, and with, some of the things that we've been talking about. Like, you can't even say and all of the things that we're getting. It's just some, maybe we get some other things. We get a fully open Strait of Hormuz, and then, we'll play the rest of it by ear. It's fascinating. They do not sound confident over there at all. Now, you'll be shocked to hear that Israel has been complaining about this possible U.S.-Iran deal. Here's Al Jazeera from yesterday with more on that.
Well, news of a potential US-Iran deal has drawn reactions in Israel. Nida Ibrahim joins us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So, Nida, we understand Donald Trump had a separate phone call with Benjamin Netanyahu on Saturday after speaking with Arab leaders and the Pakistani mediators. Is there a sense that Israel has been frozen out from these final stages of a potential deal between Iran and the US? What's being said there?
Well, Neve, although the Israeli premier is trying to hide that by tweeting in the past hour or so, confirming the relationship between the US and Israel, saying it remains strong, there's deep skepticism in Israel in Netanyahu's ability to secure Israeli goals in the upcoming deal, with the Israeli newspaper of Ma'arif saying that Israeli officials saw the draft that is being discussed for a potential deal and they're not happy with it, as it does not tackle Israeli interests when it comes to taking out the highly enriched uranium from Iran and dealing once and for all with Iran's nuclear project. So the word that we can describe what's happening in Israel right now is concern, although reportedly Netanyahu has told his cabinet members, his officials, not to speak publicly, because he needs to be very delicate about how he treats and how he deals with Trump in this sensitive time.
Israel utterly beside themselves over this potential U.S.-Iran deal that would leave Israel fighting its own war in the Middle East. Yeah, there's all sorts of details in there that would upset Israel, like the fact there's no guarantee of Iran giving up their nuclear dust. Or the Strait of Hormuz being open, actually, or a bunch of other shit. I mean, the deal was fairly one-sided in favor of Iran. At least everything we've seen of it. Even with everything Trump's been claiming. All the actually reliable sources on this are saying it's mostly everything Iran wants and nothing that the United States wants. Keep talking about this deal. Oh, actually, wait, before we do that, let's go to Lebanon. This was 20 hours ago. Israel... Actually, is this 20? Actually, hold on, I gotta refresh this. Whatever, this is from yesterday. By yesterday, I mean Monday. Early morning. Israel carrying out a wave of strikes. Even though there's a supposed ceasefire ongoing.
Despite a de facto ceasefire, hostilities have never stopped between Hezbollah and Israel.
Is that what we're calling it now?
Smoke billowed out over Nabatea and Deir Kanun en-Nar in southern Lebanon on Sunday, as Israeli strikes killed 2 people, including a paramedic from the Hezbollah-affiliated Islamic Health Committee. 6 others were wounded. It comes as Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem called on the Lebanese government to abandon direct negotiations with Israel and rejected the idea of disarming the militant group in a televised speech on Sunday.
Direct negotiations are completely unacceptable. You saw what happened on the 17th of May. 35 rounds of negotiations without any benefit. Direct negotiations are a pure gain for Israel. Disarmament means stripping Lebanon of its defensive capability and the capability of the resistance and this people, paving...
Well, there you go. Hezbollah leader's pretty pissed off. Probably rightfully so, since Israel continues to violate that fake-ass ceasefire they agreed to earlier this year. All right. We're making crazy progress, people. We're almost through the Middle East. Well, we're up to the very, very recent stories now. This one's from 13 hours ago. Kyle Kalinske, Secular Talk. Iran ruthlessly mocks Trump as deal he begged for instantly falls apart. All right, Kyle, take it away. I'll be right back. I need to grab something to drink.
I'm at the point now, y'all, where I don't even know if I should
deliver this news to you. And I say that because how many times have we been on this roller coaster where Trump comes out, we got a deal, we're negotiating with Iran, we got a deal, it's going to happen any minute now, it's the best deal anybody's ever seen, and then like 7 minutes later, oh yeah, by the way, there's no deal. Not only is there no deal, they're not even talking to Iran. Like nobody's even engaging with them. So Trump goes out there, verbal diarrhea, just shits out some nonsense, headlines everywhere in U.S. media, people eat that shit up, they report it as if it's factual. 12 seconds later, the Iranians are like, no, there's no deal. We don't want to make a deal with you. You're fucking terrorists, and, we can't trust you, right? Well, guess what? Here we go again. Hop on that roller coaster. New York Times said, this is on May 24th. Breaking news, the U.S. and Iran have agreed in principle to a deal that would reopen the Strait of Hormuz, a U.S. official said. Interesting. Now, when they say a U.S. official said, your immediate thought should be, who's the U.S. official, right? Who are we talking about? We're talking about a Trump regime insider, the people who are shattering world records in terms of lying. Okay, instantly. Ready? Breaking. Iran rejects the new New York Times U.S. official's claim that Iran agreed to hand over its highly enriched uranium and suspend enrichment above 3.6% for 10 years as part of Trump's announced largely negotiated agreement, calling these reports completely false and confirms talks are focused only on ending the war with no nuclear details being discussed.
Sanatana Dharma, thank you for the follow on Twitch. What do you think about the H-1B visa? So we have to leave America? I don't think you should have to leave America. Not me, but I mean, Trump administration's going after people with H-1Bs, and I mean, just visa holders, broadly speaking. I don't think that's right, though.
Informed Iranian source to Tasnim. Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei has additionally issued a directive last week that uranium must not leave the country under any circumstances or deal. Does that sound like we're close to a deal? When now the government is saying, we're not giving up any fucking nuke. Are you kidding? Are you out of your mind? So we were illegally and offensively attacked by by Israel and the U.S., the axis of Epstein. And now you want us to give up our nuclear material after you've proven that you will offensively attack us? Why would we do that? What do we have, a death wish? What are you, insane? Like, nobody in their right mind would do that. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. So, understand, this deal actually was on the table prior to the illegal war. It was allegedly hours before Israel and the U.S. attacked Iran. Iran agreed to Oman, the mediator, fine, zero enriched uranium, you got it. Then they were attacked. So that deal was on the table. The U.S. didn't take it when it was on the table.
Yeah, we talked about that. It was pretty incredible. They had managed to get into a place where Iran was willing to agree to things that they hadn't agreed to in the Obama JCPOA deal. At that moment, before attacking Iran, Trump could have accepted that deal and wound up in a place where he had actually negotiated a better Iran nuclear deal than Obama did. Then, instead of accepting that W, he started Operation Epstein Fury.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Fuck yeah! Because we wanted that war. Israel wants Iran to be a totally failed state so they can dominate the region. And the U.S. wants Iran to have a puppet leader that allows us to steal their natural resources. That's the goal. This has nothing to do with nuclear material. But now the Trump regime is trying to save face. So they go, oh yeah, we're on the brink of a deal and they're going to give up their nuclear stuff. And now, if anything, Iran is correctly hardened in their position where they're like, there's no chance we're doing that. Not even a little bit. So they screwed the pooch, to say the least. All right, more. Midas Touch says, following massive backlash over the leaked terms of Trump's Iran negotiations, Trump is now claiming he told his team not to rush a deal because, quote, time is on our side, while once again attacking Obama, who actually managed to secure an Iran deal without starting a war or shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. So Trump cannot help himself. He keeps attacking Obama. Why? Because Obama achieved what he never could. Obama actually got a good deal, actually made it so Iran wouldn't get a nuke, and made it so that all we had to do was lift sanctions against.
I mean, he could have, though. That's the point, though. That's what's crazy, is he accidentally fell into a better deal with Iran and didn't take it. He could have. He should have. He didn't. He chose not to. Like, it was a fucking choice. They had it in front of them. And they're basically just in their hands, and then they burned it. They just fucking burned it. Utterly idiotic. Now, one sick fuck who is continuously seems to have a pipeline into the homes of America vicariously through CNN's producers. I am, of course, talking about former Trump National Security Advisor, war hawk extraordinaire, John Bolton. Oh, he's got thoughts about this fucking Iran deal.
Ambassador, are you feeling optimistic about this memorandum, given that we've seen negotiations break down before when it comes to the finer points of Iran's nuclear program?
Well, I hope the negotiations break down, because every day that goes by is a gift to Iran. It gives them 24 more hours to recover from the pummeling they took during the 6 weeks of U.S.-Israeli attack. It gives them time to try and reconstitute their government, which increasingly looks dysfunctional in decision-making capability. And it postpones the day of reckoning, ultimately, when the threat that they pose to control over the Strait of Hormuz is resolved in a way that they never come back and do it again. I think the ceasefire was a mistake. I think these negotiations are a mistake. I think we're on the verge of something that ultimately history will decide was a catastrophic loss for the United States. We have done significant damage to the Islamic Republic of Iran. And right now, we're letting them undo the damage. And that is a real tragedy, not just for us, but for the people in the region, too.
Wow, this guy is a complete fucking lunatic. The ceasefire is the tragedy. The lack of bombs dropping on Iran is the tragedy, according to John Bolton. We've been doing so great, according to him, that for us to let up for 1 second is a humanity. How did he put it? I mean, it's like, what is he talking about? Oh my god, he's a sick fuck. Like, look, every minute we're not, lobbing missiles at Iran is a second that we are just wasting, according to John Bolton. Dude is a fucking lunatic. He's really a fucking lunatic. And the CNN continues to bring out this piece of shit all the time to get his opinion on stuff. Why do they do it? That's a question I keep asking myself. Why does this fucking douchebag keep getting airtime? He's not the current ambassador to the United Nations. He's not the current national security advisor. He's just the current douchebag and lover of war. And that's it. It's the only reason you bring him out, is to get him to come out and say war is good, peace is bad, and American military hegemony around the world is good. And why do we need that every fucking day? They literally seem to interview this fucking douchebag every day, over and over and over again. And his opinions just get worse and worse somehow. I don't even understand it. I don't know how he can possibly get worse, and yet he manages to outdo himself in stupidity and egregiousness on a daily basis. Truly, it's astounding. Oh, everything's fine. Al Jazeera, 8 hours ago. United States conduct strikes near Iran. What does near Iran mean? As ceasefire talks face fresh tension. Yes, that does sound tense.
U.S. forces have carried out strikes in southern Iran. The U.S. Central Command has confirmed the attack, saying it was in self-defense and that it was using restraint during the ongoing ceasefire. Earlier, explosions were heard near Bandar Abbas. An Iranian source has told Al Jazeera that the IRGC had targeted a vessel at sea, followed by U.S. warplanes striking Iranian naval boats in the Gulf. Several IRGC Navy personnel were killed in that attack. A spokesperson for U.S. Central Command has told Al Jazeera, "We continue to defend our forces while exercising restraint during the ceasefire." The strikes targeted rocket platforms and Iranian boats that were attempting to lay mines.
Oh, I see. So that justifies it. I see. So we broke the ceasefire because they were laying mines. Right. Okay. Well, this is their territorial waters, of course. This is big time. This is big time Iranian territorial waters. I'd point out they can put as many mines near Bandar Abbas as they fucking want. Okay. This is like, you see what I'm saying here? This is on the Iranian land. All right. They can mine their own fucking docks as much as they want. You know, this is insane. So we broke the ceasefire for that. Okay, great. Oh, good. For more on this, go here. Another Al Jazeera clip 2 hours ago.
The US military says it has carried out strikes on missile launch sites and mine-laying vessels in southern Iran. US Central Command says the attacks were in self-defense and were aimed at protecting American forces during the ceasefire. Explosions were earlier reported near the port city of Bandar Abbas. An Iranian source has told Al Jazeera the incident began when the IRGC targeted a vessel at sea before US warplanes struck Iranian naval boats in the Gulf. Well, it comes as Iran's foreign minister and top negotiator held talks in Doha on Monday, aimed at resolving the remaining obstacles to a possible deal. We will get the view from Tehran in just a moment, but first, here's our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, with the latest from Washington.
Well, CENTCOM, which coordinates all the US military operations in the region in and around Iran, have put out the statement in the last couple of hours, saying that these incidents happened within the last 24 hours, essentially saying that this was to protect US forces. Now, they're not saying that US forces came under attack. What they're alleging is that the United States took action, particularly around missile sites and also boats that were possibly going to lay mines as a preventative measure to protect the troops in that region. Now, we know they've done this sort of thing before. Very early on in the ceasefire, this sort of thing happened. At that stage, the United States said it hadn't graduated to a breach of the ceasefire because there were no casualties. And yet again, in this instance,
as long as nobody dies, we can blow up whatever we want, and that's not a violation of the ceasefire.
Give me a joke.
That's funny. I like that one. As long as we don't kill anybody, is it a violation of the ceasefire when we blow up, boats and rocket launchers? I wonder if we would call it a violation of the ceasefire if Iran blew up one of our boats in the Strait. You figure that would be a violation of the ceasefire? You see the serious hypocrisy here? Like, if Iran launched a strike on one of our boats in the Strait, would that not be a violation of the ceasefire? Or would the United States government say, oh no, they were just attacking a boat. It was just a boat, and there were no casualties? Totally fine, I'm sure. All right, here's a very recent clip from like an hour ago. Haven't even seen it yet. Let's see what Marco Rubio's got to say over here.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said Tuesday that a deal with Iran could still be days away, tempering hopes for a swift end to the conflict.
I think that, like anything with something like this, it's going to take a couple days to settle on, even down to the disagreements over a word, sentence. So we'll have to work through that.
On board his plane, Rubio spoke to reporters a day after U.S. forces carried out what Washington called defensive strikes in southern Iran.
The straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other. So they need to be open. What's happening there is unlawful, it's illegal, it's unsustainable for the world, it's unacceptable.
Despite a ceasefire in place since early April, U.S. Central Command said on Monday it had carried out fresh strikes designed to protect our troops from threats posed by Iranian forces.
It sounds like we're the threat, but okay. Don't mind me. Now, got some more news here in Asia to cover on this Monday Fun Day. A few more stories, starting in Saudi Arabia, where millions of pilgrims are arriving for Hajj, one of the holiest weeks in Muslim, what do you call it? Theology, I guess? Whatever. You get what I'm saying. And Hajj pilgrims have been arriving, circling Mecca's Grand Mosque. Starting here with the Associated Press from yesterday. Boy, it looks hot as fuck.
That's hot.
والله بعون الله سبحانه وتعالى توفقنا في
By the grace of God Almighty, we proceed in the pilgrimage of Hajj for the year 1447. It was a difficult journey due to the circumstances of traveling from Yemen to the kingdom, as flights were suspended and the situation was discouraging. But praise be to God, we succeeded in entering the kingdom.
والله رحلة الحمد لله رحلة كانت موفقة كما ذكرت لك لكن السودان يمر بظروف يعني صعبة جدا.
Okay, one more clip on this Hajj pilgrimage. Reuters, 23 hours ago. The Saudis have built out a massive complex around this site, this sacred site. It continues to grow. Number of people that come every year continues to grow. I think like over a dozen people died last year. Hopefully it's not as bad this year. Usually it's just a result of like heat, like too many people in one place. Now to India, where they are just like people back in the United States grappling with the effects of Operation Epstein Fury and high oil prices. The other economic effects of this war in Iran. Here's TRT World from Sunday.
Kanpur is a major center for India's leather industry. Manufacturers say orders have slowed while operating expenses continue to rise. Industries that once relied on strong export markets are now struggling with rising costs and weaker demand.
Business has gone down, so I don't think in these circumstances we would be hiring any more people because the business has gone down and the productivity has gone down, the profitability has gone down, and the export turnover and the domestic turnover, that has gone down significantly.
Shipping delays and rising transportation costs are squeezing profits for India's leather exporters. Some companies say containers have remained stuck for months, while overseas buyers delay orders until the regional situation improves.
Cost in owner, the transportation time, it's gone up. And we have about, I would say, 10% business in the Middle East also. But that is effective. We have, in our company, we have containers lying from last so many months, but we have been able to ship it. And our customers are asking for them chat until the situation is improved. But that's all effective.
The slowdown is also impacting recruitment. Hiring has fallen sharply as companies freeze expansion plans and scale back new jobs. And
Yep. Economies are slowing down all across the planet as a result of this war. Whether it's lack of access to fuel, plastics, or whatever else right now, it's not good. It's not good. And the youth in India are sick of it. Some are starting their own party. A Gen Z movement growing called the Janta Party. Which has been going kind of viral lately. Here's France 24 from yesterday.
It started out as political parody just days ago. Now the cockroach Janta Party, the CJP, looks a real threat to India's traditional parties. Its message is simple. It says, like the resilient cockroach, the common people of India cannot be crushed. The website and its social media accounts channel Gen Z concerns and have rapidly gained huge numbers, millions of followers in India.
There will be no involvement of any political party in this movement because the youth of this country is fed up of all existing political parties and now they want their own political platform where they can raise their own voice.
The cockroach Janta Party was created after Chief Justice Surya Kant reportedly called youth involved in criticism of the government cockroaches and parasites during a hearing.
Youngsters like cockroaches, they don't get any employment, they don't have any place in profession.
Wow. This is fascinating. Really, really interesting movement here in India, which sprung up overnight after a judge called the youth unemployed cockroaches. Their response was to create the Cockroach Janta Party, CJP, which I'm fairly certain is meant to mirror the Modi BJP. But as a response to the fact that they do not feel represented by that party. What it will mean for Indian politics is to be seen, but it's a fascinating development, to be sure. Honestly, anything, well, I don't know about anything, but, you know, pretty much anything fighting back against the agenda of the BJP, probably good. Although I don't know enough about the party to know exactly what their goals are. I just get the sense that it's probably more focused on the people, broadly speaking. I'll be looking into it more. It's a new, it's like it really just came out of nowhere. I'm just finding out about it right now. Well, not right now, but like over the last day. All right, let's go to Thailand real quickly. Let's talk about a delicious street food that costs 30 cents.
This meal costs 30 US cents. On a Bangkok street, 79-year-old Uncle Tu serves up kamu kratiam, garlic pepper pork over rice. Prices everywhere have climbed. His haven't changed in 30 years. This might be one of the cheapest meals in Bangkok, but the real story is how it works.
Since 1972, I've been standing here cooking by myself the whole time. At first, it was only 3 baht. Then it became 5 baht. And it's been about 30 years that we've been at 10 baht.
There are just 4 items on the menu at this stall in the riverside district of Kolongsan. Each one costs 10 baht, or 20 baht with an egg. They're open only 4 hours a day, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. But in that time, sales can reach...
Tank Top Dude's been eating a lot of these over here. God damn, look at this guy.
p.m. to 10 p.m. But in that time, sales can reach 7,000 to 8,000 baht a day, sometimes even higher. Customers often order more than one dish. It is a high-volume model.
บางคนมาแล้ว10 จานก็มีนะบางทีเนี่ยมาเนี่ยบางทีมา3 คนสั่งคนละ10 จานนะบางคนมาก็
Sometimes 3 customers come and they order 10 each. Some people come and only order 2. But most people who come here, they eat garlic pork, stir-fried chili pork, rice noodles, 4 dishes for 40 baht, and they're full.
But behind every 10 baht plate is a careful balancing act. Ingredients like pork, rice, and oil have all become more expensive over time.
When things are expensive, we make a little more profit. If ingredients are, we make a little less profit. If ingredients are cheaper, we make a little bit more.
Raw ingredients take up about half the revenue. Gas and daily expenses add to the cost. But 2 major expenses are kept low. His only helpers are family. That keeps labor costs down. He also doesn't pay rent.
There you go, one man and his family working to keep a decades-long tradition of 10 baht pork rice dishes. It's making me really hungry. I kept this one to the end. Well, I didn't. Well, I kept the food stuff to the end because I can't watch food stuff videos while, like early on in the stream, I get too hungry. That made me really hungry just now. We go over some delicious porky, ricey, noodly deliciousness. Little egg in there too. All right, now up to South Korea. To an epidemic, but not one of a pathogen, but that one of a social contagion. Loneliness.
The number of Seoul residents who live alone is on the rise. Now, 1 household in every 2 has a single occupant, and well over half of that group say they experience feelings of loneliness. Many spend long periods seeking companionship online. Man Lee is one of the rising stars of mukbang.
Today I'm going to eat 5 packs of ramyun.
It's a hugely popular format in South Korea, where YouTubers cook and then devour enormous meals while interacting with viewers. Man Lee started making mukbang content because she felt lonely while eating.
I love food and I have a big appetite, so I thought, why not me? And I realized that the mukbang videos I make help others cope with their loneliness and give them the feeling of sharing a meal. I get a lot of comments like that and it makes me very proud.
Ko Yong-ho lives alone in an apartment. For the past 3 months, the 63-year-old, who's unemployed, has been spending his afternoons at a so-called mine convenience store in the hope of overcoming his loneliness. This novel space, developed by the city authorities, enables people to mix casually, a rarity in South Korea where social interactions are often formal.
I feel good since I started coming here regularly. It's better than going home and reading alone. Here, I can spend all my time with other people and listen to their stories. I really like it. It's simple. It feels like chatting with neighbors, like talking to grandparents in the community. But you have fewer wrinkles than I do.
Oh no, I'm getting older. I'm getting older.
4 of these spaces have opened in Seoul since March last year. The city expected 5,000 visits in the first few months. Instead, people have visited almost 60,000 times.
Damn.
Another 21 centres are due to open by 2027 to cope with demand.
Yes, indeed. Here in the 21st century, people are yearning for a sense of community. This community center getting 12 times as much interest as originally expected. Pretty crazy. Skipping ahead a little bit.
Public health. It's announced funding of nearly 280 million euros over 5 years to combat isolation. The measures include a hotline.
선생님 그러면 오늘은 뭐 어떤 계획이 있으세요?
Isolated people can call the hotline anytime for advice or just a friendly chat. Counsellors use the calls to identify the most vulnerable people and help bring them out of their isolation.
생각보다 자신의 마음을 털어놓.
Well, there you go. South Korea's government doing whatever they can to combat rising sense of isolation and loneliness in society. We could probably use some government investment in that here in the United States. Thankfully, at least we, and by we I mean Space Fams, have each other to get through all this. Flubenga, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Staying in South Korea, well, yeah. One thing that could break the loneliness is a little friendly competition. And North Korea and South Korea are set to clash in the Asian Women's Champions League semi-final. Here's AP Archive from last week.
Great.
As well as a player, Ms. Kim.
축구 감독으로서 이제 4강자.
Okay, much people speaking Korean here, which I'm fairly certain most of us don't speak. But shock of shocks, North Korea's women won in this bout. That's right. The North Korean team made history, crossing the border into South Korea and winning the Asian Women's Champions League final. Making it all the way to they not only won against South Korea, they also beat Japan, who I believe was at the final, because this was the semifinal, right? They went to the final, I think, on Saturday or something like that. Whatever, Friday. I don't pay enough attention to sports to know exactly, but it's a crazy upset. Nobody was expecting it. Oh shit, that was the second to last clip of the night, everybody. The penultimate. Little round of applause for all of you for making it this far. Quite a long stream, 7.5 hours already. All right, people, final clip. This time in the world of music. BTS, South Korean boy band extraordinaire, took top prize at the American Music Awards, the AMAs, for the second time earlier this evening.
K-pop sensation BTS scored the top honor of Artist of the Year on Monday at the fan-voted American Music Awards in Las Vegas. Group leader RM thanked the band's fans or ARMYs for the steadfast support.
Thank you. It's an honor to have this precious award once again after everybody done their military service. Like the legendary Busta Rhymes said, it's a fan-voted award, so our biggest thanks and gratitude, as always, goes to the armies all over the world.
BTS won the same prize in 2021, a year before going on hiatus, as all 7 members took part in South Korea's mandatory military service. This year, the group also claimed Best Male K-pop Artist and Song of the Summer for the single Swim. Cat's Eye, a global girl group with members from 4 countries, also took home 3 awards, including New Artist of the Year.
There you go, Space Fams. Hopefully you were reasonably value-tained.
Are you not entertained?
In lieu of a Sunday Fun Day show, we got a Monday Fun Day Memorial Day show. I'll be, of course, bringing you at least 4 more streams this week, hopefully. At least that's the plan. 3, 4, however many more. I think, yeah, something like that. But crazy beginning to the week we got going on here. I'm sure it won't get any weirder. Everyone's back to work here today, Tuesday. Holiday's over. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Roanoa, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Regan, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Penny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6th, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Zell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, and Hecate. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can do for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.